Happy birthday, Rosie Overtime.
Oh my god. No.
Happy birthday to you.
You're singing. Oh my god. Thank you.
We
Thank you
love you,
so much.
Rosie. We love you, Rosie.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You switched it up on me. I had it all set up in my studio, um, my studio thing for StreamYard, and then right when I went to switch to the birthday screen, let me share it again. Right when I went to switch it to I was like, oh crap, we're on the guest StreamYard setup. So yeah, it didn't work out. The transition,
It was perfect.
the transition was not there. But you know what?
Oh, thank you.
Isn't that good? We love you, Rosie. Thank you so much. Happy
Love you
birthday.
guys.
Thank you for everything that you do. Rosie's been a part of the program for, gosh, how long has it been?
I don't
3 years?
I think so.
Four?
Part of the
somewhere
furniture
around.
now. Yeah.
It was right after my trip to Idaho, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah, about 3 years. Been a
Mhm.
part of the show, the program. So, good morning as well. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for hopping in. Let me, whoa. Where'd we go? Okay, there we go. But anyway, I wanted to ask everybody in chat, and I'm going to ask throughout the show. But I wanted to ask you specifically, and how come our cameras are so weird? There we go. Oh man, it's because I wasn't on the right thing. Okay. But I wanted to ask you, so there was a lot of discussion yesterday about the Apple Watch. Does the Apple Watch matter to you, Rosie? And does it matter to you all in chat, whoever's in chat? And good morning, by the way.
To me, no. I don't think that it matters. I just I think that if it is derived from the phone, I don't see it as a big deal.
You don't see it as a big deal?
No.
Okay, so I didn't get to see the Celebrate, the stuff, the breakdown. Did they break it down pretty good? Like, was it just conversation and questions? Or did they show like statistics and stuff in the courtroom?
No, so there was no breakdown on cross-examination. I think that Reddington was just trying to show. I don't know what he was trying to show, but there was nothing. There was nothing like that. And when the prosecutor came back for re-examination, she ironed it out quickly. It was just questions.
I'm surprised you didn't get to see more like statistics and stuff. Like they would have a breakdown showing you, like the links and all that other stuff. But maybe they just didn't feel they needed to do that. They felt that the evidence was so overwhelming that they didn't feel the need to do that. Yeah, I don't think if they were able to, which I'm sure they do, if they were able to pull everything off. What's up, Busby? And thank you all for the birthday wishes. What's up, Miss Cosmo? What's up, Kitty? I mean, if they were able to pull all that stuff off, because of the phone, I mean, we know how technology works, cloud-based. That's what Celebrite is. It's cloud-based forensics. So with Apple, I'm sure they were able to do that. I wouldn't really see, but I would still want to see this. I would still want to see, you know what I mean, like the data in front of me. I want to. I want to see if there's gaps. I want to see if uh, this one was incomplete. Like I want to see all of that stuff. So I mean, yeah, you can take somebody's word for it. That's why I was kind of shocked. Like they didn't show any kind of statistics and stuff, or some kind of data maps and things like that. Um, Pretty interesting. But I don't think they're not arguing that she didn't do it. They're arguing that she was uh, in an insane state of mind. So
Right.
does it really matter? You know what I'm saying? Nobody's contesting that she didn't do it. Only people on TikTok
Right.
are the ones that are contesting that somebody other than Lindsay committed this crime.
When
Wild
she
stuff.
literally says that she did. I mean, she's like, I did it. And they're like, no, you didn't.
Well, hey, Brian Koberger said he did it,
That's
but
true. That's
he
true.
didn't, right? So,
Right.
oh,
Yeah, but then he said he didn't.
oh,
Well, he said he did, and then he said first he said he didn't, and then did, and then didn't.
yeah. Ring around the rosy. So yeah, we're gonna be doing recaps throughout the breaks, and the trial should be starting here any moment. They do have the feed up. We're gonna kind of do some stuff we did a week and a half ago, where we're gonna dip into some of the comments. We're gonna be showing the comments above your comments, so we can see some of the. It's been a few days since we saw what's because it gets wild over there on that chat feed too. So you'll be able to see their comments above our comments on the horizontal version, but the vertical, I'm not really sure. I think it might be kind of hard to see them on the vertical version, but we do have both versions, whichever you guys prefer. But we'll be doing the recaps during those breaks. That tough testimony yesterday too, with the family members, having to go up there and testify. You had mentioned something too. You said that she didn't even look at her family. Do I remember that correctly? You said she didn't look at her family when her family was up there testifying. What's up, Backwood?
I didn't say that. I didn't notice that.
Oh,
They,
maybe
they
it
didn't.
was.
Yeah, must have been someone else.
Maybe. Or I could have been dreaming. I mean, I was out of it. Yeah, I was out of it. Couldn't get good sleep the last few nights, so hopefully and I feel rested today, thank God. So finally, but I was out. So maybe I was just dreaming. That Rosie had mentioned that. I don't know. Did it happen? Did you notice that during the trial?
I didn't.
No? Okay. So maybe it was just some kind of dream or something. I don't know. Yikes, right? All right. So we're going to go ahead and pull that up. But first, I want to share something with you guys because yesterday, it's got Tupac stuff. That's weird. Okay, 1 second. There we go. Yesterday, I had noticed something, and I was like, "Man, this needs to be brought attention to because it's so true." And this is a tweet from Two Webbed Feet, and it says Kevin Reddington has done more.
Am I the only one not hearing CJ properly, or can you let me know in chat? Because he just cut out for me. I can't hear you. I'm not sure if everyone in chat can. Sometimes I get audio issues, so I don't know if it's me or you. Sorry. Well, this says Kevin Reddington has done more for postpartum mental health in the past few days than Congress has done in 250 years. That is, I mean, yeah, I agree with that. I think that's just in terms of the level of like awareness that he's been bringing to the situation, and not that he's specifically mentioned the condition, but I think that just through the fact that he cares for her so much, and that he's not even like asserting that she didn't do this, but he's saying that there is a deeper, more serious issue than we realize in the system. So I think that that quote is really impactful.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the hell happened. My earphones quit working. My microphone quit working. Um, I don't know.
You sound good now.
Maybe. Okay. Did you guys hear the tweet that I read?
I reread it
Okay.
just in case. And
Okay. What's up, Stone?
yeah. What do you think? What do you think of the quote?
I thought it was amazing. That's why I wanted to share it with everybody. Um, because it's true. Like, just even myself, I'm going to use myself as an example. I really truly didn't understand what it truly entailed. Like, you have your ideas and you see stuff, like the definition and whatever, but as you're like you're getting that front row seat to everything that was going on, and you're seeing for real what this is. And it's so true. Like, the fight in him, from the opening statements, and I'm like, what is this guy doing? Like, what is this attention crap? Like the roller coaster. The first couple days you go watch.
Yeah.
Speaking of that playlist, there's a playlist for it. But if you go watch day 1, day 2, day 3, there's me going like, oh my gosh, what is it with this roller coaster stuff in here? As the trial has gone on, and we see how much Kevin cares, you reflect just like we did. There's another link promotion where we covered Patrick Clancy's testimony. You go back and you reflect. And as I reflected on the beginning of Kevin Reddington and what I thought and what I said, and now you go back and you reflect, and it's like, damn, the dude just really cares, and you mix the attorney that really, truly, truly, truly cares, a really good attorney that can present the facts, arguments, expose BS, not settle, keep pushing. Then you bring the awareness that comes with what he's fighting for. And yeah, it is. Like I said, I'm using me as an example. I didn't know beyond the definition of what this was. And because of this trial and because of him, I understand. Huge, huge. Because they're right. Congress hasn't done a great job of doing it. What's up, Marietta?
Yeah, and one thing that I have to say, just in terms of what I understood about this in the beginning, was I'd heard of postpartum depression, and that was pretty much the extent of it. I didn't know that there was such thing as postpartum psychosis, and I didn't know what
Great point.
psychosis really was. Like, from listening to the experts that have just been on different shows since the beginning of this case, I've actually started to understand what psychosis is. Whereas I think that the understanding I had prior was just what you kind of see in the movies,
Yeah.
and it's really corrected my understanding. It's nowhere near what I thought, and I started off this case quite judgmental as well. Like, well, she's probably faking it, and I've learned so much, and it's helped me be compassionate as well. Again, all from this case.
Yeah, and that's a great point. I postpartum depression, yes, and it's a great point by you because just like you, I didn't know the postpartum psychosis. Like there's shout out Kevin Reddington as Leslie likes to say. I think she's traveling right now, but shout out Leslie when you watch the replay. She calls him Kevin Shreddington, and I love it because it's true. The dude tears it up. Thank you so much, Kib Kitty, for the gifted membership. And for anybody that is just joining the chat, shout out to Rosie. Show her some birthday love in chat. We love you, Rosie.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday again. Happy birthday again.
Thank you.
No, thank you for being a part of us. We appreciate you so much. Okay, I did want to share that with you guys. Also, there is a timeline if you guys would like to take a screenshot of it. Let me switch that out of the way. So if you guys would like to, you can take a screenshot. That is the timeline breakdown of everything. So if you need to, as we're going through the trial, you can refer back to your screenshot. Um, just kind of helps it, if you're new or you're just watching, you can. It's a good little screenshot. Everything that happened the day that the tragedy took place. All right, so let's go ahead and switch it up to the trial as we wait for court to resume. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not. So, as more people are coming in, it's a question I asked Rosie in the very beginning of the show. Yesterday, there was a lot of conversation, a lot of discussion, the Celebrite stuff, beyond family members, which was already heartbreaking. But when we're talking about the Celebrite stuff, the phone, the Apple Watch, it was shocking. What's up, Unforgiven? It was shocking to us when we were like, wow, Patrick, is had a, had the Apple Watch the whole time. We saw Reddington when Patrick was doing his testimony. Reddington pulled it out of the bag and he just tossed it like it. So it was a little odd. What's up with the Apple Watch? Normally they take the Apple Watches. Why didn't they take the Apple Watch? But we heard yesterday the phone pretty much was already linked up to the Apple Watch. Celebrite cloud-based forensics. That's what they were able to do, even though you didn't see the data in the hearing yesterday, which they should have. We need to see it. I don't know why it wasn't shown. But anyway, they were able to pull it off. It was a little shocking to us about the Apple Watch not being taken into custody and used as evidence to what took place and what exactly was happening. So I asked Rosie in the very beginning if the Apple Watch mattered to her. You can go ahead and answer again if you'd like to, Rosie. And let us know in chat, does the Apple Watch matter to you? Regardless, I think I'm gonna let me put it like this. It does matter to me because I want to see the data. So if I can't see the data, then yeah, the Apple Watch matters. I need to see the proof. But if there's the proof being displayed, well, then I don't care about the Apple Watch. What about looking at it that way, Rosie? Does the Apple Watch matter to you?
No, it doesn't.
Still
Mainly,
not.
mainly because that I don't think that this case has much like importance on the forensics of it. The entire case is about why, not what. And I don't think that these kinds of things really matter in a case of we're trying to figure out intent, not who did it. I don't think it's important.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we're not. It's not about who did it and who didn't. But I don't know. I still feel like the data should have been shown. I really do. Like yeah. Are we? Because what happens if she pulls a Kobe, a Coburger, not a Kobe? That's completely different. It's a Coburger is. I mean, let's think about it. There's so much stuff on TikTok, right, Rosie?
Yeah.
What if Lindsay down the road pulls
Yeah,
a
that's
Coburger and says, Patrick really did it. I was just covering for him because I love him. And I was, you know what I'm saying? What if she pulls a Coburger?
Oh, sorry. There's just a delay.
Yes, please.
Oh, sorry. There we go.
Yeah, I mean that is a good point. Is that like later on things can change and stuff like that. So I get what you mean when it comes to that. But I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I was trying to move us so we could have that chat going above our chat too for a little bit. We're gonna switch back and forth between this. So if you're on the horizontal, you can see all that going on in there too. If the phone is important, I would think the Apple Watch would too. Let me see. Regarding the Celebrate info, I think if there was even a small chance to disprove LC wasn't the who confessed, would have used it to his advantage.
Yeah.
Backwoods says what data was actually preserved in your phone and what wasn't. What was actual health data from versus like I mean, I'm not saying the data didn't exist, right? I'm not saying the guy that came up on the stand yesterday was lying. But I mean, I'm just thinking like to preserve or cover every base, to cover every base, I got to show because what if one of the jury members has a question about that, like what I'm saying right now? Like I'm not saying he's lying, but I didn't see. I suppose they could request to see part of the discovery. I don't know. I'm sure they'd be able to. But how are they going to understand it without the expert to testify to it? And I don't think that she's going to pull a Koberger either. I really don't. But what if? Oh, is StreamYard being weird today? Because it's been weird to me.
I think it might be being weird. I think.
Okay. All right, hold on. Let me pull up the full screen and then we can switch back and forth. Share this, open up, get rid of that. All right, there we go. So let's go, we'll switch back over to here. A lot of it's this is you see it in these comments over there. It's less about Well, where'd Rosie go? It's less about Lindsay and it's more about Patrick. My comments are disappearing on StreamYard too. This is weird. Kevin Reddington may have reviewed info and yeah, StreamYard, like, it has a spot where a comment's supposed to be, but it's not showing it. It's really weird.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. No, it's being weird. Like, StreamYard's not. You know how, like, it's got those squares for each comment? It's got a square that's missing, but it's like it.
Oh my.
It's really weird. Yeah. It
Oh, I
might
see
be
what
a.
you mean.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
see it? Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like, who typed that? I don't know who typed.
There's a weird
I don't
gap
know who
there.
typed.
Oh,
Like
that's
it's
weird.
like it's a 3-sentence message. You know what it's
Oh my god.
sorry if I didn't see your comment. Type it again, please. So, I don't know, there was some video. Oh yeah, you know what? I wanted to play this here. Let's see. Only at halftime we are see ourselves. Where was it? There's a video. Here we go. Let's check this video out real quick.
Lindsay
If it-
Clancy's murder trial is about what happened to her 3 children. But it's also putting a spotlight on a much broader issue. What happens when a new mother is in a serious mental health crisis? Clancy sought mental health care, took psychiatric medications, and checked into a treatment facility in the weeks before the killings. Her defense says she was suffering from postpartum psychosis. Experts say her case is highlighting major gaps in how the US recognizes and treats severe postpartum mental illness. For starters, they say there simply aren't enough specialists. More than 20 states have fewer than one perinatal psychiatrist for every 5,000 births. And across the country, there are only 5 specialized inpatient mother-baby mental health units. That means mothers with severe conditions who need hospitalization can end up in general psychiatric wards, and that can mean being separated from their babies.
Wow, hold on a minute. Did she okay, let me listen to that again. She said just 5? What? Let's one more time.
Lindsay Clancy's murder trial is about.
Is she really talking? No, I'm on normal playback. Holy hell, she talks that fast.
What happened to her 3 children? But it's also putting a spotlight on a much broader issue. What happens when a new mother is in a serious mental health crisis? Clancy sought mental health care, took psychiatric medications, and checked into a treatment facility in the weeks before the killings. Her defense says she was suffering from postpartum psychosis. Experts say her case is highlighting major gaps in how the US recognizes and treats severe postpartum mental illness. For starters, they say there simply aren't enough specialists. More than 20 states have fewer than one perinatal psychiatrist for every 5,000 births. And across the country, there are only 5 specialized inpatient mother-baby mental health units.
Wow.
That means mothers with severe conditions who need hospitalization can end up in general psychiatric wards.
So that gives a mother motivation to not say nothing.
Yep.
Because they're not going to go to a facility. They're going to get sent to a psych ward.
Exactly.
And then they're separated from their... My Lord.
Yeah, there's definitely nowhere near enough awareness about it. And she's saying that there's not enough specialists. I mean, that's true. Or at the very least, there's non-specialists who have it on their website that they're specialists, but that's not really being a specialist.
Shout out Tufts. The one that didn't care the most. Shout out Jennifer Tufts. That just gives a new mother more reason not to speak up and say that they're having these issues because they're just going to get sent to the psych ward. Um, Hopefully, there's a lot of changes that take place. Nobody's going to do nothing. Well, I should say our government. That's crazy.
That can
it
mean
is.
being separated from.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rosie.
No, I just said yeah, it is. I mean, I agree with you. It is crazy.
Yeah, that's a scary thought. Like, I didn't realize it was like, it's like when we came out here and started working on the Micah Miller case, and there wasn't any women's shelters here in Myrtle Beach that she could have went. It's like, what? Oh, hold on 1 second. Here we go. We are back. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not.
Compliance, I'm going to send it to Judge.
All right, please. Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Marilyn. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have a continuation of the jury trial matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Knighton, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shane Buckingham.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning, everyone. All right. Nice to see everyone. I'm going to ask you those questions, and we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. So first question is, any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, again, thank you for following those instructions. And what I wanted to, we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. We're at the point in the trial where I think, as you saw a little bit yesterday, there's kind of some stop and starts that go through. And I think we're going to have a similar day today. All right, so I appreciate your patience with us as I deal with counsel about some things that I have to speak to outside of your presence. But as you see the cases moving forward, and those kind of gaps or the stops that you see are part of the reason that keeps the case moving. So I think the schedule today will be similar in some ways to what we had yesterday. All right. And so with that, we're going to now return to the defendant who's presenting her case at this time. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Call Sue Clancy, please. Yeah, she should be in the hallway.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm just gonna ask you, speak into that microphone, keep your voice up if you could. All right. Councilor.
Good morning.
And just tell us your name and spell it, please.
Susan Clancy, SusanClancy.
And what time do you live?
Situate.
And you're married to Chris Clancy.
Yes,
And both you and Chris are mother and father and parents.
correct.
And you are obviously living in the
Yes.
Tell us what your relationship was with Lindsay, how you knew her, and things like that.
Yeah, Lindsay married my son Patrick, and we had a very good relationship.
And did you have occasion to go to their home?
Yes.
In Weymouth? on
Yes,
occasion?
I did.
And then in Duxbury as well?
Correct.
And obviously, you and your husband were the grandparents of the 3 little kids.
Yes.
And how was your relationship with the babies?
Beautiful.
And tell us how frequently, to your memory, you were able to visit with your son, Lindsay, and of course your grandchildren.
At least a couple times a month we would see them.
At some point, oh, by the way, what do you do for work?
RN.
I'm sorry, an RN?
An RN.
And what type of any
I
focus?
worked in the labor and delivery room for about 38 years.
38 years in labor and delivery,
Correct.
helping women that were having babies. And
Correct.
obviously you kept up with the studies and continuing education and things.
Yes, I did.
To that extent, in your capacity as an RN with 38, well, back then it would have been 35 years of experience, I think.
Yes.
Fair to say that you, as I said, you would keep up with all of recent developments in postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, all of that.
Somewhat, but I mainly just was in the delivery room
So
itself.
were you aware of the various physicians that were in the forefront, if you will, of postpartum studies as it relates to medicine?
Yes.
And would one of the people that you were interested in be a person by the name of Dr. Meg Spinelli?
Yes.
And can you tell us who Meg Spinelli is?
I don't really know Meg Spinelli well. We've spoken a couple of times. I believe she specializes in postpartum mental health.
And have you met with her before?
Not in person.
Okay. Did you at some point ask Dr. Spinelli to help out at your hospital, and I guess they call it a rounds lecture?
I asked her to bring on her experience and education in that area and share it with my colleagues.
Did she do that?
She did.
And as time went by, dealing with your job, your family, your son, daughter-in-law, grandchildren, did you notice in 2022, after Callan was born, any change in the personality, if you will, of Lindsay?
Several months after that, I did.
Would that be sometime in the fall?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, being as close as you were with the family, well, let me back up. As a mother-in-law, did you have any observation to observe Lindsay with your kids?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors about how you saw her acting with her children as a mother?
She was very nurturing, very loving. She was a wonderful mother. Wonderful.
Did you ever see her treat her middle son, Dawson, bad because you didn't like him?
No.
Did she love Dawson, in your opinion?
She loved her children, all of them, very, very much.
And during that period of time, let's say October, November of 2022, what did you observe about Lindsay?
She reached out to me in November and told me that she felt unwell.
Did she describe any symptoms for you?
She did.
Tell the jurors what she said.
She felt mostly she had insomnia. She was losing her appetite. She was very anxious and sad.
Did she tell you that she was seeing doctors.
Yes.
And at some point, did you recommend, did she come to you and ask you for help regarding seeing a doctor?
Yeah, she asked for my support.
And did you obviously gave it to her?
Yes.
And what did you do to make any recommendations for her?
I reached out to my colleagues who were running a clinic for women that were struggling postpartum.
Would that be the South Shore?
Yes, correct.
And at some point, as a result of your intervention, was a nurse practitioner, Julie Hall.
Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you very much.
And help out.
Yes,
Thank you, Christina, for the 100
I believe
jewels.
she did.
And you really
Sunday.
pretty much were out
Thank
of
you,
the mix
thank
at
you.
that point. You basically made the connection.
Thank you, everybody, for being
On
here.
there, right?
Correct.
Did you find that Lindsay was interested at all times in trying to get better and see doctors?
Very much so.
Did you find at all, do you have an opinion with your observations of Lindsay as to whether or not she was offered help and would just spurn it and not see doctors and not have
She was
treatment?
begging for help.
And during that period of time, you were there for her by text and by telephone and in person.
Correct.
Now, during that time that you were, let's say November and into December, the holiday season, do you recall the holidays for 2022?
Yes.
Can you tell us, was that a fun time for the Clancys?
Lindsay was struggling. We were all very concerned.
You knew in January, New Year's, actually, that she ended up going
Yes.
to the McLean Hospital.
Yes.
You know that she'd eventually get out of the McLean Hospital.
Yes.
Fair to say that you and Lindsay, as I said, communicated a lot by text messaging, right?
Yes, correct.
So I'm going to approach you with extraction report. This is a report that is done by the DA's office of the state police, Mr. Whiffen, on what's called Celebrate, where they can go into, did they examine your phone?
No.
They examined Lindsay's phone and obtained texts. Have you seen the texts?
I think so.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with the extraction report. Okay. And you can just take a look and see if your telephone number is on there, just for foundation purposes. Or if you, it is, okay. And just quickly flip through and see if you recognize those texts. We'll have to look at all of them, that's for sure.
Thank you for being here with us. Hit the like and subscribe button for us if you haven't yet.
They appear to be texts between you and Lindsay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm not going to go through each and every text. What I'm going to suggest is I would offer this, and then the jurors would be able to look at what they wish.
Any objection?
Your Honor, Kamal just makes the same objection previously made.
All right, over the Kamal's objection, that may be admitted.
Good morning. I got my coffee. Do you have yours?
Thank you very much.
Kamal?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you indicated that you were a labor and delivery nurse for 38 years.
Mhm.
And what hospital was that?
South Shore Hospital.
And early on in the defendant's career, did you work with her?
Briefly.
And she then went to Mass General, correct?
Yeah, she was a student at the time.
Okay. And you stated that you are aware of a doctor named Meg Spinelli, correct?
Yes.
Did you reach out to her in this case?
I don't remember exactly how she and I connected. I don't recall.
Well, you indicated that you connected with her in a professional capacity to have her come to your hospital, right?
Yes.
But as far as her role in this case with the defendant, did you reach out to her for that?
I don't think I did. I don't recall.
Now, you said that you began to notice some issues in, defense counsel said October, November, but fair to say you weren't aware of what was going on until she texted you on November 16th when she was at the emergency room.
Yes.
And that was at South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And you actually met her there at the emergency room?
Yes.
Was she by herself or with Patrick?
She was by herself.
Did you know how she got there?
She drove.
She drove herself to the hospital?
Correct.
And she was in the emergency room for a while, correct?
I don't know how long, probably an hour, maybe 2 hours.
Well, you went down when you knew she was there, sat with her for a little bit, went back upstairs to because you were working that day, right?
Correct. I wasn't able to go down immediately. I had to wait about an hour and a half, and then I went down.
Okay. And then you sat with her for a little bit, went back up to work, right?
Yes.
And then you came back down at some point before she was discharged.
Yes.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar just very briefly?
All right. Well, we know how they're just briefly last. I did drop, while there is a sidebar, I did drop the links, horizontal version. We did Patrick Clancy's full testimony re-air breakdown with day 13, up to day 13 trial knowledge. So there's the horizontal version. Or if you prefer the vertical, there's the vertical. Definitely check it out. We went through the whole testimony.
So, Mrs. Clancy, you came down to the emergency room and you sat with her for a while, correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you why she was there?
Yes.
And fair to say, she indicated to you that she was having trouble sleeping and she had some heart palpitations.
Correct.
And that's what brought her to the emergency room to get checked out?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she had consumed a weed gummy before going to the ER that day?
She did not.
Okay. And in your experience as a nurse, is that sometimes a reaction to THC or CBD or some sort of weed that somebody might have a faster heartbeat?
I don't know.
Now, when she was in the emergency room, she was seen by a doctor and provided some medication. Were you there when the doctor was there?
Yes.
And you're aware that the ER doctor, gave her some trazodone to help her sleep?
Yes.
Because that's what she was really concerned about, right? To sleep.
Yes.
And when she left the emergency room, did you call her an Uber or have Pat come and get her or call your husband to come get her?
No.
She left in her own car, right?
Correct.
And so fair to say, after that ER visit, you remained in pretty constant contact with her, at least via text message,
Yes.
right? And that you would check in with her pretty much daily. And that's all in these texts.
Yes.
Now, you were familiar with the perinatal behavioral health clinic because of your work at South Shore Hospital,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And so the person actually that you connected with first was not Julie Paul, was it?
No, it was one of the midwives that I was working with.
And her name is Nanette.
I think so.
And so did she provide you with Julie Paul's contact information?
She suggested Julie.
Okay. And as a result of the suggestion, you reached out to Julie with Lindsay's permission, right?
Yes.
And you said that at that point you made the contact, knew she had spoken to Julie, and you kind of stepped back from the clinic.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You're aware Julie Paul is one of the only prescribers that the defendant encountered that's not personally named in a civil lawsuit that's pending, don't you?
I'm not sure.
So the ER visit's on the 16th. Contact is made with Julie Paul on November 20th, right?
It sounds right.
Okay. And that would have been your phone call to her first.
I don't remember exactly.
In the time period, well, you knew she was going and going to see providers and meeting with Julie and going to the clinic. Did you offer to help out more with the kids?
Yes.
You were still working full-time at that time, weren't you?
Yes.
So fair to say it was kind of limited based on your schedule?
Correct.
Did you have a normal schedule that you worked at that time period?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, as a nurse, did you work day shifts? Did you work mids?
I worked the day shift.
So did you offer to watch the kids at nighttime?
I don't remember exactly.
Did the kids come to stay at your house overnight so that she could get some sleep?
No, they didn't.
Fair to say you offered and she didn't want the kids to come to your house, right?
No, that's not right.
Well, did they ever sleep over your house?
No, they didn't.
And Cora was 5, right?
Yes, correct. She turned 5 that December.
So at any point, they never stayed over.
We decided together it was best for them to be in their own beds at their own house with all their belongings. And Lindsay's parents were very actively involved in staying over and helping out. So it was the best decision that they stay home in their own beds.
So prior to the November of 2022, did you and your husband ever come and stay over the night so that Patrick and Lindsay could go off?
We never did stay at their house.
And as far as kind of watching the kids or taking the kids outside of the house during the daytime, did you often take Cora on kind of day trips out to lunch?
Yeah, we used to go to lunch together.
How about Dawson? Did you take him one-on-one out to?
Not as much. He was younger.
And how about Callan? Did you ever take him out of the house without Lindsay?
No.
And are you aware that Lindsay told one of the therapists that she wasn't close with you as in-laws? And that
I didn't know that, no.
That she said she doesn't generally allow the in-laws to watch her children?
I did watch the kids.
Okay, but are you aware that she told the therapist that?
No.
Are you aware she told the therapist that she didn't have any particular reason why and that they don't bug me about it either?
I didn't know any of that.
Now, Lindsay, the defendant, she communicated with you via text about her issues with sleep and the medication she was taking, right?
Yes.
And as far as the ER visit where the trazodone was prescribed, do you recall having a back and forth conversation with her about that it's okay to increase it if you weren't getting any relief?
The doctor told her that, so I repeated that.
Okay. And so you're aware that she was, in fact, increasing the dose?
I did not know that.
Now, once she was seeing Julie Paul, did you continue to have conversations with her about how she was feeling?
Yes.
And you knew that she was taking some new medications after she saw Julie, right?
Yes.
And sorry, these pages are different than mine. At some point, after being prescribed some medication, you recall that Lindsay told you that she thought she developed a benzo dependency, correct?
I vaguely remember that.
That'd be on November 29th, where she says, I just deep down inside of me feel that I've developed a benzo dependence after just 2 weeks of using it. And I feel like no one is hearing that and addressing it. And we keep throwing different meds in the mix that aren't really addressing the real issue. Do you recall that message?
It sounds familiar.
And she asks you, or you respond, so hard, I don't know what to do. So should you not use it? And she responds, I guess not, but then I don't sleep, right? Do you recall that?
I can't say for certain. It sounds right.
Okay.
I don't remember a lot of specifics.
And on November 30th, she says, and I'm just gonna try to show on the screen here. She says, I'm not okay and I'm terrified of taking meds tonight. Do you see that in the green?
Yes.
And then your response is, why are you scared? Why happens if you don't take them? What are you afraid of? What about Ambien, right? You're actively trying to help her kind of figure out the medication.
Yes, there were a lot of medications.
Okay. You're aware she wasn't prescribed all the medications at one time, but just a lot of different combinations were kind of thrown around as options, right?
It seemed confusing.
That she's very clear and she tells you which medications she's taking, right? Ativan and Remeron.
Probably.
Okay. And then she also tells you on November 30th when you're talking about it, she says, I know they take time to reach a therapeutic level to have the desired effect, right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then you respond, exactly. And she tells you that she's just depressed and she thinks it was brought on by the medication, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, on November 30th at 7:52, I was never ever this depressed. It was brought on by the medication. Did you say that or did she say that?
She probably said that.
Okay. Now, you were asked about the holidays and Thanksgiving. You remember Thanksgiving? Where did you guys go for Thanksgiving?
To my daughter's house.
And do you remember telling the grand jury that during Thanksgiving, things were better?
I don't recall.
Well, do you remember her saying that she said things were better? Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Okay. You were asked, what was Lindsay like during the big Thanksgiving gathering? What observations did you make? Answer, she smiled. The girls all had Thanksgiving t-shirts on that sort of matched. We took a picture. She mostly focused on the kids and interacting with the cousins and the aunts and uncles. At one point, she went off a little into the distance, and I approached and asked her how she was doing, and she said, I'm trying hard to get better. I'm still working at it. I asked about her sleep. I thought that was important, and also the fact that she lost some weight. She didn't have an appetite, and she said things were getting better.
Okay.
Now, during the holidays, you in fact took some time off of work so that you were around a little bit more, correct?
Correct.
And so when you were around a little bit more, did you spend all day, every day at their house?
No.
Fair to say you would come sometimes play with the kids, right?
Yes.
Do shopping for her.
Correct.
And then you actually went on vacation.
Yes.
You and your husband went to Aruba.
Yes.
How long were you in Aruba?
5 or 6 days, I think.
And now moving towards Christmas, you had dinner with them at their house on the 23rd, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember breakfast on Christmas Day?
Yes.
Was that at their house or someplace else?
Their house.
Okay. And then what did you guys do after breakfast?
We went to church.
And fair to say you've previously testified that breakfast was great
Yes.
and that church was beautiful.
Yes.
And in fact, the defendant, she told you that it was great and that she was glad she went to church that day on Christmas Day.
Yes, she did.
And then after that, you're aware they went down to Connecticut to see her family.
Right.
Now, are you an active member in the Catholic Church?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?
Yeah, Counsel, could I see you over here?
What kind of questioning is this? What kind of like? It seems like the prosecution is. I'm not saying that she's badgering the witness, but my lord, like some of this questioning, I think is excessive. What do you guys think? Does the questioning seem excessive? It almost seems like they're trying to expose that there was no relationship or something, you know?
Yeah, so it's manipulative for sure.
Yeah.
It seems to me that she's trying to, well, like as you say, it feels like she's poking at it to try and create a rift there. I mean,
Like, do we really have to?
Yeah.
I've said this whole time that it's like the prosecution team is so immature. Like the poking that they do, all the poking, and then like the hot mic moment, you know, and they had that face like, they think we did this. It's like, yeah, you did.
yeah,
Like shitty people.
the word immature is actually perfect because it feels like she's trying to gossip almost. Like like she's just trying to create triangles almost, you know, where she's just trying to get the witness to be surprised that
Right.
maybe
And what that means
Lindsay
is
didn't
you are
like
not
her.
to consider it
You're
for
right.
any reason or any purpose. Okay? All right, counsel.
What the heck?
So you were aware, Mrs. Clancy, about the stay at McLean Hospital from January 1st to January 5th, correct?
Yes.
And did you come to the house to help with the kids during that time period?
Yes.
And fair to say, when she came home on the 5th, there was a party for Cora on the 7th.
Yes.
Did you go to the birthday party?
No.
Were you at the house much between January 7th and January 24th?
I don't remember.
Do you recall previously reporting that you hadn't been at the house?
I don't remember.
And during that time period, you never took the kids on a day trip or for a visit?
I don't recall.
And were you aware that between January 7th and January 24th that Pat and Lindsay went to the Cape Codder with the kids?
I'm aware of that.
And that they went to the Museum of Science with the kids?
Yes.
And that Pat left Dawson and Callan home left, Dawson and Callan home to go take Cora skiing. Were you aware of that?
It sounds accurate to me.
On the ski trip, did they ask you to come over and stay with Lindsay while she was with the other kids?
I don't remember.
And you were asked on direct examination about Lindsay going to see providers, and you said, I think she was begging for help, right?
She was.
Did you attend any of those meetings with her, therapists or doctors?
No.
So you don't know what she told the providers, right?
I don't know.
And you don't know what kind of help she asked for other than medication, do you?
No.
And do you know whether there was any other options offered to her other than McLean, like a partial hospitalization program or intensive outpatient? Were you aware of those options?
Yeah.
And do you know if she went?
She went to Women and Infants.
So that's the one day where Pat dropped her off and went skiing and then came back, right?
I believe so.
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Springton, redirect?
So she asked you about options that were available to Lindsay, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned one of them was that she could go to the Women and Infants program in Rhode Island that specializes in perinatal and postpartum, right?
Yes.
You know that she went there, right?
Correct.
You know she was turned away because she was over-medicated, right?
Yes.
You also know that they gave her numbers to call suicide hotlines, right?
Yes.
She called twice, not once, but twice, and again was turned away. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Come on.
On that. So you're aware she was turned away because she told you she was turned away, right?
I don't remember the details of that visit or that day.
You didn't review the records, did you?
No.
So you're not aware that they actually deferred to Pat and Lindsay reporting over medication?
I remember something being said that she wasn't a candidate for that program. That's what I recall being told by Patrick and Lindsay.
Okay. And that's because everything she described was reported connected to medication and occurred well after what's considered the postpartum period, right?
I don't know.
Well, you're a labor and delivery nurse. You know the postpartum period could be up to a year, right?
I've heard it could be longer.
But generally, it's within the first 12 weeks that you start to see some symptoms.
I heard it could
I
be
don't
longer.
know.
You're aware that she was sent from Women and Infants with actually several options, where it included inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. That's what she was sent away with.
Okay.
She said, okay.
Nothing further.
May I?
Wow, what
One.
attitude.
So outpatient management, that would
So
include something
immature.
like Gelada, right?
Yes.
You know that Women and Infants called Gelada and she never called them back?
I didn't know that.
Come on, anything on that?
No.
All right, thank you, man. Let me step down. Thank
Wow. Wow. The immaturity on the prosecute, like the way that she, nothing for, like the attitude, like
Yeah.
All right.
you must be the
Well, members of
shit
the
back
jury,
in the office.
This
'cause
is
you
one of
sure
those
act
stops
like it.
I told you about we're going to have kind of throughout today. So I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury, hopefully just for a short amount of time. Then we'll bring you right back in and we'll continue with the evidence.
Right? Karen? Karen? My gosh.
Occurs of exited the quorum. This course of session, please be seated.
All right, Council, I know that the next witness is scheduled to be Dr. La Posada.
Yes.
And she will be testifying by Zoom.
That's correct.
And I think that at some point after we talk a little bit, we're gonna have to take a short break just to make sure that logistically, everything's all set up with the doctor and the system here. And I appreciate everybody's help technically in setting that up. And I know that the defendant has provided, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 exhibits that council wanted to introduce through Dr. La Posada. And so I guess, Kamal, if you had an opportunity to take a look at these?
Yes, and we are objecting to these items. Yeah.
All right. And so why don't we
He said
discuss
no.
those here in open court
Heard that.
and go through it. And so I've had the opportunity, I saw these this morning as well. And so Commonwealth, why don't I hear the objections and then I'll hear from the defendant.
The main objection is that the drawing is inaccurate. The window well is in the wrong place, and where they have her falling and landing in slide 4 would be where the window well is actually placed in the photograph. I can pass up the photograph to the court. This is in evidence, I believe, maybe a couple times. But talks are discretionary, but what they should not do is mislead a jury and present information that's not accurate. And so the drawing itself is inaccurate. And so we're objecting to these slides.
Is that the Commonwealth's objection, is that the window well is in the wrong place on the drawing?
And putting aside the late disclosure and the fact that I don't know if anyone who created this is going to come in and testify that they created it and whether it's to scale or not, but the main objection is that it's inaccurate.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
Thank you. Your Honor, obviously, the window well, you've got, this thing is ridiculous. There's the diagram we're talking about. The window well, I'm just gonna, you already have a copy of it, right?
I do, yeah.
The window well is depicted on the diagram, I suggest accurately. And in fact, measurements were taken by the gentleman who did the computer animation in conjunction with information by way of medical provided by Dr. La Posada. And it shows clearly that, as Your Honor can see, that we're talking about the x-rays that are included. There are exhibits that she attaches that shows the way that she falls, how she hits her head. The Commonwealth has been suggesting that, I guess, that they're confused as to how she would have ended up the way she did. This shows the way that she landed on her head, gets to Jefferson fracture, falls back, legs are facing out from the house. She's laying in the snow. They're all depicted there. If there's an issue with the window well that's off according to the government, they could raise that on cross. They could say, well, the window well was really 6 inches to the left instead of to the right. That never struck her anyway. It's totally irrelevant. I think that they are useful for a jury to be able to review. I did have copies made for the jurors and the court, as well as the DAs. And Dr. La Posada has it. And then I could go through, I could go through, but you can see that we've taken the diagram, the window, where the body lands, and then to the right of it would be the actual x-ray. Dr. La Posada can compare the injuries, talk about the Jefferson fracture, There's a photograph that shows the blood in the snow, shows the area, and the photograph actually shows the window well. And I suggest the window well on page 6 is exactly the way we have it depicted. So I don't know what the objection is. I would ask that the court would allow this to be in.
All right. Well, I guess it appears to me slides 4, 5, and 6 certainly go towards the doctor's opinion as to, we said, the mechanism of the injury. That shows the head striking of the ground. And then on the other part of the slide has the x-rays, and there's also a slide regarding the Jefferson fracture diagram. And then 5 is a diagram showing how the thoracic spine injury could have occurred. And there's a diagram regarding the thoracic spine, specifically T6. And then slide 6 shows and I think there has been testimony as that is where the defendant was found. And also then there's a thoracic spine, I think it's either an x-ray or some type of scan, as well as some of the additional medical devices that were found in that area. I'm not quite sure about 1, 2, and 3.
That's fine. I can remove 1. I can remove 2. And we'll just focus, if you want, on 3
Yeah.
through 6.
I think that goes more towards the doctor's kind of background and kind of what had been offered in regards to her opinion.
Your Honor, I think you said you were unsure of 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
And defense said he could go with 3, 4, and 6. 3, 4, 5, and 6. So 3 was an issue, was it not?
What's wrong with 3?
Well, I think, again, I think 4 kind of would cover what's dealing with that. All right. So I would allow in slide 4, slide 5, and slide 6.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Not our objection.
And so what we'll do is, objection noted. And then what we'll do is take a short break at this point, set up the Zoom call. Also, I know we're going to have to probably make certain changes to the jury book that was going to be presented. So the only slides that will be in that book will be, like I said, just so we know.
4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, just so we know which ones we're talking about.
Okay.
There's a book?
Well, no, it's not a book. It's just Laura stapled together all of the exhibits.
All right. So just so we know what we're talking about, right? 4.
Yes.
And 5 is the thoracic spine.
Yes, and like I say, I've got enough for the jurors plus you and the DAs.
Right. Okay. And then 6, I just kind of want to make sure that we're all talking the same.
6.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. So why don't we do that? We'll take a short break so that those changes can be made and we can set up for the Zoom, and then we'll come back out and we'll proceed with Dr. Lapasada.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Short break. Yeah, right. All right, so we are on a break. Oof, what the hell was all that? We're arguing.
I have no idea what any of that was. That was I don't know.
I was trying to find the word. Thanks for jumping in. I don't know what to say. Other than happy birthday, Rosie.
Oh no.
We love you very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you
Thank
again.
you so much. Yeah. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Yeah, I don't know what to say with that. immaturity at your finest is what we're
Oh,
seeing.
yeah.
I don't understand what the whole argument was for, though. But what are they trying to say? Like, I don't know. What do you think the whole point of that argument was? Uh, because she fell a certain way, the injuries happened. Well, we know that. We can see the wheelchair. Are they trying to, like, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. Are they, is, does them contesting that affect how they're going to do their closing statement? Like, like, because they're arguing that she faked it. Does that affect it in some way? I'm so confused. I don't understand.
Well, I think that I suppose it can be a number of things. They're probably focusing on like these inaccuracies in the dimensions of whatever this expert is bringing, just because they're concerned that even the slightest disproportion could probably make the fall look higher than it was. And I think that their argument relies very heavily on it not being a very, a very long fall from the window. Also, they probably don't want an expert coming out saying that had something been slightly different, it is possible that she could have died from that. So that's probably just their concern, is that there's something that the expert witness is going to say that can in any way discount that the attempt was genuine, so that's probably their problem there.
I mean, where else would where else would they get their information? They're going to go off of testimony. They're going to, I mean, and then you're looking at the outside of the house. How can you make that up? I don't know. It's just weird to me that they're claiming that it's an inaccurate representation, measurements, and all that stuff. I don't know how you would get it wrong. You know what I'm saying? These are all experts, and you're using information from the experts to then create those diagrams. The injuries to the neck, where at the neck, where she was, how she landed. So it was, I just didn't understand it. When they mentioned it yesterday, it made it sound like injuries from a scuff and then a push out the window. I could see somebody that's not wanting to do it, but do it, have hesitation, and you don't jump out the right way. How, like, you're not necessarily jumping out the window, you're kind of like fall scraping out of it because you don't jump properly. And I think that's what took place. I think that's why she landed on her head, because if you're going to jump out, you're going to land like a belly flop. You're going to land on your belly or something like that, or land on your feet. You're not going to go straight down. So the only thing that I can think of is that you didn't jump out. You kind of like went out, but your heels or your shins kind of scraped the bottom of the window, which then made you fall, head first right off the bat. What's up, Hopper? Because you're not going to, I mean, it's only 20 feet. It's only 20 feet. So your fall would be very quick. It's not like your body would have that much time to turn that way. So to me, it was like she didn't fully jump out because she was wanting to do it, but her natural reaction, yeah, exactly, natural hesitation, stopped her from doing the full plunge, which then made her kind of scrape against the bottom of the window. And that's why you probably saw some little specks of blood in those spots, is because of the scrape that would have taken place. So that's just what I'm thinking. Anything you want to mention real quick? I figure we could go back to that video that we played this morning, and kind of let that thing finish out and see if they're
let's
back,
do that. Yeah.
back in time. It's kind of an early time for a break there, so we're going to check this out real quick. This is Lindsay Clancy case. Puts a spotlight on postpartum mental health care. It's a really good video. We're going to check it out here again. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. And they should be back here fairly soon. Was tested. I'm not sure if they tested. I'm sure they did, Miss Cosmo. But if it had anybody else's blood on there, I'm sure it would have been brought up and argued. So I just assume, unless it's brought up, but I think that would have been brought up by one of the attorneys by now, if there was.
Lindsay Clancy's murder trial is about what happened to her 3 children, but it's also putting a spotlight on a much broader issue. What happens when a new mother is in a serious mental health crisis? Clancy sought mental health care, took psychiatric medications, and checked into a treatment facility in the weeks before the killings. Her defense says she was suffering from postpartum psychosis. Experts say her case is highlighting major gaps in how the U.S. recognizes and treats severe postpartum mental illness. For starters, they say there simply aren't enough specialists. More than 20 states have fewer than 1 perinatal psychiatrist for every 5,000 births. And across the country, there are only 5 specialized inpatient mother-baby mental health units. That means mothers with severe conditions who need hospitalization can end up in general psychiatric wards, and that can mean being separated from their babies. Psychiatrist Vera Burhink says those hospital stays can also be short, creating pressure to stabilize women quickly, and women themselves want to leave early because they don't want to be separated from their babies.
There is no opportunity for the baby to stay over for the night. So in almost all cases, the mother is separated from the baby, ending up in a non-specialized ward, also with a big pressure of getting better in a short time. So all kinds of medications are thrown at women because the admission time is usually maybe 1 week. So they come home, well, they're not better, and it's going to be miserable, and it takes months.
Burhink says specialized mother-baby units could provide a different model, allowing women with serious psychiatric illnesses to receive inpatient treatment without automatically being separated from their infants. But getting into treatment is only part of the problem. Experts say postpartum care itself can be fragmented. Mothers receive frequent medical attention throughout their pregnancy, but after delivery, much of that attention shifts to the baby. Adrienne Griffin, executive director of the Maternal Mental Health Leadership Alliance, told me mothers can be left trying to navigate different doctors and specialties themselves at a time when they may be struggling with their mental health. Then there's another major challenge: recognizing severe postpartum illness in the first place. Postpartum psychosis is rare, but experts consider it a psychiatric emergency requiring immediate treatment. It can also look very different from the forms of psychosis psychiatrists typically encounter during their training. Nicole Harrington Serino, a reproductive psychiatrist at Baylor College of Medicine, says psychiatric training has traditionally focused on more common psychotic illnesses, often involving men with schizophrenia. She said some psychiatrists may finish their entire training without ever seeing a patient with postpartum psychosis. And even when doctors recognize the condition, experts say there are major gaps in what we know about how best to treat it.
There is very few research in postpartum mental illness in general, and there is hardly none in the world in postpartum psychosis.
Burhink says that problem isn't limited to rare illnesses. She points to postpartum depression, a far more common condition where newer treatments haven't been sufficiently compared head-to-head with traditional antidepressants. Experts say postpartum psychosis also isn't classified as a distinct diagnosis in the DSM-5, which is the manual psychiatrists use to diagnose mental disorders. Experts are pushing for that to change, arguing a distinct diagnosis could help researchers study the condition and help doctors recognize it. So what needs to change? Experts repeatedly pointed to many things, including more specialized training, more research, better coordination of care, and more specialized facilities where severely ill mothers can receive treatment with their babies. And Burhing says investing in that care doesn't just benefit mothers.
The mother is stressed during pregnancy and after delivery, if she's depressed, then we're talking about the vulnerability for the next generation in having issues. So it's just smart to treat those women well in this period because it benefits both mother and the baby.
Whether Clancy's providers fail to meet the standard of care remains disputed in separate medical malpractice lawsuits filed by Lindsay Clancy and her ex-husband, Patrick Clancy. But Burhing says the case still raises difficult questions about how the healthcare system responds when a mother's mental health rapidly deteriorates.
She went to the doctor, she did everything right. So that is, of course, horrible for her and everyone involved, but it also tells us a horrible story about the healthcare for these women.
And have a listen to this therapist who doesn't deny Lindsay did it, but she seems to think that most mothers are capable of similar behavior.
We're all experiencing something completely unprecedented. Never before have we seen so many mothers and women rally behind somebody who confessed to killing her 3 children. And it is not because we cannot hold women accountable. Many of us see ourselves in Lindsay. Many of us know that we could have been only one step away from doing some of those horrific things.
Joining me now is comedian and host of After Hours with Alex Stein. Alex, this isn't anything to do with comedy. I am just absolutely shocked by the reaction here. What is going on in America? How can so many feel an affinity with this self-confessed killer and also blaming the grieving father, openly saying that he did it?
You know, Rita, it's absolutely unbelievable. I say this all the time. Reality is stranger than fiction. If a Hollywood writer had to write this, he would never write that this woman would be able to raise almost $1 million in GoFundMe donations. So it just doesn't make sense. When she's confessed to murdering her 3 children, it's a very weird situation. I wouldn't have thought that this many people would go and publicly support her, giving her thousands and thousands of dollars. And it just, Rita, it blows my mind. It does not make sense. I honestly cannot believe it.
It really is quite shocking. And the way it's become political again, it is something else I wouldn't have predicted. And you've got over 25,000 people who are donating, putting their hard-earned into this GoFundMe. Last we checked, it has almost $900,000 US. Probably by the time this goes to air, will be over $1 million US raised for Lindsay, despite the fact that she has admitted to taking her children down to the basement, strangling them one by one. It is just horrific. And the GoFundMe, Alex, is also filled with positive messages. People can leave a message after they donate. And the messages of support, again, there is something deeply sick with a significant portion of the population, it seems.
Well, Rita, I also think it's because a lot of these leftist women hate men, and they're really mad that Lindsay's husband got remarried within a year. But the guy lost his whole family, his kids, his wife. I mean, bless his heart that he wants to try to move on and start a new relationship. So I don't think that makes him, the murderer of his children when his own wife confessed to it. So it's like cognitive dissonance. It doesn't matter how much evidence, no amount of evidence will convince an idiot, Rita.
Now, the world is mourning the shock death of actress Hayden Panettiere, who passed away just 36 years of age. The New York Post is reporting that she suffered a cardiac arrest following a suspected overdose at a South Carolina apartment. Alex, this is incredibly sad. This girl was failed by many in the industry. She was a child star, and you can make the argument she was also failed by members of her own family.
No, you nailed it. I mean, I didn't even.
As they summed up their main case, of course, there's a whole other phase of battling experts to come. How did the prosecution do with its first at-bat, and what did you make of the data guy?
Well, first, they did a fine job. They knew the facts. They did everything they could at their level of awareness. But we're at halftime. We're at intermission. The entire defense case is about to happen. We're about to be educated. The jurors need to know how she could be seemingly normal and Mother of the Year and then do the most abhorrent activities ever and then immediately, while at the hospital, return to seemingly normal. That needs to be explained, Chris.
Now, one of the aspects of that is not expert-driven comes from her ex-husband, who got on the stand to say, I'm telling you that the woman I knew, whom I loved, would never do this to her kids if she was in her right mind. However, he picked up a little bit of an issue today when Lindsay's mother testified, because she said something that Patrick Clancy says never happened. Listen to this.
She always wanted to be a mother, have many children, and I felt it was the best thing that ever happened to her, and she would do anything for her children. She was just a loving mother.
At what point, if any, did you become aware that your daughter was suffering from this symptomology?
In late October.
And how did that come about?
She sent me a text message.
Would you read that for the jury?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
Do you recall the time that you were in the kitchen with Lindsay and Patrick, and she made a statement about her state of mind to her husband, Pat, and you were there?
Yes.
I know it's difficult. Just tell us what you remember.
I remember her being very nervous. I remember her saying, I just have to tell you guys something. And then she told us.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she had thoughts of harming the children.
Now, this was obviously before the event. Patrick has said in his own transcript, she never discussed it in those terms until after the event from the hospital. What's the relevance?
Well, look, I think it's compelling. I think that you've got and I thought Patrick said the opposite. I thought Patrick did indicate that she revealed to her. So again, it depends upon what the jurors are going to believe, what they're going to hear. But the bottom line is you see a psychological deterioration being explained by not just the mom, but all of these defense witnesses and some of the state's witnesses. And because of that, this isn't some kind of made up scenario, the defense will argue. This happened months before she committed the atrocities.
Right. Now, here's the reason that I don't think it's an issue, is the corollary to this conversation, which is, whoa, she said that? Why didn't you call anybody? Why didn't you get her away from the kids? Why didn't you do anything about it? And the mother's answer is similar to Patrick's. Well, I didn't take it that way. We took it as an expression of her grief and the desperation and her trying to get us to understand how crazy this all is in her mind. But it didn't sound like she was ready to act on it. She didn't take it that way. What would that mean? Because you know he's going to want to call Patrick back for this.
Well, it means that everyone in the court of public opinion now is going to point the finger at the mom, too. I mean, that's how people do it, right? They love to blame everybody. But look, again, it's consistent with the defense theory. I think that there's no question that she was suffering. And worse, she's announcing to the world. It was misunderstood, but we now know what her true intentions were. She was looking to harm the kids. And not only did the psychiatrist miss it, but family members missed the signs. She was serious about doing it.
But doesn't that inform the prosecution's case? That she flagged that she was going to do this and then she did it, therefore guilty.
Of course the prosecutors are going to spin it that way. The other way is then she's got the voice telling her, now you need to do it. Your husband's away, do it now. And she honors the voice, which looks like planning, but ultimately she's listening to that voice and she's having a psychotic break. Again, every fact could be interpreted for either side. That's why the experts on the defense is going to be critical.
What is the percentage chance that prosecutors and defense counsel ignored a legitimate angle of inquiry of Patrick Clancy?
It's possible, but I think the defense could still call him back. If they want to clarify, if they want to advance the defense theory more, he's an excellent witness to call back. He's their ace in the hole. He knew her better than anyone. He was there, right there through the whole misery of it. He, number one, is the person who should hate her more than anyone. She took away his children, and nevertheless, he's forgiven her, and he's the one telling us this was not planned, this wasn't a monster, this isn't murder, this is someone who was psychologically damaged.
What is the percentage chance that the defense tries to raise reasonable doubt by trying to implicate him?
0. If they had any evidence against him whatsoever, he would have invoked his fifth, he would have been indicted. There's none of that. In fact, for those conspiracy theorists out there, the fact that the defense isn't even pointing the finger at him should lend credence to the fact that he is victimized just like all the kids were in some respect. He is suffering. He is a true victim here. So no, I don't see them pointing the finger at him at all.
Why do the experts matter when just today you heard from the mother, the sister, Hamp, another clinician who understood her both at work and at home? Everyone says, including the father of the kids she killed, there's no way this was Lindsay Clancy acting on her own volition. She would never do this. Why isn't that enough to just go to the jury and see how they feel about it? You only need one.
Yeah, it may be, Chris, but I would consider it malpractice when you've got someone like Dr. Resnick, who evaluated Lindsay Clancy, who's an expert in psychotic breaks, who testified in the Andrea Yates second trial where she was acquitted, to not put her up there and have him say, okay, let me address all these concerns. The planning, that's not inconsistent with the psychotic break. Her committing suicide, that doesn't mean she knew that she had done something wrong. Her Googling her husband being away and how long that will take. Let me explain why that's still consistent with the psychotic break. We need that. The jurors need that. I need that. We need that. We're not experts in this.
No, I get it. And look, I think the best thing the prosecution has going for them is that the law, while somewhat adapted more to the reality of mental illness, doesn't really embrace the idea of mental illness and criminal responsibility, what the word responsibility means, and the intellectual component can easily outweigh the moral component within the reckoning of the law. They could say, look, I don't think that she feels good about what she did. I think that she was really sick, but I think when she did it, she knew what she was doing.
There is a reason why this rarely works, Chris. It has to be the right set of facts. And so far, this could be it. We just don't know what's inside each individual juror. It's like trying to predict whether a juror is going to give the death penalty. It's such a personal thing. I think they'll listen to the law and ultimately they'll make a decision based on their experience and their heart.
You make a lot of sense, Mark. I got to tell you, this Patrick thing has really bothered me because it's distracting.
Me too.
From a trial that is about such a fundamental cultural issue in our society. And it's playing out in terms of right and wrong. And that's where it matters. We got to stay focused on it. Thank you for helping me do exactly that. Appreciate you. Mark Eiglarsh, one of one. Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
Lindsay Clancy's mother took the stand today in the defense of her daughter as the harrowing murder trial of the Massachusetts mom charged with first-degree murder in the deaths of her 3 young children enters its 4th week. Paula Musgrove described her daughter begging for help as Clancy descended deeper and deeper into what the defense claims was postpartum psychosis, a manic and extreme mental health emergency. Musgrove was among the first of the defense witnesses after the prosecution rested its case today. Musgrove read this text message her daughter sent her 3 months before her daughter strangled 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan with exercise bands inside the family home in January of 2023.
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
Musgrove also described a conversation she had with Clancy in which Clancy's husband, Patrick, all spoke a few months after sending that text message.
I remember her being very nervous. I remember her saying, I just have to tell you guys something. And then she told us.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she had thoughts of harming the children.
The defense admits that Clancy committed these murders, but they say that she's not criminally liable because of her psychosis. But prosecutors say Clancy knew exactly what she was doing, painting her as a methodical killer who planned everything, down to the family's dinner order the very night she killed her kids. Prosecutors have sought to show that even those closest to Clancy did not believe she was out of control.
And when she made the statement that she had thoughts of harming the children, did either you or Patrick ask her what she meant by that?
I believe I remember Pat asking her if she felt like she couldn't be alone with the children, and she said no.
Were you concerned for the children's safety at that point in time?
No, because I was there.
All right, joining us now is former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani and criminal defense attorney Brian Claypool. Nima, that's a pretty compelling argument the prosecution is making there. Lindsay Clancy's husband, Lindsay Clancy's mother, and Lindsay Clancy's sister, while all worried about her mental health, and there were many signs her mental health was spiraling into a deep, dark place, they all felt that the children were still safe to leave with her.
Elizabeth, that's absolutely right. And certainly the prosecution scored some points today. Those closest to Lindsay Clancy thought that she would be safe with her own children. But I really think that the defense won the day today, which is not surprising. The prosecution rested the Commonwealth and the defense started their case in chief. And you really want to start strong and end strong as an attorney. And who's stronger than the mother? I mean, she paints this real tragic tale of her daughter just spiraling. And I think ultimately it's going to be very powerful for those jurors. And let's not forget, I mean, each state matters. In Massachusetts, the burden's on the prosecution. That's really important. Other states like California, where Brian and I, the burden's on the defense. And to get 12 out of 12 jurors unanimously is always difficult. But when you have that burden beyond the reasonable doubt, it makes it that much more challenging. Very strong day for the defense. Mom, the sister, the coworker. I thought they did a great job today.
Brian, I was very struck by the mother talking about how they get this very worrisome text message that we just heard her read aloud, where she was saying she was overwhelmed by caring and afraid, please come help me. I don't know how I'm going to get through the day. It's scary. I don't want to be alone. She and her husband drop everything. They don't live in the same state. They live in Connecticut. They drive up to Massachusetts, and the mother stays for an entire week with her. And during that time, Lindsay Clancy is so afraid to be alone, she asks to sleep with her mother.
Yeah, hey, Elizabeth. So I think this case really boils down to a couple of things. First of all, the timeline, right? What do I mean by that? You have months, we've been talking about months leading up to this horrific murder of the kids. The jury is seeing Lindsay Clancy humanized through the text messages that she's sending to her mom. Like Nima said, that's powerful and profound. This isn't a typical case of insanity where somebody's like, oh, I've had a bad couple of weeks. Oh my God. Oh, I took something. I'm going to go out and kill my kid. And they do it. This is just a long pattern reflecting a woman in despair who has reached out to mental health authorities. Now she's reaching out to her mom. She's reached out to her husband. So I really, really think the most powerful part of the day is it's humanizing Clancy without her having to testify in court.
Yeah, you know, we know that she tried repeatedly to get help. Nima, I was struck by the fact that, you know, she checked herself into a psychiatric hospital on New Year's Eve, but she only stayed for a handful of days. You know, it's yet another piece of information in this you know, image that they're building of this woman repeatedly turned away. And then the one time she is admitted into an overnight psychiatric facility, she's only there for like less than 5 days and then sent back home again.
I agree with you, Elizabeth. And one reason why this is such a better insanity or lack of criminal responsibility case than we typically see. We might see it, for instance, in Nick Reiner. I don't know yet. But typically, the defense is struggling after the fact to try to recreate this story, right? In this particular case, it's already laid out for you. The significant history of mental health issues and treatment, all the different meds, right? And you have mom testifying that the meds were making her increasingly agitated and suicidal, and the dozen that we just see.
Get it done. But we can call someone at FTR or somebody. So why don't we take a further break? We'll figure this out.
I'll ask the crowd.
Yeah. All right. All right. Thanks.
Okay, so I guess they're taking a break right now.
This is going to work.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Oh, the Zoom call. It's the Zoom call.
All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, we have some kind of background noise. I don't know if there's anything that can be done with it.
I know. I'm not sure. I'm probably the wrong person to ask in regards to that.
I'm right behind you.
Okay, so they're having some sort of technical issue there. All right, so we'll go ahead and go back to that. I'm going to switch it back to what we were checking out in the meantime. And then once we are resuming the court hearing, I will bring you right back. Thank you all for being here with us today, and let us know what you think and how you feel in the chat.
Typically, they don't, because these types of defenses, they really only work in a very small percent of cases. But I could easily seeing it work here, or even potentially the jury hanging, because it's hard to get 12 men and women to agree on anything.
Right.
But especially a case like this where the facts really aren't that much in dispute.
Brian, is there any chance that Lindsay Clancy will take the stand in her own defense?
Yeah, that's a great question, Elizabeth. Before I answer that, I wanted to make one note that I thought the prosecution dropped the ball in this case by not calling an expert witness, getting a forensic psychologist up there in front of that jury, Elizabeth, and go through, for example, all the different medications that were prescribed. There were 30 prescriptions, 5 people prescribing them. The prosecution needed to cement this together. Think about it like they're building a house, right? Oh, right. The floor plan looks great here, but where's the cement to tie this together? They didn't produce anybody to tie all this together to tell the jury that, hey, even though she was on all this, it doesn't really lead to somebody committing
murder,
a heinous murder.
Okay, answer my question super quick because we're out of time.
I don't think she. I don't think she needs to testify in this case.
We've got her own words right here and all these text messages.
Exactly. She's testifying through all the text messages and through the healthcare providers.
Okay.
Yep.
Nima, you agree? Yes or no?
Yeah, I agree. No world she testifies.
Okay. All right. Nima Rahmani, Brian Claypool, thank you both again so much for weighing in on this really tragic, sad case.
Here at 5:33 p.m., we had the flight climb started, is that correct?
Correct.
And flight climb ended at 5:38, so
Yes.
that line again connecting them?
Correct. So 2 flight climbs occurred during that time period.
Expert testimony from court clarifying the timeline surrounding the killing of Lindsay and Patrick Clancy's 3 children, and the evidence may shock a lot of people watching this trial. This evidence shows that Lindsay was still walking around the house when Patrick was caught on video at CVS. Despite the fact that both the prosecution and defense agree Lindsay killed her children, there are a lot of people following this trial who believe Patrick did it, not Lindsay. But will this evidence convince the skeptics that Patrick didn't do it? Meanwhile, Lindsay's defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, focused on the Apple Watch.
The watch could have been put down, battery died, whatever those issues could be, and the person would still be going down the stairs, going up the stairs, going in the backyard, doing push-ups, whatever.
Correct.
You just don't know, right?
Yes.
It's the trial the nation is watching, and today, another big day inside the courtroom. Everyone is now talking about this case, the case of Lindsay Clancy, claiming that she was mentally ill when she killed her 3 children. But people aren't talking about her. They're talking about Patrick. A lot of people believing that Patrick did it. Well, there was huge evidence today which disproves that theory. I'm Vinnie Politan. Let's investigate. This case, this trial is obviously blowing up everywhere. I feel it myself. I'm getting text messages from people who never discuss the true crime stories that I'm talking about day in and day out. In the dugout of my baseball game, my adult baseball game over the weekend, the guys were asking me about this case. They never talk to me about the stories or cases that I'm covering. And what everyone is saying, and the conversation is, right, Vinny, the husband did it, right? The husband did it. And how do I respond to that? Like, how do I, first of all, it can't be answered between innings in the dugout, right? So I think it's a little bit of a longer conversation. And it's sort of an ongoing conversation that we're having here on Vinnie Politan Investigates. One answer I do have, though, is like, the husband did it, right? And I would say, well, not according to her attorney. Like, Lindsay Clancy's attorney doesn't believe that Patrick did it, and his job is to defend her. And if there was evidence pointing at someone else, that's obviously where he would point the jury. But that's not happening. He's conceding it, right? The case is about her mental state. Yes, she did it, but was she or was she not under the influence of this mental illness and this over-medication and everything else associated with it? So that's what the trial is about, and that's what the arguments and the evidence in the trial are all about. But the conversation outside of the courtroom is all about Patrick. So obviously, here we'll continue to address that issue. So today, familiar face on the stand from the Karen Reed trial, the cell phone expert, Ian Whiffen, who testified in her trial, someone who extracts the information from the cell phone and tries to piece together what happened, did that with Lindsay Clancy's cell phone. And one of the conclusions, and I think this is so important to the people who believe that Patrick Clancy did it, is that cell phone evidence that he has demonstrates that Lindsay was walking when Patrick was out of the house. One more time. Lindsay, who's in a wheelchair now, right? After exiting that second floor bedroom, was walking when Patrick was out of the house. So let's break this down, because I think this is important. And I think this is the type of evidence that's coming out now that we need to explore. So let's begin and go back and listen to Patrick Clancy kind of talk about his timeline on the day that his children were murdered or killed, depending upon what the jury says here, right? The day the children are gone, what is he doing? Where is he going? Who is he texting? Back and forth, trying to piece together the most important time, which is really between 5 and 6 o'clock that night on the 24th. So let's take a listen to Patrick Clancy.
As you're getting ready to leave the house to head out to get the takeout, did Lindsay say anything to you?
Nothing specific that I can recall, just other than maybe goodbye.
Do you recall something about discussing something about CVS with her?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did she say about CVS?
She wanted me to pick up some stool softener for Cora.
And she hadn't mentioned that earlier in the text, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So as you're leaving, she asked you to make a second or another stop while you're out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in response to that request, did you ask her to do something?
I don't remember. Yeah, I told her to text it to me, which she did.
I'm sorry. So that refreshed your memory and
Yep.
asked her to text it to you?
Yep.
And did she do so?
She did.
And was that at approximately 5:15 p.m. that she texted PDLX?
Sounds correct.
So your two stops then that night were going to be CVS and the 3V restaurant, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go first?
CVS.
So it's a pretty direct route from your house to CVS?
Yeah.
And that's the CVS you went to that night?
Yes.
About how long did it take you to get there?
3 minutes.
I'm going to ask you to look at the video here. Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
Okay. And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can hold it there for 1 second.
Please hit the like and subscribe if you
As we
haven't.
look at this video,
Thank you for being here. Good morning.
If you look in the bottom corner, bottom left-hand corner, there's a timestamp there. Now, not all timestamps are accurate, right? This timestamp is what, 5:33, I believe, if I can see it. But it's clearly, okay, so there's a timestamp of when he's at CVS. In putting together a timeline, timestamps are important. Let's continue.
And while you're in that section looking for the medication, do you do something?
I called Lindsay
And why did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there. The shelves were pretty empty. It was still during COVID.
It was, I'm sorry, what?
It was during COVID, so
Okay, so, and was that call at about approximately 5:33 p.m.?
yeah.
Okay. And then did she answer the call?
Yes.
She answered when you called her?
Actually, I think she didn't at first. She called back.
Okay. And did you receive a call back from her about a minute later at 5:34 p.m.?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And can you describe that phone call for us?
It was very brief. I just said, I think there was a generic brand, and I said, is this one okay? And she said, yeah, that's fine.
And what was her demeanor during the call?
She was pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
So it sounded to you like she was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
Were you able to understand her when she spoke to you?
Yeah.
And did she seem to understand what you were saying?
Yes.
And she didn't seem to have any trouble recalling why you were at CVS or what you were looking for?
That's correct.
Okay. Two important things: the timing and what's happening. He's at CVS. He's making a phone call to her. People who are pointing the finger at Patrick Clancy say, no, those phone calls never happened because he had already taken care of Lindsay and the kids. Lindsay's already outside on the ground, paralyzed. The calls were never made. He was calling from the Apple Watch to make it look like he was calling Lindsay. Okay? That's what people are saying. Let's take a listen now to Massachusetts State Police, Andrew Chiachio, who's going to talk here about the timing, right? You want to verify the time that he's at CVS. Let's watch.
Why were you asked to go to the CVS in Kingston?
To obtain surveillance video.
Did you notice any discrepancies in the timestamps?
I did not.
And after viewing the video surveillance there at CVS, were you...
All right. So I think probably it makes more sense to address whatever the technological issues were on the Zoom. Maybe that could be done during the lunch period. And then we can go forward. I know the defense next witness would be, is it Dr. Condi?
Yes, Donald Condi, C-O-N-D-I-D.
Thank you all for being here.
We talked about a possible voir dire in regards to Dr. Condi. Do the parties see the need for the doctor testify that, or maybe we could just hear the offer of proof or what the expectations of the testimony is, and then we can.
I don't know what the objection is, so.
Yeah.
Well, so the objection is that we were provided with an affidavit. The original affidavit that was provided, counsel agreed that it referred to standard of care, which is not the issue in this case. It really reflects his opinions in a civil case. So we were provided another affidavit, which appears to factually have the same numbered paragraphs and just deletes the ultimate opinion section and adds that Dr. Tufts and Nurse Chilada were aware that Lindsay was experiencing symptoms of suicidal ideation and a critically deteriorating condition while under their care and failed to take reasonable steps. So it's unclear from his affidavit what exactly he's going to testify to. Is he going to just reiterate everything that has been presented in the records, everything that we would expect defense counsel to offer through expert testimony in the criminal responsibility era about the medication regimens that the defendant was on over the course of several months? Because if that's the case, then I would suggest that this is cumulative testimony and that it doesn't need to be presented in this manner to the jury.
But let me ask this, similar to the question I asked earlier, to a similar objection regarding cumulative. The defense hasn't put it. This is their first witness in regards to that. Wouldn't the cumulative analysis be done if there's a follow-up expert that would be addressing these areas?
Potentially, but that then becomes the defense's strategic choice about whether if they're going to call Dr. Condi for this piece of it and the other experts for another piece of it. It's unclear, especially where the reports we've been provided by Dr. Spinelli and Dr. Zeisel talk about polypharmacology as part of the basis of their opinions in this case. So it's difficult to assess that, and we're obviously flagging it and objecting at this point based on what we know the anticipated evidence to be. So I don't know if a proffer is necessary at this point to outline what exactly he expects Dr. Condi to say and how that differs from the opinions of the other experts.
It seems to me that the main objection may lay in regards to Dr. Spinelli then, whether or not, and depends on what her testimony is and how that overlaps with whatever Dr. Condi's is at this point.
If I may, Judge. And I appreciate the fact that you recognize that we have not yet put on a doctor yet. I don't have to accept their evidence. I don't have to accept their doctors. Our doctors, this is our first doctor, who is a very qualified psychopharmacologist. I expect to elicit from him the treatment, very briefly, that she received and the medications that she was on and the effect of these medications as it relates to her condition when she was seeking medical help. That's it. I'm not going to get into criminal responsibility with him. I'm not going to get into lack of criminal responsibility with him. Basically, psychopharmacology and the treatment that she received. He's not going to, be criticizing what Chilada did, what Tufts did. He's just going to detail her condition according to the medical records and the medications that were provided. I am well aware and very experienced in trying jury cases and know when you lose the jury. I know when you lose. I'm not going to have Dr. Zeisel and I'm not going to have Meg Spinelli wax eloquently for hours and bore the jury to death. I'm going to get right to the chase. Dr. Spinelli is a well-qualified doctor on the issues of postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression and treating a pregnant woman and or a postpartum perinatal client or patient. Dr. Zeisel is a general psychologist and will be discussing a number of issues, as you're well aware, because he's been involved with Lindsay for literally 3 years, 46 times he's seen her or something like that. So I'm going to focus their testimony on those fields. I don't think it's necessary for us to have Dr. Condi get up here on a voir dire so that they can hear what he's going to testify to. I'm not going to have him rambling or going off the script. He signed an affidavit, which is even, I think, better than a medical report, that you usually get. So they have plenty to cross-examine him from.
All right. And the intention is not to ask the question regarding standard of care.
That's correct.
All right.
Yep. It's all been deleted because the objective we
All right.
removed. Yep.
All right, so over the Commonwealth's objection, I'm going to allow at this point Dr. Condi's testimony in line with the affidavit, basically in line with that affidavit, with the holding he's not to testify as to the standard of care opinion as he had the original statement.
Can I just tell him that to make sure?
Sure, yeah, I think that's a great idea. All right. So with that, counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Good. God bless you.
All right, please, your entering.
Could we approach while they're coming in?
Sure, yeah. And basically, the real problem is a technological issue. It was going to be a Zoom call. There's been some problems. We're going to try and work on that. So instead of going with that witness, we're going to go on to the next witness, and then we'll put the technological problems for later. All right. So with that, Attorney Reddington?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Dr. Crandall?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give is the truth and the whole truth, and nothing between the
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right. Hi, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Doctor, could you keep your voice up so all the jurors and counsel can hear you, and tell us your name and spell your last name?
My name is Donald Condie, Condie.
And tell us, what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a child, adolescent, and adult clinical and forensic psychiatrist.
And can you tell us your background as to where you went to school and when you got your medical degree and things of that nature?
I graduated from Tulane University, then spent some time in graduate school at the University of New Orleans, then went to medical school at Louisiana State University in New Orleans. And then I came to Boston to the Massachusetts Mental Health Center to train in psychiatry.
And where is that?
The Massachusetts Mental Health Center was at 74 Fenwood Road. That building has been demolished, and now they're at 75 Fenwood Road in Boston.
I was referring to more like, is that affiliated with any particular medical schools?
Yes.
What is it?
Harvard.
And what years were you working at the Mass Mental Health Center affiliated with Harvard?
I started there after medical school. I graduated in 1982 from medical school, was an intern in 1982 to 83. That was a Harvard-affiliated internship, and then residency was 83 to 85 for adult training, 2 years, then 85 to 87, which is 2 years of training for child and adolescent. Then I did a forensic fellowship, also at the Mass Mental Health Center. And during that year, I spent some time at Harvard Law School as a visiting fellow.
And do you have, or did you have any board certifications that you can tell us about?
I'm board certified in adult and child and adolescent psychiatry.
Do you have a particular focus also on medications that are utilized in the course of psychiatry?
Yes, I've spent a great deal of my career treating people in the state system with psychotic disorders and mood disorders.
Tell us a little bit about that. Was there one particular period of time that you worked with literally more than 100 people that had serious psychotic disorders?
Well, the Massachusetts Mental Health Center was a state inpatient facility. So we had many people with either no insurance or mass health insurance. Probably at least half of the patients at any given time would have had psychosis or a major depressive disorder.
Have you, in the course of your career, following through on psychosis or major depressive disorder, had any focus or treatment on women that are either pregnant or have had little babies and they are looking for help in the postpartum period?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, starting in my residency, so in 1983, we had several patients at the Massachusetts Mental Health Center who were pregnant and were also sometimes afflicted with psychosis. We also had people who had delivered a child, but were then hospitalized, sometimes with a psychotic depression or sometimes with simply suicidal ideation. And I've encountered that very frequently since then. I was for 14 years the chief medical officer of VinFen, which is a very large agency with contracts from the Department of Mental Health and the Department of Mental Retardation in Massachusetts and in Connecticut. We ran about 350 group homes, about 10 people per home, so maybe 3,500 patients. We frequently had people who were pregnant and were taking medications for psychosis. Sometimes after delivery, the severity of their psychosis would increase. So I'm fairly familiar with that phenomenon.
Doctor, how many years have you actually been practicing now as a physician?
I've been a licensed physician in Massachusetts since 1983.
So what's that? 83, 90, 2000, 2026? Okay, about 40 years.
Yeah, a little more than 40 years.
Okay. From 1990 through 2012, were you affiliated with forensic child psychiatry with Mass General Hospital?
Yes.
And were you also affiliated through 2013 with Mass General on forensic case consults in this field?
Yes.
All right. I'm asking, have you had occasion to make a number of presentations? We don't have to go through them, but did you make a number of presentations and working as a lecturer for various medical schools, law schools, things like that?
Yes. During the time that I was at Mass Mental Health Center, I was a fellow at Harvard Medical School.
What does that mean to be a fellow?
It means you're a resident in a training program and you're teaching Harvard medical students things about the specialty in which you happen to be practicing.
And what was the specialty that you were a fellow lecturing Harvard medical students about?
First, it was general psychiatry, then it was child and adolescent psychiatry, and then it was forensic psychiatry.
You also have had various scientific or medical publications that you have been authored on a number of occasions, articles, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'd offer his CV if I could, just if as an exhibit, if that's accepted.
Come on. Okay, that may be admitted.
Thank you. Now, doctor, if you can tell me, do you know, not necessarily personally, but do you know of Lindsay Clancy?
I know about the case in general, but I don't know anyone personally.
Now, you have never met her, is that correct?
That's correct.
You've never talked to her, right?
Never have.
You've never evaluated her for what's called criminal responsibility, is that correct?
That's correct. I have not.
I consulted with you for purposes of psychopharmacology and issues like that in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Fair to say that we've had a number of conversations in the evening, off hours, about various medications administered to women that are pregnant or postpartum. Is that right?
Yes.
Excuse me. Can you tell the jury, in a summary, what documentation, medical records, police reports, things of that nature on this case that you've had a chance to review?
Well, I've reviewed the records of Rebecca Gelada, the nurse practitioner, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, the psychiatrist that saw Miss Clancy. I've reviewed the Brigham and Women's Hospital records and the women and infants records. I've reviewed the McLean records. And I might be leaving something out.
You know about her background as far as her employment as a labor and delivery nurse and her family, her 3 children and her husband, that she was married, right?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Okay. So if I could, Doctor, direct your attention to, let's say, the fall of 2022, end of September. Can you tell us what Lindsay's status was as far as maternity leave with work and any complaints that she had at that time regarding her mental state?
From my, excuse me. Could I get some water?
We've got some on the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Sorry, my allergies are kicking up. So from my review of the records, which would start with Dr. Tufts' records, My understanding is that Ms. Clancy was planning to go back to work as a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General. She worked, I believe, the 12 midnight to 12 a.m. shift. And she began to experience, as she had to some extent after her first 2 deliveries, some postpartum anxiety, and consulted Dr. Tufts at that time.
Now, after she had her 3rd child, Callan, was she in, would you strike that? It's fair to say she was in treatment with Dr. Tufts as a treating physician?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at your affidavit, I believe in paragraph 9, did you determine from looking at the medical records as to the time frame that Lindsay treated with Dr. Tufts?
Yes.
And what was that?
She started in the middle of September 2022, and I'm sure that her last appointment was January 23rd, 2023.
Now, did you have a chance to review Dr. Tufts' medical records?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe them for us, please?
They are somewhat sparse, and there are many check boxes in the records, but not a great deal of sentences that describe what was done during sessions.
Were you aware that the sessions that Dr. Tufts conducted with Lindsay from September, the end of September, up through January 23rd were all televised on a computer?
Yes, they were all video.
Do you recall the medications that Dr. Tufts prescribed Lindsay?
I believe the first medication she started was Zoloft, 25 milligrams.
And what is that? Tell us what Zoloft is. What effect does it have on a person?
I'm sorry?
What effect does that have on a person?
Well, Zoloft is a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, which is a type of antidepressant that started being used around 1988, I believe. Prozac was the first one, Zoloft was the second. When it works to be helpful, it combats both anxiety and depressive symptoms that people might have. It also has, in some people, an effect of causing a feeling of jitteriness and increasing anxiety. So it's something that does have some potential side effects as well as beneficial effects.
And when she was prescribed the original 25 milligrams of Zoloft, did she in fact take that, or did she defer on taking that?
My recollection of the records is that she had it prescribed, picked it up, but did not take it for at least a couple of weeks because she did not wish to take medication. She was, I believe, still breastfeeding at that time. There are medications, and Zoloft would be one that would likely appear to some extent in the breast milk.
Okay, so because she was worried about that, she held off on that, but ultimately did take the prescription from Dr. Tufts. Is that right?
The records indicate that she did eventually start taking the 25 milligrams.
Sorry. Does it indicate when she started taking them after that little hiatus?
To be exact, I'd have to look at the records, but I believe it was at the end of September.
And was that dosage increased at some point?
It increased from 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams.
And what happened when Lindsay took the 50 milligrams of Zoloft prescribed by Dr. Tufts?
The records indicate that she had a rather rapid series of difficulties, that she had insomnia for, I believe the records say 48 hours, couldn't sleep. It's something that would be called activation, that these medications can cause in some people who are more susceptible.
Now, by mid-October, after she began taking the Zoloft, would you agree that the records indicate a week after starting the medication and increasing the dose, she reported in October to Dr. Tufts what you're relating is that she felt, how did she describe it to Dr. Tufts? If you could, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Well, she felt that she talked about being numb. She talked about not being herself. She talked about feeling worse, not better. Antidepressants usually take at least 2 to 3 and frequently 4 to 6 weeks to have useful effects, but sometimes side effects can happen very quickly.
Did she also indicate, looking at your affidavit, that she was crying all day, she was experiencing mental fog, terrified to start something new, anxiety had gotten much worse? Did she tell that to Dr. Tufts at that time at the end of October?
Yes, I do recall those things being in the record.
All right, and following through again on your affidavit, was there further explanation from Lindsay's recitation of symptomology to Dr. Tufts? Did she further state about racing thoughts, paranoia? What did she say? Look at your report, look at your affidavit, if that helps you refresh your memory.
I actually don't have the affidavit with me at the moment. I do have some of the records, but...
well, let me just approach you then and give you your affidavit, paragraph 13, and see if that refreshes your memory.
Thank you. Yes.
What did she say to Dr. Tufts?
She reported, Dr. Tufts reported that Lindsay's psychiatric condition was generally deteriorating. That's a checkbox on one of the forms that her records.
What did Lindsay say her symptoms were at that point?
That she was having the racing thoughts, and that she was also feeling, as I said, not like herself, that her depression was worse than it had been. I believe that's also around the time that Dr. Tufts thought of trying a medication called Zulresso.
Zulresso.
Yes.
And what is that? Is that you need that by way of injection?
Yes, Zulresso is no longer marketed. It wasn't a particularly successful medication. It requires a 60-hour continuous IV infusion.
In a hospital setting or in a medical setting?
You have to be medically monitored. It doesn't necessarily need to be a hospital, but those are not necessarily things that can be done outside of a hospital.
So she didn't do the Zulresso though, right?
She did not. It also costs $34,000 just for the medication, not for the monitoring.
Okay. What's the next thing that happened with Dr. Tufts and Lindsay Clancy, sir?
Well, if I look at my affidavit, when she stopped taking the medication, the Zoloft, she now felt better, as she had felt before she took the Zoloft, but she was less anxious.
What was the next medication?
She was put on Benadryl and had some difficulty sleeping, but also was worried that night because her son was coughing, and she worried a great deal about the children's health.
And that would be something that would also intrude on her sleep, worrying about her children?
Yes.
Okay. What other symptomology traveling through November into December did she relate to Dr. Tufts, according to your review of the medical records?
Well, she talked about things like dizziness, feeling sedated in the morning when she woke up, if she got any sleep at all, And I think she used the term brain fog at times. These are sometimes symptoms that people who are experiencing postpartum depression frequently complain about. She continued to complain about anxiety.
Well, it's not what they're complaining about, it's what they're living, right?
It is a very unpleasant experience, yes.
And continuing on through November, at some point did she leave or stop with Tufts and go to another healthcare provider by way of either emergency room initially and then another healthcare provider?
Yes.
Who was that?
She started treatment with Rebecca Gelada, a nurse practitioner at South Shore Perinatal Program.
Now, one of the things that was apparent that we, if you recall, I believe that she also had initially been referred there by a friend of the family. Is that right? To that perinatal clinic?
Yes, my understanding from the records is that Miss Clancy's mother-in-law was friendly with a nurse practitioner who practiced in the perinatal program, and I believe it actually started the perinatal program.
Yes, and ultimately, or in the beginning, she was treated by a Julie Paul. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember looking at the medical records and that on November 27th of 2022, the nurse practitioner Julie Paul reported that Lindsay stated that she was disassociated, that she was not in touch with reality. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what is that a symptomology? Is that a symptom of psychosis, to be disassociated and not in touch with reality?
It certainly can be. Dissociation it can mean that people feel like things around them are not real.
Right. And that's a pretty serious feeling to have, right?
It is.
And that's pretty common, unfortunately, with women that have postpartum psychosis, right?
It certainly can be, yes.
And what are the other symptomologies of postpartum psychosis, sir?
Well, psychosis in general just means a lack of understanding of what's real as opposed to what is not. So a person with psychosis can have delusions, which are fixed false beliefs. They could believe that, for example, they have been told by God to do something. Okay. They can also have hallucinations at times.
What kind of hallucinations?
Most people have auditory hallucinations, not visual hallucinations.
Hearing. Is that correct? Auditory is hearing, right?
Yes.
Okay, as opposed to what?
As opposed to visual hallucinations.
Visual. And in the course of reviewing the medical records, did you see that, in fact, that Lindsay had auditory, no visual hallucinations, but auditory voices?
At times, she reported that she had heard a voice, yes.
Okay. Do you recall that as the time went by that she, in December, do you remember seeing in the medical records that she was relating that she was heavy, that she couldn't get out of bed, that she couldn't bathe, that she couldn't react, she couldn't love, she couldn't feel? Do you remember any of that from looking at the medical records?
Yes, those are all phrases that I recall from the medical records.
They were all coming from her, right?
Yes.
To the doctors.
Yes.
That would be Dr. Tufts and then Dr. Gelada. Is that right?
Nurse Gelada.
Sorry, nurse practitioner Gelada. You recall, sir, that nurse practitioner Gelada prescribed additional medications to Lindsay during that period of time from November through December.
Yes.
Can you tell us what they were?
I'd have to look to be sure, but I believe she continued the Benadryl at times. And there was some talk about the use of Buspar, but I believe that was Dr. Tufts.
About the what? I'm sorry?
I said it. I'm sorry?
What was the word you just used?
Sorry. Buspar, which is the brand name for Buspirone, which is an anti-anxiety medication.
Right. How about Remeron? Was there ever a prescription for Remeron?
Remeron is a different kind of antidepressant, which helps people sleep a little bit and also sometimes helps their appetite. Yes, that was another.
The answer is yes, she was prescribed Remeron?
Yes, she was.
And that's an antidepressant?
It is.
Is that mocking or similar to, but not exactly the same as the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, Zoloft, Prozac, things of that nature, right?
It's similar in the sense that it has an antidepressant effect. It has some effect on serotonin. It has some effect on the adrenal, adrenergic system as well.
What?
The adrenergic system. Adrenaline is a neurotransmitter. It's also a hormone that circulates if you are suddenly scared or something like that. You get a surge of adrenaline. So if you were in a near-miss car accident, you might find yourself shaking because adrenaline will flood into your system from the adrenal glands. But it's also a neurotransmitter, and mirtazapine has some effect on that.
Now you said mirtazapine. Is that the same as Remeron?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
So it's two different names, generic and not generic.
Mirtazapine is the generic name, and I was taught to use generic names, but yes, Remeron is.
Around this time, Lindsay has been prescribed the Prozac, she had been prescribed the Remeron, she had been prescribed the Benadryl, she had been prescribed other medications very similar to the SSRIs. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and does the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, that's fancy word, what does it mean? Isn't that serotonin in your brain? Doesn't it block or in some fashion affect your brain?
It's a little complicated to explain, but
Let's explain
serotonin.
it. Tell the jury what serotonin means and what happens when you take an SSRI, please.
Okay, serotonin in this sense is a neurotransmitter. The brain is a relatively complicated place. It has about 86 billion nerve cells. They've got thousands of connections to each other, but they're not like the wires in your house where you put two pieces of wire together, twist the copper, and then put a nut on that. Nerves don't touch. They go close to each other, but there's a space between them, and that's called the synaptic cleft. One nerve secretes a neurotransmitter into the synaptic cleft, and it moves over to the next nerve in line where there's a receptor. Serotonin does that in the synaptic cleft, but it's also taken back up by the nerve that secreted it so it's reuptaked. So a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor slows down the reuptake of serotonin, prolonging its activity in the synaptic cleft, which causes the next nerve in line to be activated. I'm sorry that it's so complicated. So that's what serotonin is doing, and that's what a reuptake
When a woman
inhibitor
is
does.
pregnant or has just had a baby, can you tell me what effect, for example, hormones have when a person has a baby? I know we're two guys, but I mean, do you know what happens when a woman has a baby?
I've been at quite a few deliveries, yes.
Okay.
The fact is that many hormones increase. So progesterone is a hormone that many people have heard of. It's a component of birth control pills because it promotes gestation. So progesterone in a birth control pill fools the body into thinking it's pregnant, which means it doesn't, the woman doesn't produce eggs that could be fertilized. And that's the way the birth control pill works, or some of them do. Progesterone goes down very quickly after birth, as do many other hormones that are going up and then down after birth.
So if the hormones go up, and if there's an overload, if you will, might be the wrong word, of hormones, what effect does that have on the human body? What effect does that have on a woman who's just had a baby?
Well, it's quite complicated.
Just tell us basically what your feeling is. That they want to get into it, they can ask. But what effect does it have on a woman that has a baby?
Well, one of the other hormones that goes up is prolactin. So after the woman gives birth, prolactin promotes lactation, and it's a hormone that increases so that the mother can then breastfeed. These hormones are also seen in all mammals that feed their young through producing milk. So it's a very common mammalian thing to do. But other kinds of things can happen
Excuse me,
to
did you say males or mammals?
mammals.
Okay, because mammals don't breastfeed, right?
I'm sure they don't, yes.
Okay, so as far as the hormone, again, I would ask, when a woman has a baby and the placenta, I think I pronounced that right, is, you know, through the birth, all of a sudden, what happens? It stops that massive influx of hormones, or it increases that influx of hormones?
Well, some hormones go up, like prolactin, and some hormones go down very quickly.
What effect does that have in your experience and your education and your research on women that have a baby? What effect does that have on them?
Well, many women experience postpartum blues.
What is postpartum blues?
It's a feeling of...
Thing.
I'm sorry?
Sounds like a 50s thing. What's postpartum blues?
It's a feeling of low energy and being sad, not as serious or usually as long as postpartum depression.
What is postpartum depression? Is that the next level?
It's a more serious condition where the woman may feel that she can't connect to the baby, that she feels isolated, she has no energy, she may also have insomnia.
So, for example, if a woman is unable to sleep, feels as though she's losing a contact or connection with her infant, is stressing about not having that contact with her infant, feels that she's unable to emote or feel love or any emotions and can't relate to people, and also is out of reality, are those, or disassociative state, are those, in your opinion, symptoms of postpartum depression and or leading to postpartum psychosis?
Yes, they are.
And Lindsay had those symptoms, didn't she?
She reported all those symptoms, yes.
Doctor, when a doctor like Tufts is meeting with a person and checking the boxes, can that doctor give a blood test to the patient?
Certainly.
Is that important in your opinion, that a doctor give a patient, especially a woman who's coming to them for help with these symptoms, give them a blood test?
Yes.
And again, we all know what blood tests are, but just tell me, I mean, is that a simple test? Is it a complicated test?
It's fairly simple to have blood drawn, and there are many tests that are relevant, particularly after a woman has given birth.
Why?
Well, some women become anemic. Depends on how much blood loss might have occurred during birth, but there's usually some blood loss. So checking hemoglobin levels is important. The thyroid can be affected by delivery of the baby. And some women in the postpartum period develop inflammation of the thyroid. The thyroid is a very important gland that regulates many parts of the body.
Is that why many times when a competent psychiatrist is treating a patient that is postpartum after having a baby, that they might run, and I may be wrong saying it, but a thyroid test?
They would do most commonly two different kinds of thyroid tests. They would test for thyroid stimulating hormone, which goes up when the thyroid hormones that also can be tested for actually go down. So thyroid stimulating hormone is telling the body, make more thyroid hormone because it's not enough in the circulation.
Did Tufts ever use a blood test at all in her treatment?
No, she did not.
Did Tufts ever check the thyroid levels of Lindsay Clancy at all during her treatment?
No, she did not.
How about Gelada? Did they test any of those things?
No, Nurse Gelada did not do blood testing either.
Now, you've made reference, sir, to postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with the DSM, or what is referred to as DSM?
5TR.
Diagnostic Statistical Manual on Mental Disorders. 5, you said TR, that would be right there, meaning sex revision?
Correct.
All right. And I'm approaching you with this and asking, you see that section there? Yes. And what is that section?
The bipolar and related disorder section.
What is bipolar disorder? What does that mean?
Bipolar is the newer name for what used to be called manic depressive illness. It describes an illness where people's moods go up, which is the manic phase, and then go down, which is the depressed phase. There are different categories of bipolar disorder. Bipolar 1 is the most serious. Bipolar 2 disorder also has similar fluctuations of mood, but in both cases of bipolar disorder, most people spend more time being depressed than they do being manic.
Now, just tell me, what does manic mean? What does that actually mean?
They feel usually euphoric, that they don't have...
They're up?
You're really up.
Okay.
You're extremely optimistic. You might spend a lot of money foolishly, but you wouldn't worry about that because certainly you're going to win the lottery. You can just feel it. So there can be psychotic thoughts along with bipolar mania, unreasonable expectations. Like I said, that you're destined to win the lottery, or in serious cases, you can believe that God is speaking to you and has appointed you to do some special thing in life.
How about excessive cleaning and, let's say, divesting oneself of personal property, cleaning garages, things of that nature?
There was talk in the records of an episode where Miss Clancy and her husband cleaned out the garage, but it was difficult to tell from the records whether or not that represented what we would call a hypomanic episode.
Exercise. Was there a lot of references to exercise?
There were a lot of references to exercise, and exercise can be a very useful thing.
Sure, that's one of the things that a woman postpartum may very well be prescribed to do by a doctor like, or a nurse practitioner like Charlotta, right?
I believe that nurse practitioner Julie Paul recommended a long run at one point.
So there's nothing wrong with a woman going to, let's say, Kingsbury or whatever it is, or taking her kids to the local gym with a swimming pool and trying to get some exercise in the postpartum stage. That's something you wouldn't hold against her, right?
No.
Okay. Now, how about, are you aware that within a very short period of time after she had baby Callan, that she actually ran a road race?
Yes.
Is that indicative of a person that's kind of ramped up and doing these things you're talking about?
It's unusual to decide to run so soon after delivering a baby. I believe that she ran on the day that she might have delivered her last child, Callan.
That's correct. So during the month of December, in your review of the records, would you agree that her symptoms that she has related to the doctors that were there to help her, they basically increased, did they not?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
They
quite
increased.
Yes.
And are you aware that then she went somewhere voluntarily in December?
Yes.
Where?
She went to the Mass General Emergency Room on, I believe that was in December. She had gone to the South Shore Emergency Room previously.
And did you, in the records, see that, in fact, she had gone to Women and Infants program in Rhode Island for a day?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that particular establishment? Is that supposedly helps pregnant women?
Yes, I reviewed those records as well.
And do you know why she was discharged after a day?
The records stated that they thought that she was having complications from medications more than she was suffering from postpartum issues, and therefore was not a good candidate for their program.
And this was after getting there at 8 a.m. and leaving there around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And the records indicate if you read them, that during that period of time, there were little group discussions and coloring sessions and things like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
You know that there are suicide hotlines that people are told to call, right?
Yes.
Especially if a woman is in postpartum and is experiencing these difficulties and is describing the symptomology and on all these medications, that if you feel like you're going to kill yourself, you're supposed to call a telephone number, right?
Well, it wouldn't be the advice I would give, but that was some advice that was given, yes.
And did she call, to your knowledge, from reviewing the records, the telephone?
She called the Aspire hotline, I believe, on 2 occasions.
And was she given any help by the Aspire hotline?
I believe the records say that she was told by Aspire that since she did not have a suicide plan, she did not require what's called a higher level of care, meaning an inpatient admission.
So she basically had been to Nurse Gelada. She had contacted Aspire on 2 occasions. She went to Rhode Island Hospital on a recommendation the day after she was recommended to go there, and left after not being accepted. After calling the suicide hotlines, things got to the point where she and her husband went to an emergency room. Is that right?
Yes.
And did they get treatment did she get treatment at the emergency room?
I believe the first time that she went to the Mass General Emergency Room, they recommended that she consider an admission at McLean, but she and her husband decided that they did not want her to go inpatient at that time.
How about the next time she went to the emergency room?
The next time she went to the emergency room, which was not very long after, she was admitted to McLean.
McLean Hospital, and that would be that would be the locked wards for a period of about 4 days, correct?
Yes.
In reference to the bipolar disorder that we touched upon, sir, is that something that's a consideration when you're treating, as a psychiatrist, a woman who's coming to you for help and expressing concerns about the symptoms that we've talked about?
Yes.
Why?
Well, some people with bipolar disorder, especially given the fact that depression is a prominent symptom in bipolar disorder, become suicidal and can even commit suicide. So that's a very serious possibility that has to be considered.
Did any of the nurse practitioners consider that as a possible diagnosis?
The records indicate that Ms. Clancy was frequently asked if she had a plan to kill herself, even after she reported having what was called passive suicidal ideation. But it was reported very, very frequently in the records.
And in reference to her treatment with nurse practitioner Gelada, did, to your knowledge, nurse practitioner Gelada consider as a secondary diagnosis or a working diagnosis the possibility of bipolar disorder?
Yes.
Was anything followed through on that?
I believe she discussed the possibility of a mood stabilizer, but I believe that she then ended up using Seroquel or quetiapine, which is
that's Seroquel and quetiapine with a Q, right?
I'm sorry?
Seroquel and quetiapine with a Q.
Quetiapine with a Q, yes.
Using the 2 words again. I just want to make sure it's clear.
Seroquel is the brand name. Quetiapine is the generic name.
All right. And did she, meaning Lindsay, to your knowledge in the medical records dealing with these providers, complain about the effect that Seroquel had on her?
Yes.
And what did she say? What were the symptoms, or what did she feel?
Well, she often felt spacey, as if she was not her normal self. She felt, it's fairly commonly reported that she felt hungover in the morning because these medicines, that particular medicine does make people somewhat sleepy. I believe the beginning doses were described as a sleeping dose, which is a very low dose of the medication that does in fact help sleep to some extent.
Was the Seroquel ultimately increased to 400 milligrams a day, 200 milligrams a day? Recall that?
Yes, it started at 25 and
It was bumped up pretty significantly, wasn't it?
yes, 400 is a lot more than 25.
And she was complaining about the effect of the Seroquel, is that correct?
She was.
And she was complaining about the fact that she couldn't sleep. All those symptoms that we went through continued on through the month of December. After McLean, she went there for the New Year's period. I know, I'm almost there. She went to the McLean for treatment and still complained of these symptoms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did the symptoms ever resolve themselves for Lindsay in January, if you know?
There were times when she appeared to be a little less distressed, but the symptoms were never completely resolved, no.
And did you know that she went to see Dr. Jennifer Tufts on January 9th and that she was prescribed diazepam?
Yes.
And then on the 12th, she was prescribed trazodone, 150 milligrams by Dr. Tufts.
Yes.
January 16th, 2 milligrams of diazepam by Dr. Tufts. January 16th, the same day, 10 milligrams of amitriptyline by Dr. Tufts.
Yes.
What is amitriptyline?
Amitriptyline is one of the older types of antidepressants. It's what's called a tricyclic antidepressant. It has more side effects, but one of the useful side effects in some cases is that it makes people sleepy.
Did it help her sleep?
Not really.
Now, in reference to the DSM, out of that revision, you agree with me that they have DSM-1, DSM-2, revised, rebooted, reconsidered, DSM-3, all the way up to DSM-5 text revision, right?
Correct.
And consisting of over 1,000 pages, right?
Yes.
Is this like considered, some people say, the Bible of psychiatry, or is it like a cookbook?
I would call it a dictionary. It's a list of definitions.
If I looked under P in this dictionary, would it contain anything about postpartum psychosis for a woman?
There is one mention on page 148.
That's it.
That's it.
The rest of the world, they don't care about the DSM. They have some other information, right? What is that called?
The World Health Organization publishes something called the International Classification of Disease, which is now in its 11th edition. It lists postpartum psychosis as a separate entity. And that's the one that insurance companies use for billing purposes.
Right, not this.
Correct.
Are you familiar, sir, with the way other countries treat pregnant women in postpartum condition when they see, let me finish, when they see a doctor for medical treatment? Yes or no?
Objection.
All right, just allow that question, then we'll.
Yes.
And how does that differ from the United States of America?
Objection.
Sustained.
Go ahead.
Como?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
You spent some time when you first got to the stand going over your qualifications, and I think counsel now has admitted your curriculum vitae into evidence, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Your curriculum vitae.
Yes.
Is you went through that with counsel. You recall that?
Yes.
And fair to say, the majority of the entries and your experience and your presentations and your teaching and fellowships, most of which revolve around child and adolescent psychiatry, correct?
I wouldn't say the majority.
Well, where in your CV does it say that you worked with postpartum women?
It doesn't say that specifically.
Okay, so your testimony is that back in 1983, when you were at the, what was it, the Massachusetts, mental health center, you worked with the postpartum women, is that correct?
There were patients who either were pregnant while they were there or delivered and were hospitalized after that, yes.
Okay. And your involvement in this case with defense counsel, wasn't directly that he reached out to you, was it? It was that you had provided some information as it pertains to a civil lawsuit that's pending.
That's correct.
Okay. And so this affidavit that counsel's been referring to that you drafted, you've revised it for these proceedings, but fair to say you went through a series of records that didn't include anything related to this criminal case, meaning no police reports, interviews, photos from the scene. Is that fair to say?
No police reports, no photos from the scene.
So the majority of what you reviewed pertained to medical records, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you cite in your affidavit a New Yorker article for facts.
Yes.
That's where you got most of your facts, is from a New Yorker article.
No, I also spoke to Mr. Clancy.
You spoke to Mr. Clancy?
Yes.
Is that in your affidavit? Well, you have it before you. Can you point to a paragraph where you indicate that you got a report directly from Mr. Clancy?
I don't know if it's in the affidavit.
Okay.
But I did interview Mr. Clancy for 90 to 100 minutes.
Thank you all for being
Now,
here. Please
in
hit the like and
relation to
subscribe
kind of,
if you haven't.
Going through the medical treatment, you indicate that the defendant reported that she was hesitant about taking medications. Do you recall that in paragraph 11?
Yes.
But you're aware that she sought out a psychiatrist, not a therapist, not a psychotherapist or a psychologist. She sought out a psychiatrist as her first contact in the postpartum period, correct?
Correct.
And psychiatrists presumably prescribe medications and don't necessarily offer psychotherapy, do they?
Well, all psychiatrists are trained to do psychotherapy to some extent, at least. But yes, they can also prescribe medication.
And through the records, you learned that the defendant did have reactions to low dose of Zoloft. And your testimony is that a blood test would have helped. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
So a blood test that's about 4 or 5 months postpartum, how is that going to help prescribers?
Well, the blood test I was thinking of was you could do a level of the antidepressant in her blood, and that would tell you whether it was average, expected given the dose, or too high or too low.
And that would yield results if a person's only been taking medication for less than a week?
Yes.
But you indicate that over a period of 4 to 6 weeks is when you would expect to see a medication start to take effect, correct?
It sometimes takes that long, yes.
Now, you also spoke a little bit about Zulresso. You're aware from reviewing the records of Jennifer Tufts that she researched Zulresso and spoke about Zulresso, but never made a recommendation to the defendant that she do that injection.
Thank you, Patty.
You also described that by November 21st, that the defendant was experiencing suggesting symptoms of mania, like racing thoughts. But in fact, the criteria is not just racing thoughts, it's racing thoughts, pressured speech, correct?
There are a number of criteria that are listed, but racing thoughts is one of them, yes.
Okay.
And
you also list, or you identify in your affidavit, extreme insomnia, but for mania, it's not just insomnia, it's that there's insomnia with a decreased need for sleep, correct?
it can be decreased feeling that you need to sleep even if you didn't sleep for several days. But it's also true that some people feel very tired. It's not just one or the other.
You're aware that the defendant denied a decreased need for sleep around that time period in November from the records, aren't you?
In that period, yes.
You also indicated that in reviewing records pertaining to, I think you noted Jennifer Tufts, that her notes were a series of the record was a series of check boxes, right? That was your testimony?
There are a few sentences, but there are mostly check boxes, yes.
And fair to say, the way in which those notes are created, there are several areas in which notes are placed at different points in those records.
There are notes at certain places, yes.
And those notes are reflective of statements that the defendant was making about her mood and how she was feeling and symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Those are all important things for a treating psychiatrist to consider when they're considering a patient's overall presentation. Is that fair to say?
Yes, fair to say.
Now, you also referenced in your affidavit that the defendant had reported that she had these increased symptoms with Zoloft and didn't sleep for 48 hours after increasing the dose. Remember that in the record?
Yes, from 25 to 50.
And you didn't review any police reports to identify that there were only 7 pills missing from that bottle of sertraline, did you?
I did not review a police report, no.
So if a person takes 7 pills over 1 week period at 25 milligrams, how do they increase the dose without more pills missing from the bottle?
Well, I believe if you took 3 or 4 pills for a few days of 25, then you still would have enough pills to take 2 25s and increase the dose to 50.
Right, but if a prescription reads that if 30 are filled and only 7 are missing from the pill bottle when it's located months later, then if you've taken 7 pills, you've taken 1 pill each day, correct?
Not necessarily. I believe that she stopped taking the medication rather quickly. And I'm not sure which pill bottle you're discussing because, as you said, I didn't review a police report.
Okay. Now, you're aware that on December 15th, that the defendant and her husband reported that she was having persistent intrusive thoughts that day, correct?
Yes.
And that's the day she first presented to Mass General Hospital.
Yes.
And you're aware that Mass General Hospital is directly affiliated with McLean Hospital, right?
They are affiliated, yes.
And that she was advised to go to the inpatient program and she chose not to go.
Yes.
From reviewing the records, did you see how Letitia Dukes, a social worker or a mental health worker, from the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Clinic, had previously had discussions with the defendant about going to women and infants before her presentation to the Mass General ER on December 15th?
Yes.
And she didn't, in fact, go to that program until December 20th. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned in your review of the medications, lamotrigine. You recall that?
Yes.
And that was a medication that was prescribed to the defendant in December of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You're aware that she never took lamotrigine?
I believe that's what she said, yes.
Now, you also were asked, or you spoke about Seroquel. So you're familiar with the prescription or what was prescribed of the Seroquel over the period of time from November 30th through early December, correct?
Yes.
You've reviewed that. And so I think you testified on direct examination that the initial dose was a low dose, 25 milligrams.
Correct.
And you're familiar, that is a fairly common dosage, a low dose to prescribe to address some sleep issues.
It is, yes.
And you're aware that for people who are suspected or have bipolar disorder, that the levels of prescribed are generally much higher than 25 milligrams, right?
Yes, they would be.
They could range anywhere from 100 milligrams to up to, what is the range, if you know?
It would go up to 800 milligrams.
And so in this circumstance, you're aware that Rebecca Gelada had suspicions about bipolar disorder, right?
She mentions it as a distinct possibility, yes.
And without relief, she recommends titrating or going up on the Seroquel over a period of time, right?
Yes.
And you settled on a number of 400, but you know from the records that that was the goal, to titrate up to 400 milligrams. Do you know if the defendant ever took 400 milligrams?
I do not.
And you're also aware that once the defendant started reporting having symptoms and concerns about the Seroquel, that she had requested to taper off the Seroquel, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that prior to her presentation at McLean Hospital, that Rebecca Gelada actually did send in a prescription that would allow for her to taper down.
Yes.
And when the defendant was admitted to McLean Hospital on January 1st, she was already on a taper plan, meaning she had gone back down to approximately 100 milligrams per night.
I believe she was, yes.
And that at McLean, they further immediately started to reduce the dosage with each night.
I believe that was the plan at McLean, yes.
So the first night she was there, she went down to 75 milligrams, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And then by the time she was discharged, she was at 0.
Yes, and they were talking about the amitriptyline.
Well, did she leave McLean Hospital with a prescription for amitriptyline?
I don't know if she left with a prescription, but it was discussed in the records that they recommended that.
And as of January 12th of 2023, you're aware that the only active prescriptions for the defendant were for amitriptyline, right?
Yes.
And Valium as needed and trazodone.
That sounds correct, yes.
So throughout the course of your review of the records and all of the different medications that she was on from October through January, she wasn't on all the medications at the same time, correct?
No, not at the same time.
And it's fair to say she was only on maybe 3 medications at one time.
3, there might have been 4 at one point, but yes.
And she had expressed particular medications that she wished to return to, like Ativan at some point, correct?
She was quite ambivalent about Ativan and talked a great deal in the records about being worried that she was addicted to it.
But Ativan tended to work for her, correct?
It made her feel less anxious. Yes.
And she actually described that at certain points to the providers that when she felt intrusive thoughts or she had a bad experience, that she took the Ativan and the thoughts were gone. Didn't she not?
I'm not sure that she said the intrusive thoughts were gone, but she would feel less anxious when she took it.
And as far as your conversations about hallucinations and auditory hallucinations, you indicated that at some point, or at points, I think was your testimony, that the defendant did hear a voice. But you're aware that she never reported to Jennifer Tufts that she heard a voice.
She did not.
She never reported to Rebecca Gelada that she heard a voice, did she?
She did not.
She never reported to Letitia Dukes that she heard a voice.
She did not.
And the only time she's ever said that she heard this voice was on January 24th of 2023. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
So when the district attorney asks you whether or not Lindsay, after all the symptoms that we've already gone through, told Rebecca Gelada that she heard a voice, told Dr. Tufts that she heard a voice, and denied that she heard a voice. Would you agree that there are reasons that a woman would not tell the doctor or minimize their symptoms out of fear?
Yes.
What kind of fear? Fear of what?
Well, in the records, it's stated that Ms. Clancy reported she was worried that her children would be taken away from her, perhaps by the Department of Children and Families, if she reported very severe symptoms. The other thing is, as a health care professional, boards of registration sometimes take a dim view of people who have been in treatment for certain psychiatric illnesses. And so she might have been concerned about her nursing license, but that's speculation.
So there are other reasons why a person may be concerned about telling healthcare providers, mandated reporters, that they're hearing voices, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that you don't have to see the proverbial unicorn in the corner to your health provider to be suffering from psychosis?
Yes, that's true.
And can you tell us, Counsel was asking about the symptomology, psychosis, is that something that just grinds on for day after week after month, or is that something that comes on out of nowhere very quickly?
No, overall.
It can be quite episodic.
What does that mean?
It means that an episode can start and stop, and then an interval of time goes by. It could be days, weeks, or months, and then another episode occurs.
Counsel asked you about bipolar disorder, the suspicions of bipolar disorder from Dr. Gelada, and then talked about the prescriptions that were prescribed. Is it, in your opinion, appropriate to prescribe a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor to a person that is bipolar?
No, overall.
It would be considered something to be done cautiously and usually with a mood stabilizer begun at the same time to prevent the possibility of making manic symptoms worse.
Thank you, sir.
Buckingham.
So just briefly, you didn't interview the defendant, did you?
I did not.
You don't know what she was concerned about. You're speculating.
Yes.
And for a person who's begging for help, wouldn't it be important to be honest with their providers about what you're feeling, seeing, and hearing?
It should be, but that's not always what doctors find.
Nothing further.
All right, anything further?
Okay, good.
All right, thank you, Doc. Let me sit down. Thank you. Could I see a sidebar again, scheduling?
Wow. Another sidebar. So, very interesting testimony.
Yeah.
The name's Condi, Dr. Donald Condi, remained pretty calm and collected under the prosecution's questioning there. Very interesting.
He wasn't concerned one bit about her. He really wasn't.
And all the objections getting overruled. It kind of brings the conversation about what we just heard kind of back to that first video that we watched when we started the show today. You know, where they talked about when a mother reports.
So members of the jury, what we're going to do is we're going to break at this point till 2 o'clock, all right? And much of the next longer break will be trying to resolve the technology issue that we had. And so if it's resolved, we may call one witness. If it's not, we'll call another witness. So we're going to try and get that all done during the break. So with my skills and technology, that's why we probably need a little bit longer than just the hour. So we'll in recess till 2 o'clock. We'll come back in for the next witness. Okay, thank you.
All rise, please, jurors. Excellent.
Church of Exeter Forum.
All right, so counsel, anything we need to discuss before the break? All right, so we'll come back we'll be in recess till 2 o'clock, and we have one of two different witnesses depending on how things work out over the break.
Yep, we can
Okay.
go all day, no problem.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now that they're on that break. So we kind of started off the show with the video that was talking about mothers and what usually takes place if they're reporting voices and things like that. And there's very minimal amount of treatment facilities. And so they just usually send them to the psych ward. And so the discussion here was right at the end there was about the fear of reporting such things. And so that's what the doctor, yes, the prosecution was trying to ask the doctor, is this what they're normally supposed to do? Well, yes, of course they're normally supposed to do that, but in some instances that doesn't take place because of fear of reporting. And so one of the reasons that Lindsay said she committed the crime was because she was, quote, saving the kids. So with all of this discussion today about the lack of mental health facilities designed for this, and then also how they'll typically just send them to a psych ward, then you have a fear of reporting. Is that what she meant by saving the kids? Was she afraid that the kids were going to be taken from Patrick and her? And then the reason that she needed to do what she did to the kids in order to do what she was ultimately going to do to herself was saving the kids also, again, not wanting them to go in the state's custody because maybe she felt some reason that they wouldn't go to Patrick. I don't know. Just trying to make sense out of an unsensible situation. And that's the only thing I can think of. What's your guys' thoughts?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess that does make a lot of sense. And I mean, it's entirely possible. I'm not saying this is the case, but it's entirely possible just that small detail of hearing a voice isn't completely accurate, but it was added in afterwards to strengthen the case for psychosis because that is what she had, but it's an important symptom that not everyone gets that was missing. We can't actually rule that out, that it wasn't mentioned because it wasn't there, but it needed to be there. Like, that does happen. But it is also very likely that, you know, she was so afraid of the severity of reporting that. And he made a really good point as well about her nursing license. That's just even more of a reason to not mention it. And I think that it kind of shows that even if people don't mention things, they need better therapy and ways of detecting this kind of stuff, because ultimately if she had been like locked away, she would have gotten more help than she was getting trying to find it on her own.
That's true.
Yeah, and if she had been, her kids would be alive. So yeah.
I mean, come on. She already done told her family. She told her husband multiple times about the thoughts of hurting the children.
Yeah.
It shouldn't have even had to go that route. The family should have stepped up,
Yeah.
as far as I'm concerned, you know. So and when it comes to saving the kids, that's what the voices were telling her, that she had to commit the crime to quote save the kids, and she couldn't do to herself what she was planning until she quote saved the kids and did that to them first, unfortunately. So we're going to be on a extended break here. We're getting an hour and a half, maybe a little more, because you know they're always tardy when they come back from their breaks. But we got some good stuff to check out. Vinny talking about, you know, those conspiracy theories around Patrick, and you know, some new facts that rock the conspiracy theories. You know, Vinny. But after that, everybody loved Dr. G yesterday, and we love Dr. G. So he actually made an appearance on STS, and so him and Dr. Ann discuss the mental health aspect and all that. So I thought that would be something cool that we can check out during these breaks. You know, we always love to play other videos pertaining to it. You know, they bring up a lot of great points, a lot of great conversation. You all have great conversation in chat too. Thank you all for your conversation. Gladly displayed on the screen. So thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. Also, hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. And we're going to check some of Vinny, and I can't wait to get to the STS stuff. So we're actually going to have plenty of time to do that. So I'm excited for that. More Dr. G. We all love Dr. G. And also, we got to say a special happy birthday to the birthday girl, Rosie OT. We love you, Rosie. Thank you again.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you again.
Again.
We appreciate you. Yes, we appreciate you so much. Happy birthday. And all right, we're going to go ahead and switch it to some Vinny. Thank you all again for being here. And as soon as it comes back, we are going to bring it back to you. Love you guys.
Two important things: the timing and what's happening. He's at CVS. He's making a phone call to her. People who are pointing the finger at Patrick Clancy say, no, those phone calls never happened, because he had already taken care of Lindsay and the kids. Lindsay's already outside on the ground, paralyzed. The calls were never made. He was calling from the Apple Watch to make it look like he was calling Lindsay. Okay? That's what people are saying. Let's take a listen now to Massachusetts State Police, Andrew Ciaccio, who's going to talk here about the timing, right? You want to verify the time that he's at CVS. Let's watch.
Why were you asked to go to the CVS in Kingston?
To obtain surveillance video.
Did you notice any discrepancies in the timestamps?
I did not.
And after viewing the video surveillance there at CVS, were you able to see Patrick Clancy in the store at CVS?
Yes.
And fair to say you were able to track that he arrived at 17:32:32 and exited the store at 17:37:08?
Yes.
Okay. Verify the timestamp. Verify the video. All of that is evidence in the case. Patrick Clancy is at the CVS at that time. Patrick Clancy says he speaks with Lindsay Clancy. Is that even possible? Well, what does Lindsay Clancy's phone say? What evidence do we have from her phone that day? Ian Whiffen, the big witness today from Cellbrite expert, testified about what he extracted from Lindsay Clancy's phone. Take a listen.
And then did you create a timeline combining all the data that we've talked about into one timeline?
I did, yes.
I'm going to the last page of your report, page 43. Is this the last page of the timeline?
It is, yes.
And in that page, can you explain what we're seeing here?
Yes, so the very first column is the timestamp. The next few columns, which show typically colored, is related to the activity, which will become a little bit clearer in a moment. The row or the column in the center explains what the record is. So if, for example, we look at the 17, 13, 16 record, we can see a U, which means the device was unlocked in pink. That unlock event lasted until 17, 15, 12. So hence that entire column is in pink and shows the relevant lock event.
So here we have 513 device unlock,
Yes,
515 device lock, and there's this column connecting them, correct?
correct. And then any activity that happened during that unlock time is then shown within the rows between. So again, we see Safari open at 17, 13, 16. Safari was closed at 17, 14, 47. Messaging was opened at 17, 14, 47. While messages were open, there was an outgoing message sent for PDLX. Then messaging was closed. Messaging was opened again, and messaging was closed prior to the device locking. So everything in the colored columns tries to show all of the events that happened at the same time or during that parent event.
And what we have here at 5:33 p.m., we have the flight climb started, is that correct?
Correct.
And flight climb ended at 5:38, so
Yes.
that line again connecting them?
Correct. So 2 flight climbs occurred during that time period.
And in between when the flight climb started and the flight climb ended, you have the 2 calls, the incoming call that was missed from Patrick and then the outgoing call to Patrick, correct?
Correct.
So the first flight climbed had already been started. Someone had already started climbing up a flight of stairs when that first unanswered call happened, correct?
So flight climb started is how it's listed within the database and within the software. But it actually, the flight climb time is when the flight climb has been recognized by the device as the device has already climbed up those stairs. So even though it says flight climb started, that's technically the time that the flight climb or the first flight climb had ended.
So where it says 5:33, 34 flight climb started, that actually indicates the person has gone up that first flight of stairs already.
Yes, that indicates the phone has now realized I'm 3 meters higher than I was the last time I checked. Therefore, a flight climb has already been completed at that point.
And then the calls happen, and then the phone realizes at 5:38 that another flight has been climbed.
Correct.
Okay. Lindsay Clancy's phone is climbing stairs. Her phone is climbing stairs. 2 flights, kind of like from the basement up to the second bedroom, all of which is consistent with the prosecution theory, all of which is consistent with what they've been saying. Patrick Clancy said he called Lindsay Clancy, did not answer, then got a call back. That information also consistent with what is found on Lindsay Clancy's phone. The movement, the calling. Lindsay Clancy, from this evidence, is walking up the stairs when Patrick Clancy calls her. We know where he is. We know where her phone is, and we know her phone is moving. Doesn't seem like Lindsay Clancy is paralyzed in the backyard after being tossed out the window. This does not fit into what I have been hearing from the people who have a theory that Patrick Clancy did it. This does not fit that theory. Not even close. What does this fits what the prosecution has been demonstrating to this jury from the beginning of the case. This fits and is consistent with what Patrick Clancy testified to. It makes sense to me. I'm wondering, there's going to be a reaction because I know some people still will not believe it, but I'm curious as to how you would explain the movement of Lindsay Clancy's phone. Like all those pieces are fitting together. Like there's no, oh, how did that? No, there's none of that. He called her. The phone is moving. It stops. They make a connection. Hang up. Then it continues. It's almost like you can piece together what the prosecution timeline is going to be here. He called her right after she killed the 3 kids in the basement and was on her way up to the bedroom to throw herself out the window. That's what prosecutors will argue. So big moment inside the courtroom. There were other big moments today, and this was very emotional and difficult. First, I want to put up on the screen something else that's going on. There's a GoFundMe right now for Lindsay's mom and dad, the Musgrove family. It's called the Musgrove Family Fund. They want to raise $2 million. They've raised over $800,000. And I'll read part of what this is about. In January of 2023, Lindsay Clancy was accused of killing her 3 young children in their Duxbury, Massachusetts home. She's now on trial. The Musgrove Family Fund is for the 2 people who have remained at her side through every step of what followed. Her parents, Mike and Paula Musgrove. It asks donors to recognize the extraordinary financial burden her parents have carried simply by continuing to be present. The purpose of this fund is to help Mike and Paula rebuild the financial stability they have sacrificed over these past 3 years. Contributions will help cover the accumulated costs of travel, lodging, living expenses, and other family expenses arising from their continued support of Lindsay throughout her case. The fund was established with their knowledge and consent, and Lindsay's attorney, Kevin Reddington, is aware of it. The Musgroves will control the funds and determine how they are used for the purposes described above. So people who are feeling sorry for Lindsay Clancy and for her parents have been raising money, and it will go to Lindsay's parents, and they will control what will happen with it. Meanwhile, Paula Musgrove on the witness stand today, really in a tough spot, difficult spot for her. Let's not forget that she was the grandmother of these 3 children as well. So let's take a listen to part of her testimony.
Tell the jury how you interacted and felt about your grandchildren.
I loved my grandchildren with all my heart. And you never know what it's like to love a grandchild until you become a grandmother. And it was the most beautiful thing. I love them with all my heart.
Now, did you have occasion to see how Lindsay reacted and treated her kids as a mother?
Yes.
And granted that you're her mother, so you're obviously biased. Tell the jury what observations you made of Lindsay as a mother through the years after Cora was born, and then Dawson, and then, of course, baby Calvin.
Lindsay was a very loving mother. She was dedicated to her children. She was a fun mother. She was always doing things for her kids. She always wanted to be a mother, have many children, and I felt it was the best thing that ever happened to her. And she would do anything for her children. She was just a loving mother.
Now, in 2022, Calvin was born. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with Lindsay and Pat during that period of time, the spring into the summer of 2022?
Yes.
And how often would you see them or talk to them, or what would you do? You go to cookouts, or would you have parties, or how would you socialize?
Myself and my husband would travel from Connecticut to Duxbury at least 2 or 3 times a month, as well as them coming to Connecticut to visit us.
And would you agree that in the summer, for example, of 2022, that Lindsay and Pat were active with the kids and were pretty happy?
Very happy, yes.
Did you observe in the summer of 22 any changes at that point in her personality and the way she was acting with her friends in society?
In the summer, no.
And they were having a fairly good summer.
Yes.
Did you notice at some point a change in Lindsay's demeanor?
Yes.
Tell the jury when that was.
It was sometime probably around the second week of October.
What happened that you noticed?
I noticed that she had become very anxious. She told me she was anxious about going back to work because Callan was having trouble taking a bottle and she didn't feel right about leaving him.
And as a result of that, did she tell you that she was going to put off going back to work?
Yes, she told me she was applying for an extension.
Now, did you know at that point that she was going through any issues involving depression or anxiety or having any suicidal ideation or anything like that?
At that point, no.
At that point, things changed, though, and the testimony of Lindsay's mom, crucial for this jury. So I want to take a moment to tell you about something really exciting here at Law and Crime. Now, if you haven't heard yet, we have the Law and Crime Plus app, and it is a total game changer. First of all, you get all your favorite shows from both Law and Crime and here at Court TV, and everything is ad-free. But what I'm most excited to share with you is a feature called Case Files. This is where we give you a deep dive into the biggest cases in true crime. You get access to the actual evidence, including body cam video, 911 calls, crime scene photos, trial footage, and so much more. Now, you really get to explore the evidence like never before. And because we want all of you to check it out, we're giving our viewers a free 1-month trial. Just head on over to lawandcrimeplus.com, enter the promo code VPI, and start your free trial today. Lindsay Clancy's mother was there, right? Was spending time, was interacting with her daughter. So she got to see firsthand some of the differences in Lindsay's behavior. Let's go back in and listen to more of her crucial testimony.
At what point, if any, did you become aware that your daughter was suffering from this symptomology?
In late October.
And how did that come about?
She sent me a text message.
And do you recall when that was?
Yes, that was on October 20th.
So I'm going to approach you with this board and ask if this is a copy of the text that you're referring to.
Yes, it is.
Would you read that for the jury?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
You want to write off this?
Objection. It's already in evidence.
What do we mark it for identification? Is that text within the?
I'd rather have it in the board.
Well, I know you would, but we already have the.
They want a little training. Can I just ask the board?
No, we're going to mark that for identification. The text that is been referred and read to is within Exhibit 276, which was just off.
I'm sorry, which is what?
I think it was within Exhibit 276, which was within that thread that you just offered.
Okay, so I will then, that would be 276, so that will be over here. As a result of receiving that text, did you then come up to?
Hold on a second.
Exhibit W for identification.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So as a result of that, did you come up to Duxbury?
Yes, same day.
And tell us about that. What happened that day at the end of October?
Lindsay had been, I believe she went to the emergency room that day and she had come home. She was feeling a bit better. She told me that she couldn't sleep. She was very anxious and she was afraid.
And how long did you stay with her?
At that point?
Yes.
I believe at that point I stayed for about a week.
And was your husband with you?
He came later. He didn't come directly with me then because he was still working, so he came later.
I never asked, what did you do for work?
I worked for Weight Watchers.
And you're retired?
Yes.
How about your husband? Is he working now?
He recently retired.
And what was the nature of his work?
He was in photography.
What kind of photography?
School picture photography.
For yearbooks and things like that?
Yeah, and school pictures, and you had your kids' pictures taken.
And he just recently retired?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that during the month of October into November, into the holidays in December, that you and your husband would stay with Lindsay and the kids?
Yes. I stayed more than my husband because he needed to go back home to work.
Sure. While you were staying with Lindsay, can you tell us your opinion as to her condition? Was it decompensating? Was she getting better as time went on through November and December into the holidays?
Through November into December, it was not getting better into the holidays.
And you knew she was on medication at that point?
Yes.
You knew she was seeing doctors at that point?
Yes.
So tell us, is there an incident that came to your mind that you recall that occurred on one evening that indicated to you how seriously she was suffering?
There were many. One particular evening that was disturbing to me was that, she was afraid. She was afraid to be alone. And she actually asked if she could sleep with me.
When was that?
That was late November, early December.
And did she indeed sleep with you on that occasion?
She did.
Continuing on through the holidays, did you guys get together for the holidays, Christmas or Thanksgiving, if you recall?
Yes. I was down there probably most of December through Christmas Eve. And then I left on Christmas Eve to come home to see my other daughter and her family. And then Lindsay actually came to my house later the day on Christmas Day.
Was she with Pat?
Yes.
Okay, and the kids?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you make further observation as time went into January? Oh, back it up. At some point, she voluntarily went into McLean Hospital?
Yes.
You knew that?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I was there.
What do you mean you were there?
I was at Lindsay's house staying with them.
You take care of the kids?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that Pat's parents, mom and dad, also stepped up, taking care of the kids, helping out during this period of time?
They were there, I guess, when we weren't there. I didn't really see them, but.
Right, because you guys would be different time frames.
Right.
But you all were pulling together as a family, is that
Right.
correct? January, leading up to January 24th. Do you recall, and can you tell the jurors what, if any, observations you made of Lindsay and her condition?
Lindsay had lost a lot of weight. She had become, during this whole time, paranoid about different things that really she shouldn't have, really weren't logical to become paranoid about. She would mention that this wasn't her mind. She would say to me, this isn't me. I've never been like this before. And I would agree because she wasn't. She was attempting to go through the motions of her day, take care of the kids as best she could. She didn't want to drive. So at times when Pat didn't go pick the kids up at school, I would drive Lindsay to pick the kids up at school because she was afraid to drive.
Did she express to you concern that in this time frame that people at the school, teachers and other people would be able to know what she was thinking and would think that she wasn't a good mother because she was sick?
Yes, she said, the school knows something's going on because I'm not driving my car. They see that I'm not driving my car to pick the kids up.
Do you recall the end of January that she made a statement to you about the medication, in her opinion, what it was doing to her mind?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she couldn't remember anything. The medication was pretty much just destroying her mind, and it wasn't her. She said, this isn't me. I just want to feel better and enjoy my kids again.
Now, I know that this is difficult. In December of 2022, do you recall the time that you were in the kitchen with Lindsay and Patrick and she made a statement about her state of mind to her husband, Pat, and you were there?
Yes.
I know it's difficult. Just tell us what you remember.
I remember her being very nervous. I remember her saying, I just have to tell you guys something. And then she told us.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she had thoughts of harming the children.
She's talking about it. Clearly suffering from mental illness, but talking about it to the people closest to her. Yet here we are. Lindsay Clancy's mother wasn't the only family member who came to speak with her and noticed things and was having sort of an ongoing conversation during the time leading up to the killing of the 3 children. Lindsay's sister was also a part of her life, someone who was close to her, and she took the stand as well. Let's take a look at her testimony.
I will say on Thanksgiving in particular is when the first time I saw her in person after quite some time. I had known she had not been doing well via text message communication that we had. I think on Thanksgiving, she, her mood did not look good, her energy, she didn't seem very energized. It definitely seemed off from how I've seen her in the past.
And were you aware that that carried through from November into December, around the holiday season, if you had stayed in touch with her?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you observed about her around the holiday season as it related to her, from your observations and your texting and your communications with Lindsay? How did she appear to you at that point?
The beginning of December, it seemed like she very much decompensated. I do remember her saying at one point at the beginning of December, something along the lines of, I'm in a really tough spot. And knowing what she had shared with me previously about how her mental health had been struggling, I had this gut feeling that something was off and that she was really struggling. And I asked her if she was safe.
What did she say?
She said yes at that point.
And you knew her husband, Pat?
Yes.
And you knew the kids?
Yes.
Obviously. Do you recall around Christmas itself, and perhaps a little bit thereafter, that you spoke with her and that she indicated, basically, I'm not doing okay?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you observed about her demeanor or her symptomology when you said she was decompensating around that time? What were they symptoms in your mind of?
Based on communication with Lindsay, and I started communicating with Pat directly at that time, she was reporting her mood was worsening, as she described as depression. She was having more suicidal thoughts. Insomnia continued to be an issue. She was really not feeling like herself.
And did you know that during that period of time where she was telling you about the suicidal thoughts and the issue of depression, that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about seeing the doctors, and if she was on any medication, and if so, what effect did they have on her?
The first thing she said about the doctors was back in October when she said that she saw a doctor for Zoloft and had a very awful reaction to that Zoloft.
Would that be Dr. Tufts?
I don't believe she shared that specific with me.
Share the name? Okay.
No. And then I think throughout our communication over the couple months of October to December, she did share with me that she was going to doctors, she was getting different prescriptions, kind of all the things that they were trying and different treatments they were looking at.
And do you recall when you were talking with her about her symptoms towards the end of December that she had, in your words, decompensated significantly and stated to you that she felt nothing and that she was scared, things of that nature?
Yes.
What else did she tell you, if you recall?
At the end of December, so I think it was more along the same of, that she is really not feeling well. Her mood is down. She's feeling numb. She's feeling hopeless. I believe at the very end of the month, she told me she had had suicidal ideation every day for a month.
Do you recall towards the end of the month around New Year's that she voluntarily admitted herself somewhere?
Yes.
Do you know where she admitted herself?
McLean Hospital.
And while she was at McLean Hospital, ultimately, do you know how she got out of McLean Hospital?
It was my understanding that she was weaning off of some medication that she was on, and then was eventually discharged 5 days later.
Now, did you see her or talk to her after she left McLean Hospital trying to wean herself off of whatever medication it was? Because you don't know what the medication was, right?
I believe it was Seroquel.
Seroquel.
Yep.
Did she tell you anything to the effect that when she got out of the hospital that she felt as though this was a step in the right direction? Did she seem as though she was trying to be positive about her life?
Yes.
And tell us about that, because up until this point, you had observed her decompensating and having these symptoms and suicidal ideation and depression and feeling nothing and scary. When she got out of McLean, what did she appear to you and what did she say to you?
I believe she said she felt that that was a good plan and that she was starting to feel better.
So was your sister, in your opinion, granted she's your sister and you're biased, obviously, but was she a complainer?
No.
And obviously she didn't share with you in detail her doctors and medicines and things of that nature. Is that fair?
No.
But you were aware of the struggles and the hurt that she was going through?
Yes.
And then through the month of January, did you have occasion to see her, or were you, because you still live in different states?
Yes. Yes, I did have an occasion to see her in January.
When?
We went to Cora's birthday party.
And that was at the trampoline park?
Yes.
How did she appear at that?
I think she looked like she was going through the motions of putting together a birthday party for her daughter. But she looked tired. She looked like she was still struggling.
So there was a difference in your observation of what you had known your sister to have as a personality?
Yes.
And then, of course, the horrible day, were you aware, or did somebody call you and tell you that the children had been killed?
Yes.
One of them still survived and ultimately passed?
Yes.
And do you recall who told you that?
Yes.
Who was that?
My mother.
And as a result of getting the call from your mother, what did you do?
I jumped in the car, packed a bag, and I sped up to South Shore Hospital, which is where I was told she was.
This whole family, wow, what they have been through. But again, the theme here is very clear. Lindsay was struggling, but the question is to what degree? So this is what makes this case so difficult for prosecutors, is that, like, it's obvious to everyone that Lindsay Clancy is suffering from mental illness, but what impact is the mental illness having on the decisions that she made on the 24th of January when she took the lives of her 3 children? So any testimony concerning what she was doing, how she was functioning, and to what level this mental illness was impacting her life and what people were noticing about it becomes very, very relevant. So this part of the testimony of Lindsay Clancy's sister is extremely important because it's the cross-examination. Those prosecutors are still, they have to concede because it's the truth, right? She's suffering from mental illness. But how bad was it? Let's watch.
And do you recall speaking to the police on January 25th, just a day after this all happened back in 2023?
Yes.
And do you recall telling them that you saw Lindsay 2 weeks prior to the 24th, roughly around the birthday party time, and that she seemed okay?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the police that you spoke to her in phone calls many times after she was discharged to McLean, and that her tone of voice in those calls seemed better?
I did not speak to her on the phone. Most of our communication was via text.
Okay, so you don't recall saying that to the police, that the tone of Lindsay's voice in our phone conversations was better the last couple weeks since she had been released from the hospital?
I believe when I said that, I meant her tone via her text messages.
And so her tone in her text messages was better?
A bit.
And do you recall telling police that you spoke to Lindsay on Thursday, January 19th, 2023, and she seemed okay?
Yes.
And that was a phone call, correct?
That was text message.
Text message, okay.
Yes.
So when you were saying spoke to the police, you were referring to text messages?
Correct.
And so in that text message, she seemed fine?
She seemed okay.
So she had just been released from McLean Hospital at the beginning of January, and all of your communications after the birthday party were text messages, is that correct?
I think the dates were.
I believe so, yes.
And just so we make sure we have the date correct, after she was discharged from McLean in January of 2023, up until January 24th, 2023, all of your communications were via text?
Yes.
Did you visit her at her home that month?
No.
You didn't reach out or call her at all, correct?
I reached out and called, yes. I did not visit her at her home, no.
When you called, did she respond? Did she answer the phone?
I'm sorry, let me backtrack. I can't recall whether I made a phone call. I can recall the majority of our communication between January 1st and January 24th was via text message.
Okay, so there could have been some phone calls.
I cannot recall any phone calls.
You are a licensed social worker, correct?
Correct.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time between January 1st, 2023 and January 24th, 2023, did you have enough concern about the safety of the kids or the safety of your sister to file a report as a mandated reporter?
No.
All right, a couple things from her testimony. First, in distinguishing text message versus phone call, personally, I get the two jumbled in my mind, but prosecutors base their case upon the interviews of witnesses and the statements that they give. So she previously talked about phone calls, very specific, and now it's text messages. Is she telling the truth? Likely telling the truth, not being deceptive on purpose, but for a prosecutor, you're trying to get to the truth and trying to figure things out, and you base it upon the investigation that's done. And here you have someone who now is sort of changing the parameters of it, but I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think it's a big deal one way or the other. I think at the end that was significant that she didn't observe anything that made her think that children were in danger. And I think that's important for prosecutors in this case in trying to diminish the level of this mental illness that she was actually suffering from to attempt to win this case. I want to play for you one more thing. This was a moment where Margaret Hamp is testifying. This is someone who worked with Lindsay Clancy as a nurse in labor and delivery and recalling an incident. Listen really closely because this is like one of those moments where you go, oh. Let's watch.
Your experience dealing with patients that have birthed a child, as the district attorney asked, and are on Zoloft and expressing issues of being a parent. Were you aware of any incidents where Lindsay was with you and a woman did in fact express concern that she wanted to hurt herself or her child?
There was a particular patient that Lindsay was on staff when this patient arrived. It was a patient that arrived to the unit that had plans to harm herself while she was pregnant. And we had a conversation. Lindsay was brand new. It was the summer that she had just started. And we had a conversation about mental health in pregnancy and postpartum. And I asked her if she had ever heard of the Andrea Yates case, and she hadn't. And I explained that to her, and she cried. And she said, how could a mother hurt her children?
Thank you. All set.
Thank you.
Wow. That's a moment. That is a moment. The Andrea Yates case, we've been talking about that since the beginning. It's the most notorious of all these before this case of a mother killing her children. But at that moment, Lindsay Clancy, the furthest thing from her mind was harming any children, let alone her own. That's it for this time. Thank you so much for watching. Our coverage of this case obviously will continue here on Vinnie Politan Investigates and on Court TV. I'm Vinnie Politan. Until next time, please don't forget to hug the kid.
The medication is destroying my mind. That was the testimony of Paula Musgrove, the mother of Lindsay Clancy, on the stand in Plymouth, Massachusetts today. And then came even more chilling admissions. Paula Musgrove telling the court that at one point, while she and ex-husband Patrick Clancy were in the kitchen, Lindsay Clancy stopped what she's doing. She said, "I have to tell you something." They said, "What do you need to say?" And she told them, "I'm having thoughts about harming my children."
Welcome to the global phenomenon, Surviving the Survivor. Here's your host, Emmy Award-winning journalist, Joel Waldman.
What her groundbreaking work really helped shape the FBI BAU, the Behavioral Analysis Unit. She's a longtime professor at the Boston College School of Nursing, and her work with the Behavioral Science Unit at the FBI helped inspire the character of Dr. Wendy Carr in the show, the hit Netflix show Mindhunter, and her book is on my little table right over there, Killer by Design, and it is signed by the living legend, Dr. Ann Burgess. Now, in my mind, this guy's a living legend as well. Dr. G explains, I sort of doxed him today. Someone asked what his real name was, and I revealed that. I won't do it again because I don't know if I'm allowed to. But
it's on my page, so yeah, it's fine.
Dr. J.P. Garrison, there you go. He is a licensed clinical psychologist and a behavior analyst, and he has been weighing in with an interesting take on Lindsay Clancy. And he and I, as we always do, text during UFC fights. And Dr. G said, "Hey, I've got an interesting take. I don't know that everyone is catching what I'm catching here." And I said, "Let's do the show." And we asked Ann to join in. Why? Because everyone was saying, "Could we please hear from Dr. Ann Burgess?" So here we are. Now, we are 70 witnesses deep in the Commonwealth. They rested their case today after 70 witnesses. And Kevin Reddington, the defense attorney, he is now at the helm, 4 witnesses deep into the criminal defense case in chief. I mean, Dr. Ann Burgess, before we get into, and these are big questions, but important ones I think you and Dr. G can answer, like what is psychosis? How much does it matter? Everyone keeps saying, I don't see evidence. Does it matter? Well, hold that for a second. But today, Grandma took to the stand, Paula Musgrove, Lindsay's mother, and she said, I mean, very openly that her daughter was getting worse and worse and experiencing this anxiety. It doesn't seem like they necessarily, jumped into action and committed her. She committed herself at one point. My question is just, what do you make of this sort of overall view? What is your overall view, 15 days now into testimony? And Ann, that's for you.
Sure. Well, certainly we're hearing more and more, and people, I think, are beginning to say, well, why wasn't something done if she had all of these thoughts and so forth? And if she had those thoughts, the next question should be, are they disturbing to you? Because what makes the difference between someone who's depressed and having thoughts of hurting themselves, oftentimes it's hurting themselves. And the difference with the psychosis is the psychosis, they're not going to realize that they are necessarily harmful. Whereas in depression, you want the person to say, I'm having these thoughts of hurting someone, but I know that this is wrong. That I'm not sure that this came through so well for people. And they must have just either not asked it or ignored that you have to go one step further and find out what their belief about these thoughts are.
Interesting. I mean, Dr. Ann, let me just follow up. I mean, found out today that Paula Musgrove worked for Weight Watchers for her career. The husband did school photography. So these are not people who are going to know psychology the way you or Dr. G or mental illness in this regard. How would one know? And is that what we learned from this trial, that you've got to go to that next step to see, well, okay, I'm having these thoughts. What is the actual action that could result from these thoughts?
Right. Well, if they say I'm having these thoughts of injuring the baby, I think that's kind of what was said is the next question would be, so what do you make of those thoughts? And see what they say. Hopefully they'll say, I know that it's wrong, I shouldn't. But if they begin to say that maybe I should do something about it or take any kind of action, that's immediate grounds to get them admitted to a unit.
And Dr. G, to you see here, Dr. Ann, a literal legend. Yes, she is. She's named a living legend. Thank you all for your insights on this sad case from Jen Blossom. Thank you for the super chat. But Dr. G, on the stand today as well, Margaret Hamp was one of the defense witnesses, and she got on the stand, and there was an interesting back and forth, and she reveals that there was this time where prior to having the third baby, she's working as a labor delivery nurse, which is how she knows this woman, Margaret, on the unit. And she would kind of obsessively check the cameras, the monitors, and she saw that Cora was crying at night. The oldest was crying and wouldn't stop crying. And she calls Patrick, her then husband, and he doesn't answer. So she then calls police to do a wellness check. Now, I listened to this whole exchange, and it seemed to me a bit extreme and a bit controlling. We don't know all the circumstances, but we've all had children. I've had babies. You've had babies. Anna's had babies. And I don't know how concerned I'd be about a crying baby, because that's what babies do. They cry. But she took it to the point of calling police for a wellness check when she just couldn't get in touch with her husband, who may or may not have just called her back in a few minutes. Is that an overreaction and sort of a warning sign of what was to come, maybe?
Well, I mean, it can suggest that she's overly enmeshed with her kids to an extent that she has to rescue them every time they're upset or something like that. So it may be an overreaction. I don't think there was any that would give us any indication that she was going to do what she did. I think there's plenty of mothers who do that, who feel very strongly about, I don't like seeing my child cry, and may react strongly for whatever reason. So I don't think that was any indication that she was going to eventually go into the episode that resulted in the death of her children. But I think that's an important piece as we try to put it all together. So I think that's relevant.
Sharon Curlin, Four-Line here says, has consistently sounded like she has OCD, which I want to go back to Ann about in a second. And Sherry here says, I'm not sure it's controlling, perhaps anxiety. And then you get to Sharon Curlin, babies cry. She didn't want to care about it. I don't know if you actually mean like she didn't care, because I think she cared maybe too much. Curious to know that. But Dr. Ann, one of the things that sort of stands out to me is that having a baby and then three, or like having three little tornadoes in your home, that, everything is, my home was a little more acute maybe than others, but it's hard to keep things clean. It's hard to keep things neat. People come into our house and jokingly say, oh, it looks like it's well lived in, which is a euphemism for, wow, your house is a absolute mess. But if you're a very controlling person, which it appears she was and maybe is, how hard is it when you have these babies that come and kind of upend your life? Do you think there's anything to sort of an obsessive compulsive component here to all this?
Well, that certainly, if that is true, that certainly complicates things, because she is, as you said, going to want to have things in order and so forth. And babies and small children are not going to follow that. So that can put an extra burden onto the mother to either feel she has to discipline them or do something. So that could be something really, really important. It's interesting that it's OCD, because the risk factor for postpartum psychosis is manic depressive kind of thing, the mania part, the very extreme behavior. And it doesn't sound like she had that if she's, very controlled and trying to keep the children under control. So that kind of speaks against the OCD.
Controlling, you're feeding a false narrative. Not impressed by that. I don't know. Dr. G, we're going to get to, I think, a couple of your clips, the COE. It is a Monday, and my son has apparently fallen, and he will get up, trust me, but a little delay on getting you the videos. When you look at this, Dr. G, I look at it, I see a woman who's empty inside, a shell of herself. What do you see?
I don't know that I could get a lot from just this still picture. I mean, I've seen her footage. I mean, she looks concerned right here, but that's about as much. If you were to literally just tell me to read what I see right there, I mean, she was concerned, but that's pretty much it.
So you've got to see her move, and we're going to do that. We're going to see her react. But medication is destroying my mind. All of a sudden, my phone went off. That just scared me. That's like a horror show. My phone just came to life in the middle of STS. Dr. G, you texted me. One of the text messages was a lot of people, I believe you said, don't understand psychosis. Is that it? Or the definition?
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't understand psychosis. They're using a lot of random words interchangeably: depression, anxiety, intrusive thoughts versus hallucinations. Like, people do not seem to understand what psychosis is. And the cornerstone of psychosis, in my experience, and I was Emory trained in an inner city hospital for a lot of years, and I worked with people with severe and persistent mental illness. And the cornerstone of psychosis is a delusional world. So when people talk about hallucinations, that's important. What's more important is their belief system about the world around them. And it tends to be very distorted. So how distorted? Is it bizarre? Does it seem more grounded but isn't consistent with reality? people, I think when we talk about psychosis, that's the important key part that I wish people would talk more about related to this case is what was her belief system? What was her belief system about her kids? Like what was her perception of the world at the time? Because they talk about her hallucinations. That's only a piece of it, and a less important piece in my mind than the delusions that would have been going on, if that makes sense.
It does to a degree. So my follow-up question to that, who is that sort of incumbent on to get that answer? Do you feel like, let's start here. Do you feel like the mental health workers, the nurses, the doctors, the psychiatrists failed her? Did they not ask the next question? I mean, she said over and over, I'm anxious, I'm not sleeping well. They put her on this cocktail of medicines. I mean, she's clearly not, in my opinion, not making this up. Some people are implying that she's manipulating the whole situation with text messages. I just don't see how that is possible. I don't know if it rises to the level of psychosis, but isn't it incumbent on the healthcare professionals to figure that out?
To an extent, you can't read people's minds. Sometimes people don't. It sounds like, and there may be pieces of this I haven't watched, but it sounds like that she was telling people, I need help. But if she was having specific thoughts, that she has to express those as well. Like just hearing she has had thoughts about hurting her kids, if that's all that was talked about and no one probed deeper, obviously there'd be a problem. You want people to ask more questions, but you only know as much as they tell you. So, it's really tough. And so, this is a very complex situation. I think that there probably were areas where people could have asked more questions. Once again, I need to review some more of what specific interventions were used, if we even know. But we're not mind readers. We can't always know, even if somebody's really suffering, if they're not expressing it in a coherent way, or if we're not asking the right questions, because that can happen too.
Yeah, and Dr. G, real quick before I get back to Ann with a couple of questions. I mean, I know you're in practice currently. Can I ask you, I mean, do you see most of your patients via telehealth? Because it seems like everyone across the board, we're seeing her via telehealth, and there's been some rub against that. Like, you don't see the person in person. It's not tactile. You can't necessarily read them, just in one dimension on the screen. Yeah. Is that how you see people? Is it a problem?
To me, it's all about risk. So if there are people that are high risk, I would refer them elsewhere. I think it's as simple as that. So if you see somebody who is a high risk individual for self-harm or harming others or something like that, then you basically have to immediately get them to, I'm not the right treatment provider for you. So that's exactly what I would tell anybody that comes in with issues that are beyond what should be through telehealth. And I mean, people can see individuals like that through telehealth. That's not what I do. I think that should be in person, but I think you could competently treat somebody through telehealth in terms of someone dealing with even severe issues. I just think it's too much risk.
Yeah. Ann, your thoughts on that about seeing, I mean, it seems to me, and I don't want to blame the system. That's what the defense is doing, though. They're trying to blame the system as part of their defense to say, look, she saw a bazillion doctors, nurses, licensed therapists, and she was given 13 different medications, and they just made her worse. And the mother said the medications were making her worse. Is there some sort of fundamental flaw, do you think, with the mental health care system?
Yeah. Well, one of the things I think is important is this really came to a head in end of December, beginning of January. And didn't she admit herself or get admitted to a psych unit about the middle of January? Now, what happened there is people can do what's called evaluations and assessments, et cetera. But the really important thing is in my opinion, and I work with nursing because nursing has responsibility for patients around the clock, 24 hours, is to get them to keep a journal of what their thoughts are. Now, they can do that, but that would be a real assignment that I never saw anything that they did there, because I think, as Dr. G said, you can't get into someone's head, but you have to if you're going to in some way understand, if you're going to find out that they are not seeing reality as one should. So that the thoughts have to be determined. Now, when you compare this, say, to a Yates case, where they were able to find out that she had this very, very bizarre type of thinking that her children were going to go to damnation and things like that, that really gave you a handle on what the thinking was. But for Lindsay Clancy, we don't have that. We have her saying that she's upset by her thoughts, but we don't really, and that she could harm the baby. That should have been a real red flag. I don't know what else could she have said. And it makes a difference if they don't respond to it. When the patient says to you something that is so important, and not to act on it and to say, this is so good, you told me this, and we're going to get you some help, and et cetera, you can get some intervention in there. What is she to think? And if she thinks that maybe it's not that important, or maybe I won't, that could have happened. We don't know. But at any rate, she did hurt her babies very, very clearly.
Yeah, for sure. I know she did journal. I don't know to what extent she journaled. They've read some excerpts from there. And you're in Massachusetts. I know you're not a lawyer, but Massachusetts is kind of a strange state when it comes to these types of trials. And basically what this is going to come down to is, was Lindsay Clancy either criminally responsible or not criminally responsible at the time of this act? And my question is, what does that mean? How do you know? I mean, if you're jurors, how do you know this?
Well, there's, if you don't mind me jumping in here for a second. Okay, so if I understand correctly, Massachusetts has a two-pronged approach, which is somewhat unique to Massachusetts at this point, which is that it can either be that someone has impaired cognition, in other words, they didn't know what they were doing is wrong, or they had no control over what they were doing, which is much, much harder to prove. However, that's what this defense, at least looking at their civil suit, appears to be doing. Because if you look at the civil suit, it says she had command hallucinations, and they said, do this now. And then she said she couldn't control herself. She had no one was behind the wheel. She just basically watched it happen as she was doing it. She had no control whatsoever. The volition was gone. So that seems to be, unless they change that for this trial, in their civil suit, that was the argument, which is unusual because that's extremely hard to prove. Most states have abandoned the whole volitional idea because the American Psychiatry Association back in the 80s said, it's too hard to measure this. We can't say, and it's too debatable as to whether or not you even can truly lose control outside of being on like PCP or some other substances or brain injuries or things like that. So this is a very different approach by the defense than many states take, because usually people want to say, well, she didn't know what she was doing was wrong. That's what we're going after. They appear to be saying she couldn't control herself, which is a wild argument.
It is a wild argument, but you are true. It is true with Massachusetts law. It's a criminal responsibility, and both prosecution and defense are going after that, but from very different angles, so to speak.
Yeah. And I, it's hard to kind of elucidate and define this with the two of you, and that's intended with all due respect. So I just don't know how jurors are going to do it. I think it's going to be really tough. I can't tell if 25 for us is upset or just making a point here, but she said she, meaning Lindsay, never said what she needed help with. Never. What was the actual problem? All she ever said was that she needed medication. She did not care about therapy, which is what she needed most. I mean, Dr. G, let me go to you on this. I mean, you've had, I'm sure, patients come to you. You talk about high risk, and and look, my father is a psychiatrist, did the same thing. He tried to avoid very high risk patients. But this, I'm sure you've had people come to you who are even somewhat stable, but now are in the throes of either a manic episode or a very difficult part of their life. And most of the time, a lot of the time, they can't define what's wrong with them. And I think that this was an issue for her. But again, it begs the question, is it more incumbent on the mental health profession? I mean, what part of this do the mental health professionals need to take responsibility for? What part does the patient need to take responsibility for?
and therein lies a very, very challenging question, which I assume in the civil cases, that's going to be litigated for years, that very question. But I think as long as most of us in this field want people to get better. Like we are in a helping industry. I don't see people wanting to just be like, okay, great, now your time is up, get out of here. Like, I want people to actually do well. So generally speaking, psychologists and psychiatrists want the patients that come to them to get the care they need. So if they're acting within reason and asking the right questions, hopefully the patient is able to reveal those things. But like I said, there's a lot of variables you can't control for. So I don't know. There are things about this case that I don't know in terms of, why people believe that it was so negligent. I know that the medications that were in her system, that when the toxicology report said that she was on like Remeron, Lamictal, Trazodone, and Seroquel, I think, at the time of the incident, so
I mean, but isn't it, Dr. G, isn't it a little extreme to be put on 13 different medications? There is testimony, by the way, the 13 medications, but then there's practitioners within the same facility. One said, no, I never read the record. I didn't want to read the previous practitioner's record because I wanted to make my own assessment. I mean, that seemed a little odd. Like, you've got a whole history, and now I'm not going to read the history.
Switching up that many medications that quickly is not a good idea. The 4 that she was on, if it was just those 4 when she committed the murder, is not that crazy, actually. It's more likely, but there could be switching medications before that had an impact. I'm not a psychiatrist. I can't say, that's not my area of expertise, although I see a lot of medication. So yeah, I think it's not ideal that you don't have continuity of care. And that's a big, important part of what we do is continuity of care. So I would hope that the professionals would look at what the other people prescribe and not just go, I don't want to know. I don't really understand. I personally don't understand that approach. I want to know everything someone has been treated with. I don't want to be like, I want to do it myself. Don't tell me anything. I want to know every bit of their history I can get. So I don't understand that approach. I would hope that they had a really good rationale for that, but I don't love that personally.
Yeah, I mean, I tell people I don't watch any other YouTube channels except for Dr. G's, and I really don't because I don't want to be influenced. But this is a little bit different than deciding, how to medicate and how to give treatment to a person that is literally just off the edge of the precipice there. And to you, I just want you to be able to. How do you understand psychosis? I'm just curious if it's sort of the same as Dr. G, but in this particularly postpartum psychosis, how do you define it?
Well, you have to get into, does the person know reality from non-reality? That really isn't. And we do spell out what is non-reality. And that gets into what you've already said, the hallucinations or the thoughts of the delusions. Is she thinking a way that it would be considered irrational by other people? And it has to be documented, really needs to be documented. The other thing I'd say about medications is, and go back to your issue of control, yes, it is one thing to say I could hurt my babies, but the next question, of course, is, well, can you control these thoughts, or how do you see the thoughts? You need to find out if they see these thoughts. To just use jargon is what we call ego-syntonic from ego-dystonic. Do they not seem real to the person? Because that's who you're dealing with. So if you have someone that who wants to control themselves, but they're on so many medications, and she really had a lot of medications. And I would just say that we have to understand the poly interaction of so many. And I don't think, and that's a real specialty. You have to talk to people that know about how these various medications can interact, because there were a lot of them. I think the 13 I saw were absolutely every one drug that you could have possibly given. So people were thinking, well, if she didn't do well on this, maybe I'll try that. Forgetting that sometimes it takes 2 weeks for the drug to kick in, takes time to get the drug out of the system. It's a real specialty in itself. And I think that that was certainly something important that should have been in part of this case.
And Dr. Ann, we had a woman on the other night named Teresa Toomey who was diagnosed as having postpartum psychosis. She's an attorney and she speaks about this. 2 things stuck out. Number one, she said she knew she was in trouble when she first started having thoughts that she wanted to throw her kids in front of a bus. She said that. And she knew there was a problem, and she knew that wasn't right. And then it sort of escalated where, unrelated to the child, she said she was listening to a party going on in another room in her house that she knew didn't exist. But she could kind of pull herself away and know, okay, I'm hearing this, but I know there's no room there. So I know there can't be a party. And then she teared up when she said, then I got to this point where I couldn't look at scissors because I wanted to take the scissors and harm the child. And so I hid all the scissors. And it was like she was, and it gives me the chills, but she was like in this psychotic state, I guess. But she also said that she was thinking very lucidly, which is sort of counterintuitive. So can you be psychotic and lucid at the same time?
Well, as long as you know to hide the scissors so that you don't do something. I mean, I think that was the good news, is that she knew that this was wrong and didn't trust herself. And there certainly are examples like that. So that was a very useful example for her to give, I think. The other thing is, y'all here, we have subways here in Boston, and you always, every now and then, you'll have somebody get pushed into the oncoming subway. Well, now that's an example of someone that hears the voice, push that person in and acts on it, can't control themselves. And it happens. You need to understand what the hearing of the voices are. And evidently she did hear some voices. I think that was reported. If not, I don't know. But at any rate, you've got to listen to it. A lot of people don't want to hear that. They'd rather think, oh, she looks good. She can't be having these bad thoughts. But you have to be able to listen to what the bad thoughts are. And so what did she do? What could she do about it? Could she control herself? If she's on a lot of medication, she might not be able to.
Dr. G, to you, I mean, a question that keeps coming up is that there are these 2 calls made in the window of time that she's admittedly killing these kids, one to the CVS employee, one to her, I think she talks to her husband. Nonetheless, there's a couple of calls going on during this period of time. And that's how my question came up to the person about lucidity. Like, how could you be in a state of psychosis, essentially out of your mind, and simultaneously, okay, make sure you bring home the chicken française or whatever,
So it depends on the type of psychosis we're dealing with as well. When you talk about somebody with a diagnosis like schizophrenia, that can be a lot more disorganized than somebody who's having psychosis that's related to major depression or during a bipolar episode. I mean, so it can all look different. So, and that's why I talk about psychosis being about delusion, because the specifics of it get I don't want to say nuanced, but they can change based on a lot of circumstances. And that's why I want to know what her belief system was, because the vast majority of mothers who commit filicide do what's called altruistic filicide. They believe that they are killing their children because if they plan on taking their own life, my kids can't live without me. They'll be too devastated. Their quality of life would be too bad if I wasn't here, because I love them more than anybody else. So this is a kindness to them, even if it's awful. So that is a real delusional system, not one that they have put forth here. Maybe that wasn't applicable to her, but that's typically what we see when we see mothers specifically who kill their children.
Thank you for that explanation. From Kiradot to Dr. Ann, this is an interesting comment. You're at war with the madness. If it doesn't take over completely, you can personalize it almost and disassociate from it. Lindsay's defense claims she totally lost control and could no longer disassociated. Wouldn't that, in essence, sort of make her not criminally responsible if you buy into this argument?
Right. That's where they're going with this. I would agree with you. Yes. Yeah. If they can prove that, she's not criminally responsible. The prosecution wants to say she planned it, et cetera, so she is criminally responsible.
And what if I said, Dr. Ann Burgess, what do you think? Is she criminally responsible or not criminally responsible? What is your answer?
Well, it depends with her state of mind at the time. Did she hear a voice? I think there's been some allusion to that a male voice said, do it. Yeah. And if that's true, if you can build that into the defense, then I would say that is going to be what the jury comes away with.
And are you familiar with Dr. Philip Resnick and Dr. Margaret Spinelli? Are you familiar with them?
Oh, yeah. Philip Resnick, he was the guru back in 1970 that wrote on this. Yeah.
Well, he's going to be the star defense witness. He's coming in as soon as tomorrow. I think people are going to listen to him.
Sure.
And they're going to say, this guy is the world expert. I heard he testified for other stuff, Timothy McVeigh and the Unabomber. Is this guy going to turn the Commonwealth on its head and help the defense here? Because he's the expert. How important is this defense witness?
Well, it is a battle of experts. This is a clear case that it's going to be down to who did the jury believe, which expert, because each one's going to have a different view of this. And he certainly will be, I'm sure he's for defense, of course. I don't know the other, the woman. I don't know her.
Yeah, she's supposed to be big in the field. I don't know much about her either, but I know we have a clip. This might be from Dr. G Explains, or it's just Lindsay in court. But let's watch this together, and depending on what it is, I will stop it. We'll get analysis from Dr. G here and Dr. Ann.
Records or records from the emergency department.
And did you start with an external examination of Cora?
Yes.
And what did you observe during that external examination?
The external examination of Cora, I saw evidence of medical intervention. She was intubated, had various EKG pads and defibrillator pads on her body. She also had a catheter on her right hand and puncture sites on her left hand and her left groin. She had her neck stabilized with a cervical collar, and she had an intraosseous catheter, which is a type of IV they put directly into the bone on her right lower leg. Her hands at the time of my external examination were covered by police evidence bags, and they were secured at the wrist with tape. When I removed those, the fingers showed no evidence of injury, and the fingernails were all of equal length and intact. And then I noted evidence of trauma of the neck with associated injuries of her head and minor injuries of her right arm and of her legs as well.
And in terms of the injuries that you observed, evidence of trauma to her neck, were there also injuries to her face and neck area that seemed to go along with the trauma to her neck?
Yes, there were findings of the head that were associated with the trauma of the neck.
And what were those?
So on her neck, she had a ligature furrow. A ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck or compress the neck. And a furrow is simply the pattern of injury that develops underneath the site of compression. So for Cora, her ligature furrow consisted of a linear, horizontally oriented area of pallor or paleness around her neck with distinct superior and inferior edges.
For those who don't know, this is the medical
front part of her
examiner.
neck,
The doctor
lower
from the
half of
office
the
testifying. Let's just watch another. You can keep playing it out, COE. This is a doctor from the medical examiner's office, and she gets into the injuries, and I'd like to see Lindsay's reaction. Then we'll get Dr. G and then Dr. Ann's take.
Break this time. All right.
Be more developed types of injuries such as bruising or abrasions.
And what about injuries?
All right, Counsel, we're going to take a break this time. All right.
All right, let's hold it there.
Close your notebooks. Place some other chairs, please.
She says, it's hard to hear. She says, I can't do this. I'm trying. I can't do this. Even Kevin Reddington puts his head on his hand. He has said from day one, that this prosecutor should not be prosecuting this case. Dr. G, from a behavior forensic standpoint here, what do you make of it? Is this genuine reaction here? What's going on?
I mean, obviously it could be genuine. When I watch it, and maybe it's just because I really hate this case, my empathy is not great right here. It feels a little performative to me. I get it. Obviously, it would be upsetting to hear these things. She's been hearing it throughout the whole trial. When her ex-husband came in, she wasn't particularly emotional. So as she goes from sobbing early on to getting louder and louder, to me, it felt like she was trying to get noticed so that people would stop. I mean, so I don't know if it was uncontrollable. So it, to me, felt like she was trying to sort of make happen what did happen.
Yeah, Dreamscape here says she's crying for herself. COE, can we just take it back like a minute and let Ann see this for 1 minute, and then we'll get her take? Again, this is the doctor, the coroner, did the autopsy.
Or it could be more developed types of injuries such as bruising or abrasions.
And what about injuries?
All right, Counsel, we're going to take a break this time. All right.
All right. Sir, close your notebooks. Place some other chairs, please.
Keep rolling it for a minute. I mean, Kevin Reddington is a tough guy from Brockton, Mass. Sort of at a little bit of a loss. think that is enough of that.
Yeah.
So Dr. Ann, I mean, obviously an open-ended question. What do you see here?
Sure. Well, what's interesting is how long it takes her to pull herself together. Look at, she keeps going on and on. The judge has cleared the courtroom and so forth. I think it's instructive how long it took her to, I think this is the first time she breaks down. I was amazed that she could sit through listening to some of the earlier testimony. So in that service, it would be very important to talk to her right afterwards. I hope somebody to get an idea of what was going on. Is it that she just finally just let loose with it? Or is it possibly that she needs to make sure the jury hears this? She knows that obviously that this is important test with her emotional reaction. We have not seen any emotional reaction up till now. And I doubt if they're going to, I don't know, I'll let you, Dr. G, say whether they think, he thinks she's going to testify, if they're going to have her testify. Perhaps not now after this. I don't know. But anyway, I think that this is the first time, and it's been how many days? Testimony has been going on for a good 10 days before it and that she can't stop it. There is your control, that she could have lost a little control of it, but then it goes on and on and on.
If I'm not mistaken, it was on day 13 of testimony. You said that someone should have talked to her right afterwards to see what was happening. What would your question be to her if it was you going to see what was happening?
I'd say, what's going through your mind? What are you thinking? You want to go for the thoughts. Thought drives behavior. So you have to get at the thoughts if you can. And what if she says, oh, I don't know? Well, that belies what her behavior is. So it would give you a better window, I think, into what was what triggered all this. Was it the thoughts of what she did and hearing about the ligatures to the neck and so forth, which is really right there in the behavior? Or is it that she's trying to get through this court case and the trial and so forth? So I think that that's what I would want to know, and that would give us a better understanding, I think, of her mental state. That's what this is all about. Was she criminally responsible?
And I think we're going to keep the defense is going to keep hammering home the fact that she was not at the moment. But Lizzie there, performative emotion. This is now Diana, is performative emotion. Oh boy, she broke my heart. I mean, so Dr. G, I think she's being sarcastic here, saying that that it seems sincere. I thought it was sincere, but I'm somewhat gullible. There's another question here that came up earlier, Dr. G. Please ask Dr. G if he noticed Lindsay. Someone else asked about this today, Dr. G. If he noticed Lindsay had a mouth mint in her mouth when he said she almost smiled. I don't know what this is in reference to, but I think
on the video I analyzed, it was just some clip where I pointed out that it looks like she was smiling. I said it was not attached to anything. Doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it was just sort of odd to see that out of nowhere. But yeah, maybe she had a mouth mint. I don't know. I don't remember.
And
she did take one just before this. I saw her.
Really? This was in a different. This was in a totally different situation. The part that I analyzed, but yeah, she seems to be popping mints a lot throughout this, so it seems to be pretty consistent for her.
Yeah. I mean, Dr. G, just back to like some of those phone calls while this is going on.
Yeah.
If the judge said, "Okay, I'm going to send a therapist in to help you guys, to guide you," what would you tell the jury to look for? I mean, because if someone is making phone calls while they're simultaneously strangling their children, it seems like they're in their right mind. But then I have a woman on who's experiencing psychosis and said that that could have happened to her in a psychotic state. So how do you guide the jurors?
So here's where my issue comes in. Like I said, a lot of it has to go back to the belief system, which is what I think matters. She's saying that she fully lost control. I think that a lot of us are going to have different opinions on this. I don't think people literally losing control is a very frequent thing. I think people make choices based on different psychotic experiences they're having, but literally being unable to control themselves, I think, is fairly rare. That's a big fear of people with anxiety. What if I lose control and do this? And part of the reason that we're able to treat people like that is to say that doesn't happen. People don't literally lose control. They have distorted beliefs and make choices based on these beliefs or feel like they have to do something, but you don't physically make no choice and do this. And so I think that that's, to me, if anything, her being able to make calls to do all this has more to do with the fact that she may have made the choice to do this based on a completely delusional and awful distorted way of seeing the situation. But if anything, I think that speaks to that quality rather than that she was completely out of control and was just not in the driver's seat. I see people that have dissociated from trauma look back and feel like they're totally dissociated from the situation, or feel like they were detached from their body. But literally murdering somebody and feeling like you had no control over it, I have a hard time swallowing that. But maybe that's just me.
Yeah. One thing I always wonder about, and watching this is, if you have a conversation today with Lindsay Clancy, like right now, is she full of remorse, do you think? I mean, she's obviously, as far as I know, not psychotic anymore. Dr. Ann, is she fully aware at this point of what she did, how she did it? I mean, what do you think the thoughts in her head are at this moment? Dr. Ann, can you hear me? Uh-oh, looks like Dr. Ann froze up because there's no blink right there, Dr. G. Zero blink rate. And speaking of that, I'll segue into, while we try to get Ann reestablished here, I'll bounce her out. The legend.
Patrick, I'm guessing. Is that where we're going?
The legend is frozen. Yeah. But we're going to get to Patrick in a second. But someone just said, COE, hopefully you can help out with Ann. Oh, there you are, Ann. You were frozen up for a minute. Can you hear me? Ann, are you able to hear me? That is a no. COE, see if you can have her go out and come in if that's possible. Hope we don't lose the legend. That is a bad omen for the show. But someone just commented that Lindsay Clancy's blink rate appears to be incredibly slow the whole trial, almost coming to like a halt, like she's barely blinking. And they want to know if that means, is she drugged up? What do you think?
She may be on medication. I have no idea, but it's I don't know what her medication regimen is. I've had a lot of people saying, oh, she's doing facial expressions because she's on antipsychotic medication, but the kinds of things people are talking about called like tardive dyskinesia doesn't really look like that. It's after taking stuff for like decades. So, people always have questions about whether or not people's reactions due to medication, and they can influence it for sure.
Here's another question. Can anyone address, hey, Ann, can you hear me? Ann, are you able to hear me? She's still having a problem. She's having an issue with her Wi-Fi because I see her buffering. So we might have to let Ann go. We're an hour in almost. Love to keep her, but I don't know if we'll be able to technologically speaking. But can anyone address the withdrawal of benzos, Dr. G, and Seroquel, which I think is an antipsychotic, and what they may cause? It seems like, she hopped onto some of these drugs and hopped right off of them. Is this like a ping pong ball effect in her body?
I mean, once again, a psychiatrist could probably answer this better than me, but people do, as long as you're titrating up and down, in other words, like going up slowly and down slowly, as hopefully prescribed by your physician, all of that should be manageable. If there were overlaps or people weren't monitoring it and it was done too quickly, that certainly can affect your brain chemistry. For sure.
Yeah. Here's a question. How can they prove she was having, we talked about this earlier, this is an element, I think, of psychosis, was having auditory hallucinations, meaning hearing things, if she didn't tell anyone before the tragedy?
Here's how they're getting around that. At least in the civil suit, they say that she was having intrusive thoughts. And now they're saying, well, actually, those intrusive thoughts are auditory hallucinations. So when they talk about thoughts, that's actually hallucinations. Two totally different phenomena, so I don't know how they can reconcile that, but that's what I've read so far, because it says that in the civil suit, it says she was experiencing intrusive thoughts, which were actually auditory hallucinations. So they were sort of retroactively saying that that's what that was.
Yeah, and correct me, STS, I've watched the whole trial. I just remember hearing that she was hearing auditory hallucinations, but I don't know that we've had official testimony. Ann, can you hear me? Dr. Ann, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, you're
all right.
Yeah.
I just saw where one of your someone in the audience said hi.
Yeah. And you're having an issue with the Wi-Fi, so I'm going to.
I'm having trouble.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi is cutting out. We're almost done here, so I'm gonna bounce you. If we can get you back in, we'll try. But if not, we really appreciate you having, and I'll check in with you. She's just having a Wi-Fi issue. That's why I hate technology. I might have to sue Elon Musk for no reason other than take out some of my pain on him. But you know, she did mention Andrea Yates. I think it was 2005. I want to say she drowns the 5 kids in the pool. But I mean, Dr. G, just off the top of your head, where do you see similarities and dissimilarities between that case and this case? I know you haven't studied either, you know, to the full extent, but just, you know, sort of on the surface level from your experience.
I think a lot of what the difference is what she was telling people beforehand, because I think Andrea Yates was more clear about what she was experiencing, I think. And so, you know, the motivation, once again, they're not pursuing the same motivation that Andrea Yates had. It's the one that most of us assume that mothers that do this have, but they don't seem to be pursuing that. So unless they start saying that, you know, she did it because of this distorted belief system, then we have to go on the fact that she's claiming that it was entirely because she couldn't control herself and it just happened, which is, and part of what the defense, I mean, not the defense, part of what the prosecution has to prove is that there was something or not, wait, no, I flipped that. Part of what the defense has to show is that something different happened this time, because she was able to resist these thoughts before. If she resisted them many times before, but not this time, what was different? Why is that different? There's a lot of questions to be had, and that's why I get confused about some of the approach to some of this.
Yeah. You know, she did say and verbalize to her mother in the kitchen that one day, that was recounted in court today, that I'm having thoughts of harming my own children. I mean, I'm not sure how you can get any more clear. If you were her therapist at that point, and now the mother calls, let's say I'm making up a hypothetical, but I just want to try to get to a bottom line here. But let's say the mother hears this and says, okay, I'm calling your therapist, who's Dr. G. And the mom says, hey, Dr. G, she just said she's going to harm the children. What do you need to do?
I'm legally required to prevent that. So if I believe that it's a serious threat, if it's something that is serious and potentially imminent, I would have to have this person hospitalized. There would be no choice in that matter, and that's exactly what I would do. I've had plenty of people hospitalized. I don't make it a routine thing, but it has happened enough times to where I have experience with that. The problem is if you start getting somebody to do an intake with a hospital, and the hospital goes, well, they don't really meet criteria for it. She's saying that she thought about it, but she's not going to do anything. They're not going to admit her. And then there's not, and that leaves you in a weird place where you're like, okay, you are going to have to we're going to have a therapy session every day or something like that. I mean, I don't deal with high risk populations like this at this point, but previously we're going to have to talk every single day, and we're going to have to check in exactly where you are. And we're going to go, and if there is any worsening of these symptoms, we're going to go right back to that hospital. You know, I mean, it's more complex than that, but that's in essence, the what you have to do. You have to protect the person from themselves, and you have to protect anybody else who could possibly be in danger. So as long as it is credible, you have to follow up by trying to, at least in the state of Georgia, you have to hospitalize them. You just have no choice.
Yeah, I feel so bad because Ann is trying hard backstage to get on. I think she's just having a continued Wi-Fi issue, but she's giving it one last shot here. Kudos to Ann. I would not have the strength to do it anymore, but Ann has got an unlimited supply of energy. So Lisa T here, thank you so much with the super chat. The other person everyone is looking at, Patrick Clancy, who's supposed to reportedly testify again for the defense, but a lot of people, there's conspiracy theorists out there, a lot of talk, but he does seem to have a very flat affect, Dr. G, at the very least. Hey, Ann, are you back?
I'm back. Yeah, I'm back.
All right. Well, let me throw the question to you then, and it's great to have you back. Patrick Clancy's taken a lot of, let's say, criticism. People are like, he seems disinterested. He has a flat affect. It doesn't seem like he did much. Is this fair criticism to question the husband? Your thoughts on this?
Well, I think it's fair to question the husband, he's certainly going to know her the best, and that can give us some readings on this. I always find it interesting when they only start with what happened in this case, rather than say go back a month or so and see what she was like and what was leading up to it. There could be a lot of other reasons that haven't really been identified, and it doesn't seem to be anything that all of a sudden out of the blue she gets these thoughts that she's going to hurt the baby. So I find that a little unusual. I don't know, Dr. G thinks that, but I would have liked to have a little bit more history there, and then you'd have something that you could talk to her about, and get a better feel for what kind of thoughts she was having and why she acted the way she did, because she even leaves a note that she wants a fourth child. So I think that gets a little bit to her ideology, her belief system. In other words, is she kind of a traditional mother that there's so many children I'm going to have, and this is the kind of life I'm going to lead? That I think some people would find it counterintuitive that she wanted to have a fourth child.
Very counter. When I heard that, I was like, what? Like, why in the world would you ever want to subject yourself to that? But you know what? The woman we had on who was in postpartum psychosis went on to have a set of twins. I mean, I would be terrified, but I'm not a woman and I don't give birth. But, Anne, I wanted to ask you, I know the Andrea Yates case well, 2001. Where do you see similarities and where do you see differences with Andrea Yates?
Oh, right. And I think it's a very instructive case to look at, because there were other things in her background in terms of religion and so forth that I think led her to feeling about this children and she could go to damnation. What's different, though, is that the Clancy case, she wants to suicide afterwards, or at least she attempted it. Don't think we had that in the Yates case. But on the Yates, they had 2 trials, don't forget, which is quite interesting. And then every time now she's in a hospital setting that she comes up for parole or appeal it, and she refuses. So I think that's very, very interesting that she herself knows how dangerous she is or could be, and so doesn't want to leave the setting. That I think is important. But in terms of the difference between psychosis and depression, we have plenty of examples of people with postpartum depression. Brooke Shield, for one, has a wonderful book out on how she was having some infertility problems, finally does have a child, thought it would be everything she'd ever wanted, and she got very depressed. She had postpartum depression. And so it does happen. There certainly is a biological, some type of factor that has not been well or looked at, I think. Especially that they say that the manic aspect is a risk factor. Because I worked at a metabolic depression unit once, and dealing with manic depressive patients is quite a handful. And their thinking patterns are very, very different, obviously, when they get into a manic phase.
Yeah, and Dr. Ann, I mean, do you think in Andrea Yates' own mind, one of the reasons she has requested to stay in the psych hospital, do you think she thinks she could possibly hurt other people, not just babies, but other people if she was let out?
Well, that's absolutely. Don't forget her children were older, and I think one she had a hard time getting, he ran away from her and around the house. So it's one thing when they're babies and you obviously can control them, but how about adolescent kids and even others? And I think that your question about is she a risk to other people, I think once that line has been crossed in terms of killing, you have to take it very, very seriously. So Andrea Yates, certainly, I would agree. That's why she doesn't. And we don't know about Lindsay Clancy. That will be interesting to see, but it certainly would be something to have some careful evaluation of her thinking.
Yeah, well, another one for Ann on the screen. Sorry, Dr. G. This is what happens when you're on with a living legend. But from Darla 466, does Ann have a thought on the method that she chose to unalive her children? 3 different exercise bands. and the amount of strength that takes, Ann. I mean, she was a collegiate cheerleader, I want to say, and also a gymnast. But what is your take on the method of unaliving here?
That's always important to look at the method that's chosen. So I think Darla gives you a very interesting question. I think it does matter, and that she picked something like that she does every day or whatever, and that she depicted in the basement. She did it in the area, a place that she felt comfortable in and had worked out in and so forth. And it does speak to the might speak to the thoughts that she's having, the more psychotic thinking that she's having, rather than just depression. But females, often do poison. She didn't do that. She picked something very unusual. I don't think I've ever heard of a case where exercise barriers were used, bans were used.
Oh, wow.
But she did try, she did try to hurt herself with knives. I will say that, remember. And then that she picked to jump out of that had to have been a second choice, I would think.
Yeah. You see, here, Andrew was very violent. I know we had the prosecutor from the Susan Smith case on, and this has nothing to, I know they're totally different cases, but that was another drowning. But Dr. G, to you, here's an interesting thought. After she commits these killings, admittedly, she tries to self-unalive herself by jumping out the window. And by definition, does that tell you that she understood that what she did was essentially an evil act, and now I want to take my own life? What does that tell you?
I think what argument could be made, and once again, we'd have to just get more information for her to know for sure, but I think that would have probably been part of the plan all along. I think that's why she would have been planning on killing the children, because she planned to do that. That's the way it sounded. And if you read what her thoughts and hallucinations were, that's exactly what it was. Basically, do this so you can do that. That was essentially her thought process. So I don't think she jumped out a window because of what she did. She did what she did so she could jump out a window, if you get what I'm saying. And what she did was extremely violent, which is, as Dr. Ann was saying, the way that these kinds of crimes happen, the method makes so much difference. We associate crimes like that typically with anger, that, somebody that does something that visceral. So, it's not just, I kind of hate to say this, but it's true. It's like choking somebody to death isn't fast. BTK talked about that. He tried to choke somebody to death, and then he thought they were dead, and then they essentially woke back up again. And he was like, oh, I guess it's going to take me longer to kill them than I thought it would. And so, this is not a quick process. This is a lot of effort, and it's long, and it's everything about it is awful. I mean, it just, the reality of what happened is so hard to even try to comprehend.
And Dr. G, I asked Ann this, but let me ask you this.
Well, in a way,
go ahead. Ann.
It's symbolic because these children are crying. And that's one way to, I think that they had some charges in there about strangulation and suffocation. So it isn't quite clear to me. I didn't read the autopsy reports, but I think that does speak to some of her anger. I'm glad you mentioned that part. You can't have a killing without anger.
Yeah, and it's interesting to hear Dr. Ann, who has studied and heard it all, to say that she's never heard of a case where a mother uses, exercise bands, and Dr. G talking about the amount of strength that requires. And I'm just wondering, what the adrenaline was like. But Dr. G, I asked Dr. Ann this, but if you had a conversation with Lindsay today at Tewksbury at the psych hospital, do you think she's fairly coherent? Is she living in this world now? What's your guess? Is she fully aware of what happened?
Based on what's going on in the trial, she seems to understand what's going on around her. Yeah, so I would say that she's not just in a totally different world. I'd say she seems to be comprehending things. I mean, I don't think I've ever heard her speak during any of this. So I don't know what it's like when she speaks. But
other when she just said, I can't take it.
Yeah, other than that, yeah. I presume that she probably presents as, capable of interacting and all that. So.
And Ann, people who know her, and there was testimony today from a friend and former labor delivery nurse who said she was this phenomenal mother, sweet person, doted on her kids. how do you compare that to what the ending of this whole situation was, where you got this loving mother who just becomes 180 degrees different?
Are you asking me that or Dr. Ann?
No, I was asking Ann. And how do you go from being a doting mom, if you can hear me, to a killing mom?
Right. Well, that's well, there's your switch. There are two sides of her. Well, she could be a loving mom to the world, to the other, and then underneath is really what would drive her to the point that I think something that I did read is that she would just put the baby to bed, and then the two others would come, and she just had no relief, if you will, from one thing after another. So to be the good mom, you have to have some planning and how to do that. So obviously that hadn't happened, but I guess I'm struck with that nobody seems to come to her aid, if you will, when she's having all of this distress and try to help. I find that so curious. And I guess there's a lot we don't know about, probably, obviously, but
yeah.
There's two sides there, like we see in other kinds of criminals. There are two sides, and she did commit a crime. Whether you want to believe it was in a psychotic state or not, she still did. So I'm going to be very interested to see what the defense experts have to say, and if they're going to be able to sway the jury. That's going to be very interesting, starting I guess tomorrow.
Yeah, that is going to be tomorrow, I think. And someone else here saying strangulation is very personal. Just another couple quick questions and final thoughts. But Dr. G, to you, I mean, the prosecution.
All right. Counsel, we all set?
Yes.
All right, ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay. They didn't have the faith in us.
All rise, please. Your entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, I think we got everything fixed. So thanks for your patience. The next witness that's going to testify is going to be testify either by Zoom or teleconference, as you can see. I just want to tell you, this witness will be under oath, and you can consider her testimony the same as if she was testifying here live. Okay? All right. Mr. Rankin.
Yes, thank you.
May I swear her in?
Yes.
Dr. Laprasado, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Counsel.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Can you hear me?
You're a little echoey, but I can hear you.
Okay, I'm just standing in the corner here so that everybody can hear you. Tell us your name and spell your last name, please.
Dr. Elizabeth Laposata, Laposata.
And fair to say that you have some issues that require you to speak to us today by Zoom rather than appearing in person as you intended to do. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Tell us what you do for work, Doctor.
Well, I'm a medical doctor, board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. So I have an active practice in forensic pathology where I review cases to understand how people get injured or how people die.
And how can you tell us your educational background?
Certainly. I graduated from Bucknell University in 1975, cum laude with honors in biology. I went to University of Maryland School of Medicine, where I graduated with an MD degree in 1979. I did my 2 years internship at Johns Hopkins Hospital in anatomic pathology, which is the study of diseases of the body. Then I trained in St. Louis, Missouri, with a fellowship in forensic pathology, which is understanding causes of death and how trauma affects the body.
Do you hold any board certifications or any licensures in that field?
Yes, in 1983, excuse me, I sat for my board exams and became board certified diplomat of the American Board of Pathology in anatomic and forensic pathology.
And tell us your work history, if you would, please.
Certainly, since I became board certified in 1983, I've had faculty positions in St. Louis University School of Medicine, where I also was the assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis. I then moved to Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, where I ran the autopsy service at the hospital at the University of Pennsylvania. Had a faculty appointment there, a research lab, and I taught forensic pathology to medical students. I was also a city of Philadelphia medical examiner. After that, I was a assistant medical examiner for the state of Delaware. And in 1993, I was selected to be chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island, which was a position I held until 2005 when I started my independent consulting practice.
So you've been an independent consultant testifying in courts and working on cases since 2005?
At my own business, yes, and certainly testifying on cases before that as medical examiners employed for the city of St. Louis, the city of Philadelphia, and the state of Delaware, and the state of Rhode Island.
Okay, and now you're independent on your own, as it were, correct?
But I am, as it were, yes.
All right. Now, did I reach out to you on the case of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy and ask if you would help us out by looking at the discovery of the case?
Yes, you did.
And you're here to testify today. Can you tell the jurors what you actually reviewed as a basis of your opinion for your testimony?
Certainly. I reviewed medical records, and I have a list here on Dawson Clancy. I reviewed the Office of the Medical Examiner entire file. I reviewed his EMS reports, his terminal hospitalization, the Duxbury Police supplemental narrative, Duxbury Police narrative, and his pediatric South Shore Healthcare medical records.
Could I just interrupt you for a minute? I apologize.
Sure.
Just in the interest of time, rather than going through every single, let me ask it this way. Did you look at police,
Okay.
Did you look at police reports?
Yes,
Did you look at grand jury minutes?
yes,
Did you look at medical records for Lindsay Clancy?
yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what medical records you looked at?
For Dawson Clancy?
No, for Lindsay.
I looked at-
No, not Dawson. For Lindsay Clancy.
Oh, yes, I looked at her South Shore medical records when she was admitted on the evening of January 24th. I looked at her Brigham and Women's Hospital records, photographs that were taken of her and published in her hospital records. I looked at the Department of State Police Crime Laboratory toxicology report, crime scene photos of the bedroom, the outside of the house, crime scene photos, approximately 500 of them, grand jury proceedings, and photographs of the round exercise band.
How about medical records? Did you review medical records pertinent to Lindsay and her treatment by healthcare providers in 2022 into 2023?
Yes.
Can you tell us what records you looked at?
Well, I looked at her records from the post-injury records from South Shore Hospital, where she was first transported after she was found in the backyard of her house. And then I looked at her hospital records where she was transferred from South Shore Hospital to Brigham and Women's Hospital.
Excellent. Doctor, in the course of preparing for your testimony here, did I direct you to a gentleman, Mr. Drake, and ask him for help putting together a little diagram to illustrate your testimony?
Yes, you did. I gave Mr. Jeffrey Drake graphics.
Yes.
Under my direction, we put together some illustrations.
And Your Honor, could I, we all know what to do. Could I offer this now?
If you want to, is there any objection?
It's the prior
Yeah, so same ruling, that may be admitted. Do you want to pass out those?
Sure, that'd be great.
Yeah. This is copies of what was just introduced as the exhibit. It's just so you can kind of follow along with the testimony. At the end, you can ask and pass it back to the courts. Mark that.
281.
Thank you.
All set?
Yes, I think so. Thank you. Now, Doctor, first of all, you made reference to Dawson Clancy, that you had a chance to review medical records and photographs and autopsy reports on Dawson Clancy?
Yes, on Dawson, Cora, and Callan.
All three, okay, three of the children. One of the questions that I have is that of the photographs, the autopsy photographs that you
Ray,
were.
could you only take that? It might be just kind of confusing that that's better. Then we can go back, we get back to the charts, we can do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The autopsy photographs, did you have a chance to review those, Doctor?
Yes, I did.
And in your extensive experience, have you had a chance to see autopsy photographs of young children, infants, adults, people being examined prior to an autopsy and of course during an autopsy?
Oh, yes, many, many, many.
Now, my question simply is, did you notice on the autopsy photographs of the children what, let's say, have been referred to as bruises to this jury? Have you seen, are you aware of that testimony?
Yes, there were bruises consistent with active children jumping and running.
And how about medical treatment and procedure? Did you make any observations, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause? For example, on the infant's head, bruising on the head, what appears to be bruising?
Yes, on Callan, when he was in the hospital, and there are even photographs of him in the hospital, he had EKG or EEG, electroencephalogram, monitoring devices attached to his head so the doctors could follow his brain waves. And they are little round cup-like things, and so where they were attached, actually on both sides of his head, they did leave a small little brown kind of parallel mark, little lines there that were from medical treatment for monitoring his brain waves. He also had many puncture wounds and evidence of medical treatment in that way.
And did you also notice that there would appear to be, on occasion, fluid that might be mistaken for a bruise?
That's possible, yes. If there is some liquid fluid that's a little blood tinged, you could see it on the surface of the skin, and it would be something you could wipe off.
So, for example, doctor, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, on the photographs of the infant that show what you say were the couplet marks on the area of the skull, they don't come from anybody squeezing, beating, pushing, or causing any injury to that child, in your opinion. Is that correct?
No, absolutely not. No.
Doctor, you also had a chance to review the medical records of Lindsay Clancy when she went to the South Shore Hospital and then subsequently went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you don't have to get into detail. We've heard it a number of times, but there were injuries to her left wrist, her right wrist, her neck. Is that correct?
Yes, there were sharp force injuries to those areas.
And in your practice as a pathologist, have you had occasion over the years and over the many cases that you have had involvement with to observe self-inflicted wounds to a person's wrist or their neck in the course of a suicide attempt?
Oh, many times.
And can you tell the jury, to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, as to the nature of these injuries, and are they consistent with somebody trying, in your opinion, trying to kill themselves?
Sustained.
So you would agree that there's an injury to the left wrist, injury to the right wrist, that's a sharp incised wound, is that correct?
Yes, they're cutting type wounds made by a sharp object such as a knife.
Okay. And how about the neck? Did that penetrate the fascia, or did that penetrate the skin? To what degree?
Yes, there were also linear, superficial incised wounds to her neck, and there were several of them, and one or two of them went deeper. There was bleeding also from the wounds on her wrist, and there were numerous attempts at cutting the skin, which we call hesitation marks, which are a classic finding in suicide attempts. And those incisions did cut in through the skin and cut blood vessels that were under the skin. And you can also tell from looking at the photos of Lindsay taken in the hospital when she was first admitted, and also when the photograph of her bedroom, you could see there was significant bloodshed event from those cutting injuries.
Now, did she also sustain an injury to her neck from your review of the medical records?
Yes.
Can you tell us what type of injury, and if we could, and if it assists the jury with you, you can make reference to the pages of the little report and the diagrams, page 4, 5, and 6, and tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, let's see. So are we ready to look at number 4?
Sure. Yep. Start off with 4.
Okay. So
Just so I think that's the first page that you have. So just.
Yes, that's right. Yes, page 4 is actually page 1. Yeah, so what we have here is to show you how Lindsay was injured. And I got this from the scene photographs, from all her medical history, and my knowledge and training, understanding how injuries happen to the body. So if we look at the left-hand side of this panel, we see a depiction of the back side of the house, and the top window on the second floor is open. That's where she would have put her palms down on the windowsill and put her head out and precipitated down to fall on the hard frozen ground. During her fall, head first, she had cuts on her wrists which were bleeding, and her coming head down on the side of that building would then transfer some of that blood onto the side of the building, which was found in the scene photograph. She then hits really head first as her body descends that 13 or 14 feet. And if you look at the, so she really did a free fall dive head first. Then if you look on the right upper two diagrams that just show a skull, this illustrates the forces then that were applied to Lindsay's head from hitting the ground and then her head bending a little bit. And what she got from that is what we call a characteristic burst fracture or a Jefferson fracture. And this is a fracture that we see with people who hit their head head on, like if they've taken a dive into a swimming pool and they hit their head on the bottom. It's a classic finding in people who have energy applied to the falling head. And what it does is that it takes the first cervical vertebrae, which kind of looks like a donut, as you see up there in the middle, and it squashes it. The base of the skull then squashes that, and then like a donut, it kind of spreads it out. And she had 1, 2, 3, 4, so 6 or 7 fractures of that cervical vertebrae, number 1, the ring of that. And the fractures I have pointed to there with arrows. So that is called the characteristic Jefferson fracture from hitting your head, the top of your head, in a dive first position. So you could also describe it as a bursting type fracture. But you don't get any spinal cord injury from that because the area, the hole in the middle is pretty big. So it just crushes down on the sides and fractures the ring around the spinal cord. So that tells me immediately that she landed head first and went down the window, went down head first. Then the energy is transmitted then from her head down her vertebral body, down the bony spine. And that then fractured and compressed C1. The lower right-hand panel there puts that cervical vertebral body in the context of the rest of her skeleton. The left upper hand, we see her jaw, and then the C1 is pointed out there, and there are little springs there to indicate they were squished and compressed together and fractured.
Now, looking at the next page, which would be 5, does that assist us in looking at the illustration of the injury to the spine?
Yeah, so this is after her head hits, so she gets her head first, then there is some flexion of her body, and the energy from the impact is transmitted down her vertebral column. And what that did was it crushed the number of her thoracic vertebrae or vertebrae in the chest area, and actually made thoracic vertebral body T5 be compressed and move over the top of the lower vertebrae, and that is what injured her spinal cord. In the right-hand panel there, the yellow tube coming down is the spinal cord, and the thoracic vertebral 5 and 6 is pictured there, and you can see that her whole spinal column was compressed and it moved forward and out of place, causing her spinal cord injury. There were also injuries that are indicated by little red stars there, and those are fractures of the transverse processes of the cervical vertebrae. So when they were compressed, the areas where the joints are between the vertebrae were compressed and fractured those transverse processes. So she had a bending injury, and she also had a right posterior rib injury. You can see on the left-hand panel, her shoulders are also hitting the ground, and that caused a fracture of the right first rib in the back, and the flexion of her neck also damaged her thyroid gland and some of her voice box cartilages.
And if we look at panel page 6, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, this is the final resting position of Lindsay's body. It's documenting all the materials I reviewed that are on the left-hand side. So she is lying down on hard, frozen ground. Her clothing is wet. She has on indoor clothing. The time that this occurred, it was dark and no sun. The temperature was in the low 30s. So she is going to be at risk of her body temperature going down, lying on that cold ground. In addition to, now that her thoracic chest spine is fractured, that has totally disrupted the thermal regulation of the bottom half of her body. So she is going to lose heat from the lower half of her body and to approach ambient temperature. So there she is lying there on the ground. Then if we go to the right side of that, this is a scene photograph showing the area where Lindsay's body landed. You can see on the right at the base area, there is some medical debris from the EMS emergency treatment. Then circled in or put in a red square is a little bit of snow that has some blood on it, which would correspond to her position lying down as we see it in the left-hand side there.
And sorry, go ahead.
Okay, then the last bit here is a X-ray of Lindsay, which was taken in early February after she had surgical stabilization of her fractured spine. So this is looking at the side of her, and you can see the hardware, which they look like little golf tees going to the left side. So this is the surgical metal hardware that was placed in her spine to open up and align her spine to try to preserve any function that was still available.
Now, doctor, when she went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, were you reviewing the medical records and able to discern that she actually coded as a result of her injuries?
Yes, she did. She was in spinal shock and hypothermia, and her heart did stop.
And did you observe that there were, and I quote, massive blood transfusions to treat her at Brigham and Women's?
Yeah, she lost a lot of blood around the muscles that hold the spine up because that was so damaged. So her hemoglobin and hematocrit and her red blood cell level was very low on admission.
And the final question I had, doctor, is as it relates to the records, it showed that she had a core body temperature of 82 degrees as opposed to 98.6, which we're accustomed to. Can you tell the jury, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, what does that mean and how did that happen? I mean, that's pretty low.
Yes, that is low. That's like, 16 degrees below normal. And so her low body temperature came from lying on the hard frozen ground, which would be 32 degrees frozen ground. She had wet clothing on, so wet clothing is going to transmit the body heat into the atmosphere quicker than dry clothing. It was indoor clothes. She didn't have a big parka on. There was no sun at that time to keep her body temperature up. The ambient or the air temperature was around 30 degrees. She has a thin body, and also, most importantly, because of that thoracic spinal cord transection, she lost the ability to control her body temperature below that level. So that means all her blood vessels just dilate and they just lose heat to the atmosphere.
Thank you very much, Doug.
Attorney Sprague?
Thank you. Dr. Luckasad?
Yes.
You were head of the Rhode Island Office of the Chief Medical Examiner when it was cited for 10 violations and unsafe conditions, correct?
Yes, the unsafe condition was a light bulb out in a hallway, a computer in a hallway, and a few other minor things. I was very happy to have the safety inspection.
Right, those were the unsafe conditions, but there were also 10 other violations, correct?
They were minimal. I don't recall now. It was 20 years ago.
You didn't treat Ms. Clancy, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't examine her yourself, correct?
Correct.
Now, you talked about a Jefferson fracture and or a C1 burst fracture and how it can be from hitting the top of your head, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it also true that you can sustain a burst fracture by hitting the back of your head or the top of your shoulders as well?
No.
You say that she fell from 13 feet from the windowsill onto her head, the top of her head, correct? Onto the frozen ground?
Yes.
And you're saying that she fell with such force that she burst her C1 vertebrae and then broke other vertebrae in her back and broke ribs, correct?
Yes, just the force of a free-falling body, yes.
Okay, but she had no injuries to her head, correct?
I'm sure she had bruising to her scalp under her hair.
You're sure?
She did not have a skull fracture.
Right, she didn't have a skull fracture, correct?
Yes.
She didn't have any cuts or things that needed sutures, correct?
She needed sutures in the cutting wounds on her wrist.
Well, we're talking about her head right now. She didn't need any sutures on her head, correct?
Correct.
She didn't have any large dents in her head, correct?
Large dents? What do you mean?
From hitting the frozen ground head first, there were no dents or bumps or sutures required on her head, correct?
Her scalp was intact. The forces were transmitted to C1.
So through her head.
A very common finding when you go head first and hit your head.
So hitting the frozen ground, the icy frozen ground, not a bump or scratch or scrape on her top of her head. And then within her head, there was no brain bleed. There was no hemorrhaging. There was no injury into her brain itself. Nothing showed up on the CT scans, correct?
Correct. Her brain was fine. Her skull was fine. I'm sure she probably had some scalp bruising under her hair.
You're sure because that goes along with what you're guessing at how the fall happened, correct? You can't be sure because you didn't see the head, correct? You say you're sure, but you didn't see her head.
I saw the medical records and I examined all of those. I'm sure she had some bruise on the top of her head to the backside, as I showed in my diagram number 4. I'm sure there was some bruising on her scalp under her hair, but that was not a major concern at the time she was taken into the hospital.
You keep saying you're sure there were bruises, that you're sure that there was this or that that's not shown in any photographs or medical evidence. So you're not sure, are you? You're assuming.
No, I'm sure.
Okay. Let me show you some photographs here.
Excuse me. No,
No,
yes.
and let me show you. I'm asking the questions. Let me show you some photographs
go
here.
ahead.
Let me show you some photographs of the defendant that were taken at the hospital of her head. Show me. Do we have sharing privileges on the computer?
Whatever you want, we'll do it.
Showing you here, photo of the top of the defendant's head. No
Yes, I see that.
cuts, no swelling, correct?
Oh, we just see her hair.
There's no blood on the white sheet, correct?
Wait, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you just asked me.
There's no blood on that very white sheet, correct?
Well, I don't see what's under her head, but that's not relevant to understanding that she did fall head first.
Okay, so you're saying she fell head first from 13 feet onto hard frozen ground and had no visible injuries to the exterior of her head.
Yes.
And you're saying that
there was
she...
excuse me, I'm
It was a
sure
yes or
there
no
was
question,
some-
doctor.
Listen, hold on. Doctor, listen to the question, answer the question, and then we'll just go from there. Go ahead. Ms. Sprague, if
Okay.
you want, Ms.
Thank
Sprague, if you want to
you.
re-ask that question.
Doctor, yes or no, she fell to the ground, frozen ground, and then had no apparent injury to the exterior of her head, correct?
Correct. As we
And
see there.
she fell head first to the frozen ground and not with enough force to break several vertebrae in her ribs, but did not have a skull fracture, a brain bleed, or anything else, any other type of injury to her head, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Move to put the photographs we were just showing into evidence.
Any objection? All right, they may be admitted.
282. Doctor, in your report that you provided to defense counsel, you also talked about the strangulation of the children, correct?
I did.
And in your report, you wrote that it would have taken 5 to 10 seconds for unconsciousness to occur, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall testifying previously in State of Rhode Island versus Kimberly Fry, case number W1/2010-0413A? Do you recall testifying previously in that case?
No, I don't.
Let me refresh your memory. It was a woman who had killed her 8-year-old daughter by asphyxia, and you testified.
Oh, yes, she started manual strangulation, yes.
Yeah, so ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay. And so you testified back in 2011 in that case, and you were asked if you have a very complete compression, strike that. You were asked, unconsciousness due to oxygenation can occur within 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if you have a very complete compression of the blood vessels of the neck, you can become unconscious within 10 to 20 seconds. And then you were asked, I'm just saying hypothetically, just strangulation alone is 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if it is effectively and continuously applied, like in a lateral vascular neck restraint, most times there's a struggle going on, so you can't quite get that. So in that case there, you didn't testify that it was 5 to 10 seconds. You testified that it was 10 to 20 seconds, and that if there's any struggling, it could be longer, correct?
Yes, but that case was.
Well, that was a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question.
All right.
Defense can follow up.
Hold hold on. She's answered the question, and then we'll have a redirect if council would like to.
Well, I don't remember
Hold on,
what
Doctor.
I said.
Why don't you, Doctor, wait for a question.
You were also asked
Okay.
in that same trial, doctor, the question put to you in that trial was, but once that unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been a consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 more minutes continuously while the child was unconscious, correct? And you answered, I think that's a fair statement. And the question was, you said that before yourself, correct? And you answered yes. And then the question was, I'm asking your opinion. And you said, the question was, after Camden became unconscious, after 2 to 3 minutes of continuous application of one of those 3, and you answered correct. Is that right?
I have no memory of that. I'm sure you're reading it correctly.
Well, you have memory of your medical knowledge, correct?
Sure, I have memory of my medical knowledge.
And so at that point in time, in 2011, you testified that you would have to strangle someone 10 to 20 seconds at least to unconsciousness, and then you would have to continue to strangle them for 2 to 3 minutes for death to occur. And you said correct. Is that still your medical knowledge?
That's a different case. That was not ligature, that was a manual.
So either way, you're talking about the compression of the neck causing a loss of oxygen and blood, correct?
I'll allow this question. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are many ways that can occur, and the way the pressure is applied is very important in understanding how long it takes to become unconscious. These are the children here were the victims of what we call ligature strangulation. The Fry case that it's coming back to me a little now, that was a manual strangulation and also a body compression, which is a totally different type of asphyxia.
I mean, you were asked about that in that case, and you were asked, but once unconsciousness has set in, you agree with me that there has to be consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions for 2 to 3 minutes more, and you answered correct. So not all 3, you said either one of those could cause death after 3 minutes, correct?
Yeah, just if you could rephrase that question.
You were asked, but once unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 minutes more continuously while they're unconscious. And you said, I think that's a fair statement. So that's what you said, correct?
Yes, in order to become dead, brain dead, you need the physiology is that you become unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, and then you're unconscious, but that's not dead. Then that continued constriction of the blood flow has to be still continuously applied for the brain to die.
Correct. So
that is what happens, and that's what happened to the Clancy children. The ligatures were wrapped around, they went unconscious in 5 to 10, maybe 20 seconds, probably less than 20 seconds because it was a ligature, not a manual strangulation. So it was immediately compressed, unconsciousness within 10 seconds, and then death within 5 to 10 minutes after that.
With continuous pressure. With continuous pressure around the neck.
Yes, because this is a ligature strangulation.
Thank you.
Not manual.
Okay, so when you're talking about ligature strangulation as opposed to manual strangulation, tell us in your mind what that means.
Well, they're very, very different. Manual strangulation means that somebody's used their hand and they've pressed either side of the neck. Okay, that the hand is manual strangulation. Strangulation means that you have stopped the blood flow that comes out of your brain and the carotid artery continues to pump oxygenated blood into your brain, but it can't drain out through the jugular veins. So with continuous pressure, then the blood can't get in because it can't flow out. It's kind of like stopping up a pipe. And then so you go unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, but then with continued pressure, your brain dies. So the difference between manual and ligature is that manual can be kind of an off and on thing. You may you have a jugular vein on either side of your neck. So if you're using a hand, you might compress one greater than the other. You might let go. The person that you're trying to strangle may struggle and remove your hand a little bit. So it's a very different sequence of events to end up with brain death and asphyxia. Whereas wrapping a round loop resistance band, which is a ligature, immediately compresses those vessels. There's no coming off, there's no putting back on. So it's a very complete, one-time, immediate, non-varying compression with those exercise bands ligature, which causes unconsciousness effectively within 4 to 10 seconds.
And in reference to the manual strangulation, where generally somebody would use their hands and perhaps press with their thumbs, that has a very common, that you see many times, fracture of what's called the hyoid bone, correct?
Yes, that can happen. Absolutely. A little U-shaped bone up underneath the jaw. So they both cause, brain death from lack of oxygen to the brain, but the way they get there, that's leading up to that, is a totally different pathophysiologic process.
So when counsel went through the Rhode Island case, whatever that name was, and was reading from a transcript and asking you questions about the time that a person through manual strangulation, and then she made reference to suffocation, she made reference to strangulation, she made reference to compression of the chest. That has nothing to do, in your opinion, with the ligature strangulation. Is that correct?
It's a totally different mechanism of injury.
Thank you. Right.
Doctor, as you said a few moments ago, the ligature causes unconsciousness, and then the pressure has to continuously be applied for several minutes to cause death, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
One other question. On the ligature, doctor, and we discussed this, is the ligature, does that require a person to stand over the body and continuously apply pressure to the ligature, or walk away leaving the ligature?
No, in this case, these were elastic round loops, like that were put around, somewhat tightly, pinching the skin. You could see little lines where the skin was pinched, and it just stays there. So it's a immediate compression of those jugular veins, staying there, and then death occurs minutes later.
Thank you.
Doctor, did you see these exercise bands?
Yes.
And you know that they're one long line with a handle on each end, correct?
Right, and they're round. They're a cylinder.
Right.
They're not like a flat band.
And you know they were wrapped around each child's neck and pulled to strangle them, correct?
Well, they were wrapped several times, firmly enough around the neck to close off the jugular veins.
And you're not aware, there's been no testimony, no evidence, nothing showing that they were knotted and left there, correct?
Uh-oh.
They weren't tied in a knot and left around their necks, according to any of the evidence, correct?
The important part to me was they were wrapped several times, and then whether it had a bow or not would not really be important. It was secure and wrapped around the neck several times. Yeah, I can tell that from the appearance of the skin on the neck.
child's neck several times and then left there. I guess you can't see it from where you are, but it just fell
Well,
apart. It didn't stay in a circle.
Yeah, I sort of saw what you did, so.
What was that?
I said, I saw that.
You saw it. So it was left there and it fell apart, correct?
Yeah, what you just did, sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you, doctor. All right.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Can I see you just for a second?
Okay, so they seem to be doing a little sidebar. And I'm gonna go through chat quickly because that was I see a lot of questions that I wanted to talk about. Let's see if they are going to be quick.
I'm just going to ask you a very quick break, and then we'll bring you right back in. We'll call the next witness. Okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Text me. Leave everything right on the chair.
All right, so they are taking a little break, and while they do that, well, I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. First off, I mean, that performance by the prosecution, I think, was just ridiculous, and especially when she like went off and got her gloves. Like, look, I brought my gloves. She's pretty much just. I would say posturing.
In session, please be seated.
All right. So we'll be in, I know we always say it, but we'll be in a short recess. Come as soon as we can get the equipment down, we'll come right back out. We'll take the next witness. Okay?
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Okay, now I think they're done talking. We even got to see a bit of the ceiling. All right, so I think in terms of, because I saw a question, what is she trying to prove? And I agree, like, I don't even know what she's trying to do there, but I think what she's trying to get at is that there was a lot more, well, the prosecution is trying to assert that there was a lot more of like manual, I would say, labor in what she did in terms of wrapping those bands. So she's trying to say that, you know, you can loop them, and they weren't necessarily, because they weren't tied, they didn't stay that way. So there had to have been more manual labor on Lindsay's part than what I guess the defense would want to say, if that makes sense. I'm not sure if that's what they're getting towards saying, but I think it is. But the way that she kind of made a loop of that and then threw it on the desk for the witness to see is not even close to how it might behave in the actual context of what happened. So I don't even think Reddington was interested in addressing that because it was ridiculous. She was just like, she made a circle with a band, and then, I mean, the witness was just like, yeah, okay, I saw that. It doesn't mean anything. So in terms of what she was trying to prove, she was trying to prove that, I don't know, that she's very scary. I don't know. I really don't. But look, I think that the way that she behaved, the prosecution behaved there, in my opinion, was pretty childish. That's all I'm gonna say. All right. And while we're on a break, thank you so much, everyone. We really do appreciate you being here with us and bearing with us for all of the breaks. Lindsay asked, Who chose the psychiatrist? She's a pathologist. I'm guessing that Reddington would have chosen her. I guess. Yeah, I agree. Kip Kitty just let her answer the question. Yeah, she is. She's a pit bull. I mean, it's a matter of opinion, but I'm inclined to agree. Honestly. Stone says maybe she should put it around since that can probably demonstrate that's what was said. Goodness, of course. Yeah, exactly. Of course it's gonna fall. That's what I was saying earlier. Like, that's just not in context to what happened. So, I don't know. That's true. The husband said he untied them. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't think that that's something that this witness can really testify to. Like, it's not really fair to do that and bring the evidence out and intimidate her with putting gloves on and then throw it on the... Like, what does that even mean? And I wanted to say thank you so much to Lindsay for the jewels that are hiding. Totally childish, I agree. I agree. Good prosecutors tend to be aggressive. I don't see an issue. She's fighting for the victims and calling inconsistencies. Yeah, and I mean, I don't disagree with you in that sense either. I mean, I think that it's fine if she's aggressive. I just think that the actual substance of what she's choosing to be aggressive with isn't... I don't think that it's... I think it's showing that she doesn't have much else. And there are inconsistencies, but for the most part, it seemed in this case that she was kind of trying to attack the witness more than what the witness had to say. And when somebody defaults to doing that, it's a pretty bad sign in terms of what they actually have. That's just my personal opinion. Yeah, she's been nothing but immature. That's how it's come across to me. And there's overly aggressive, and exactly, be aggressive if that's your tactic, but if there's no substance to what you're being aggressive about, it's not gonna help. Aggressive is different to immature. Absolutely. Trying to see if there's anything else I missed, because I know that this was a pretty long stretch. She's contradicting her own narratives, and that's something that we've seen a lot with this prosecution, is that I'll keep saying it until I understand what it is that they're trying to do. There's been very little clarity on like what they're trying to say. And I'm not necessarily just trying to like criticize them because I feel that the defense has a good case. They seem disorganized to me. Yeah, they might be getting close. They might. Lindsay says, totally different. So they have youngsters prescribing and oldies doing the brain work. Suppose they have more experience. No, but that's true. That is... And I don't think that's disrespectful. You can't actually overestimate the value of experience, especially in the medical field. Yeah, I do have a feeling that they're going to be wrapping up. I almost wonder if the judge just wants to like let the prosecutor calm down. Just like, let her Let her deflate. I am going to take a look for something that we can watch in the meantime, though. So bear with me for a minute. She needs to. Yeah, cute kitty, she does. She needs a break. She needs a day off. She doesn't have to worry about, fighting with anyone.
For the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
That's like the one time it's actually been a quick break when he said it's going to be a quick break.
All rise, please, your center.
Thank you for joining. Please hit the like and subscribe if you haven't.
All right. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Call Dr. Paul Zizell, please.
All right. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Tell us your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Paul Zizell, Zeizel.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And briefly, what's the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
A psychiatrist goes to 4 years of medical school and does a residency in a specific field in medicine. A psychologist goes to graduate school, generally 4 years, and gets a PhD or a PsyD, Doctor of Psychology, in psychology. The difference in terms of clinical practice, psychologists are trained very extensively in counseling, testing, interpretation of testing, and that then continues to various treatment modalities, working with children, adolescents, couples, families, and it can extend beyond that. Neuropsych testing, issues of guardianship, child custody cases, and there are many variants in that. So psychologists are in the domain of treatment, testing, and evaluation of mental health conditions.
Can psychologists prescribe medication?
Generally, no, but the Department of Defense will allow psychologists in the military and overseas to sometimes prescribe medication, but 99% of psychologists do not have prescription privileges.
as far as the testing that you referenced, what is it you referring to regarding testing?
So there's testing across various domains. If a person comes in with, let's say, concerns about intellectual functioning for a child, they would have a perhaps school psychologist or educational psychologist who would do testing on cognitive levels of functioning, or neuropsych testing, or testing that deals with issues of ADD, attention deficit disorder, or ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. There's other testing that would include, for example, forensic testing. That's the integration of mental health and the law. That requires a psychologist to know about the different types of forensic testing issues that might be there. So this would often be things that would be pertaining to deception, malingering, personality assessment, and sometimes sociopathy, or what's known in the DSM-5-TR, which you've heard about, antisocial personality disorder. In addition, as I briefly mentioned, guardianship, conservatorship, custody issues with parenting, risk assessments for certain jobs that individuals might have, working for government and top secret positions, police officers, military as well.
So, for example, some of the testing, what is the MMPI?
So, yes, it's called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, and there are various iterations. There's MMPI 3, there's the RF. Some are focused on forensic assessment. It is a test that is been around since the 1940s, that was originally used to determine a sample size of white men going into the military who would be good leaders. Today, the sample is based on a much more diversified population, including women and different racial ethnicities, and it's divided into two parts. One part has what we call a validity and reliability scale and a lie scale. Validity.
The lie scale, is that also referred to as the K scale?
Yes, it could be considered part of the K scale, and it's whether someone is being dishonest with the test, but it will change slightly because people on some tests, psychological tests, will want to come across as faking good. Some people will want to come across as faking bad. Faking good would be a mother whose children were taken away. She would like to get them back, so she wants to come across as the healthiest person there is. Conversely, faking bad is someone seeking a, let's say, a workman's compensation claim, and they may have a tendency to exaggerate the nature of their injuries.
So in this case, for example, forget about workman's comp. Let's talk about a murder charge. If a defendant submits to a psychological test, such as the MMPI, and the interpretation by a psychologist of the results of that test, if the person wanted to pretend that they were suffering from a disease or defect, would that test ostensibly be able to tell the psychologist that?
Yes.
Was an MMPI administered by the government's doctors on this case to Lindsay?
Yes.
Did that have a K scale as to whether or not she was lying or exaggerating, or malingering, or trying to fake that she had some disease or defect?
Yes, it had a K scale.
And what were the results of the government's doctors' tests on the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality as it relates to the K scale?
Objection.
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
Thank you for joining, everyone. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already. I think we are getting close to the end of the day, but Dr. Zeisel just took the stand, and now we are taking a little break, or a sidebar, maybe a mini sidebar. He just said, "Can I speak to counsel over here?" What are your guys' impressions so far? How do you think today has gone for the defense? Since yesterday, we've been on their case in chief. Do they seem different to the prosecution in terms of preparedness, stuff like that? What do you think? I think their witnesses seem pretty good. I mean, for the most part. I still don't get the whole point of this. The point of the trial, or which part? Let me know what you mean. Yeah, why are they going to court for this? I understand that question. Like, it's especially when we've looked through what the prosecution has to say, and I don't even know if they know why they're there, because at times they seem to be arguing what the defense is trying to say. So I get why you're asking that.
So, Doctor, let me just, as we say, lead you a little bit. Yes or no answers would be fine. Were you aware that a test was administered by the government's doctor, I think it was Dr. Helbrin, to Lindsay Clancy in the course of the government's evaluation?
Yes.
And did you consider the results in the interpretation of that test as part of your opinion for this jury?
Yes.
And to that extent, as you discuss whether or not somebody is faking or somebody is exaggerating, do you have an opinion based upon your review of the discovery in the case to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy, in the course of that evaluation, was malingering or lying or exaggerating?
Yes, I do.
Tell the jury.
My opinion in the testing of Ms. Clancy regarding the MMPI was that
Objection. Just the doctor, your opinion, doctor.
she was not faking. There was no evidence of any malingering. She presented as an honest citizen.
Okay. Now, regarding your background, I may have jumped the gun. Tell us briefly what your educational background is.
I have a bachelor's degree from Queens College. I have a master's degree from Harvard University and a doctorate in clinical psychology from William James College.
And your career spans how many years, sir?
I've been licensed for 37 years.
And would you consider yourself to be a forensic psychologist?
Yes, I do.
And as you indicated, that's the interface between medicine and law. Is that correct? Forensic?
And mental health and law, yes.
Mental health and law, okay. In this case, your experience obviously is something somebody has to evaluate. Can you tell us your history as a psychologist? In other words, your experience that you've had in the field.
Yes. Well, in the field, as a forensic psychologist, been involved in over 1,000 cases, testifying for both the Commonwealth as well as for Respondents' Counsel. I testify more for respondents or defendants these days. I've been qualified in every court in the Commonwealth with the exception of Nantucket, because I've not done any cases in Nantucket County. I have a small private practice. I have done work with governmental agencies, a psychologist for the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, and I've worked as a federal contractor, as a vendor overseas for the State Department in Afghanistan.
How long were you in Afghanistan?
I was in Afghanistan from November 2007 to roughly mid-February 2011.
So for that 4-year period while you were in Afghanistan, what was the nature of your work?
The nature of my work was basically the equivalent through the military, the analogies with the military as a combat psychologist. I was embedded in the field. I would do evaluations, what we call critical incident debriefings, and when there would be multinational forces, and in Afghanistan it was the ISAF coalition, International Security Assistance Forces. That would be countries that were deployed over there: England, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Romania, Bulgaria, Australia, New Zealand, a total of 38 countries. I could go on, but I'm not going to. And I had to be loaned to various countries in different parts of the country to do debriefings after a critical incident, which would be what's called a TIC, T-I-C, Troops in Combat. I'd fly out, usually on a helicopter, do the debriefings of the people who survived those attacks, engaged in those attacks, and ensure that they were stable enough to continue and, if you will, fit for duty. I would also do evaluations on violence assessments, individuals who had problems maintaining their ability to function safely in a war zone where everyone carries at least one weapon, usually two, to ensure that they were able to be healthy for their work. And I would do various types of training and debriefing. I was also loaned out to other governmental agencies, the U.S. Marshals, the FBI, the CIA, and with each of those agencies, there would be various issues that were necessary: people getting hurt, people killing individuals who attack them. And when that occurs, as one would imagine, there's great trauma that goes with that. And these people were not necessarily negatively impacted in the moment, but we would make sure that they were healthy enough to continue their work. If need be, if they were psychologically impaired, I would be involved in helping get them sent over back to Europe, to Landstuhl, Germany, sometimes to Dubai, and help with individuals who suffered themselves with issues back from the United States. So I would have to do death notifications with the military. I would help with issues of conflict with other soldiers and contractors and agencies, dealing with all the issues that one might expect could come up in various parts of a war zone. I was often sent to what are called FOBs. Those are forward observation bases, generally about 100 people, more or less, in those bases, multi-international. And I was also sent to COPs, COPs, combat outposts, very remote, in the middle of nowhere, on mountainsides where you walk up goat trails just to get to where your small base is. And the billets were often cots and tents that were erected on rocks and no electricity, quite remote. And I was on many, many dismounted patrols with the belief that having a psychologist or someone psychologically trained to deal with what it's like to be in a war zone would be therapeutic, if not therapeutic, explainable and helpful. I did many of those events.
At some point, did I ask you to become involved to some degree in this case, Doctor?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when that was?
I received a phone call from Attorney Reddington late in the evening on February 3rd, 2023. It was late because I was already in bed sleeping and the phone rang. It was about 11:30.
And without getting into the details, did I advise you that I was representing a young woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy and that she was severely injured and she was in a hospital?
Yes.
As a result of that, what did you do?
That next morning, I went to Brigham and Women's Hospital, went to the front desk where one would normally check in, and there was a woman there who I felt was a volunteer. I explained who I was. I explained that I was asked by Attorney Reddington to evaluate Miss Clancy on the surgical ICU unit.
Were you able to access her to speak to her?
Eventually, yes.
And when you say eventually, what's the time frame we're talking?
I was initially told I couldn't go. I had to wait 30 minutes. Attorney Reddington called the chief counsel of the hospital to enable me to have access to the unit where Ms. Clancy was staying.
When was it that you were able to get into the unit to see her?
12:30 in the afternoon,
What day?
February 4th.
So it would be January 24th, 7, so this is almost
11 days
later, right?
Yes.
You're also aware that I needed a court order to get you into the hospital.
That's correct.
And were you able to ultimately get in the hospital, go to the surgical unit, and meet with Lindsay?
Yes.
Jurors have had a chance to look at photographs of her laying in the bed with tubes and wires and all of that. Is that what she looked like when you first saw her?
Yes. However, she was also, with her right arm, as I recall, shackled to the bed with handcuffs.
So they're not little soft little things that tie her hands to the side of the bed, but they're handcuffs?
They weren't soft. They were regular, but appeared to be metal handcuffs that police officers and perhaps officers in this court use for detaining people and arresting people.
So,
they were not soft.
While she's laying in the bed, did she have the tubes and the wires for treatment in the emergency, the intensive care unit, I should say?
Yes.
Was she intubated at that point, if you recall?
She was not.
So she was able to speak?
Yes.
Was she able to move obviously she's chained to the bed, so she couldn't get up?
She could not get up. She couldn't move below her sternum, the chest bone.
At that point, had you and I met and talked about this case at all?
No.
What was the reason I asked you to go to the hospital?
You are worried about her mental health, given the significant event that had just taken place a few days earlier. You were concerned that she had absolutely no ability to have visitors. Visitors were not permitted to meet with her, from family members to friends to a priest. No one was able to see her.
So as a result of that conversation we had, you went to the hospital, went into her room, and you were able to speak to her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, if you recall, what type of law enforcement presence? Uniform, cops, guns, stuff like that. What did you notice?
I noticed literally outside of her hospital room were 2 state troopers in their blue uniforms, sitting each in a chair on either side of the doorway to Ms. Clancy's room, with a nurse sitting in the corner of her room.
When you went in to see her on that date, was it your understanding she had recently been extubated? In other words, they removed the tube from her mouth?
Yes.
And do you recall the conversation that you had with Lindsay at that time?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jurors what your memory is.
The conversation I had with Ms. Clancy at that time was one where I asked if she knew where she was. So I did what's called a mental status exam, a brief mental status exam. It's orientation to time, place, location. She didn't know where she was, wasn't quite sure what time it was. She knew who she was. And she told me that she remembers what happened, but it was very fuzzy and foggy. At the time, she had been on medication for the significant pain post-surgery while in that hospital room.
And during the course of that interview with her, did she express any concern to you about her husband, Patrick?
Yes, she did.
Tell the jurors what she indicated to you.
She said, since 11 days prior to my meeting with her, which would have been January 24th, 2023, she had no contact with Patrick. She wanted to know how he was doing. She wanted to know if she could call him and find out where things are with her and with him and how he was faring, and to just speak with him.
She expressed concern about her family.
Yes, she did.
Did she express concern about what had happened?
Yes.
Did she ask you, or did you offer to her the ability to speak to her husband, Patrick?
She asked me if she could use my cell phone to call her husband.
Did she do that?
Yes, she did.
Did you hear the conversation?
Yes, I told her we'd call. It would have to be on speakerphone.
And tell us about that conversation.
So that first phone call, I believe on the 24th, he did not pick up. She left a message. I did not leave a message. We then called back 2 days later on the 6th.
And after the 2 days had transpired and the call was made on the 6th, did she have a chance to talk to Patrick?
Yes.
Were you there?
Yes.
Was she still chained to the bed?
Yes.
Were the cops still outside the room?
Yes, not in blues. They were in civilian clothing, jeans, flannel shirts.
And tell us what she said to Patrick in your presence on the speakerphone at that point.
She had told Patrick that she loved him very much. She was unable to express a lot of emotion, but she expressed love for him. And she had said that she heard a male voice ordering her, telling her that she didn't have any choice, but she had to kill her children and then kill herself.
Now, doctor, have in mind your background, your career, Did you tell Lindsay Clancy to lie or make that up and pretend that she was hearing voices?
No.
Did you have any conversation or any suggestions to her at all that she should say she heard voices or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Why did you let her call her husband on your cell phone?
I let her call her husband out of human compassion.
As time went by, did I then, oh, by the way, you've testified for me on other matters, have you not?
Yes.
We go back about 20 years?
Yes.
And we socialized together?
Yes.
So we're friends?
Yes.
And as you worked on the case, can you tell the jurors what information you had access to that would allow you to continue with your investigation as a psychologist?
I had access to her clinical records. Many of that were discussed here. Emergency room records, grand jury minutes. With the longitudinal nature of my evaluation, I had records from Brigham and Women's, South Shore, Spalding Hospital, and most recently, Tewksbury Hospital, which go back to, I believe, March 27th or so, 2023 till today.
How many times have you seen Lindsay since that day in January of 24?
So I've met with 2023. I've met with Ms. Clancy over 45 times since then. And that was at the writing and the issuance of my report to Attorney Reddington. That was in the middle of June. And I've seen Ms. Clancy since then 20 times probably, or 15, inclusive of being in this courtroom and sometimes meeting with her in the holding unit.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in Tewksbury Hospital many of those times, right?
Yes.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in the lockup to this courthouse, correct?
Yes.
And she's been treated very well by everybody, the court officers, everybody, is that correct?
Objection.
Yeah, sustained.
Well, you've had a chance to see her in the lockup, right?
Yes.
Why would?
No, overruled.
Why would you see her in the lockup?
I would see Lindsay Clancy in lockup because the nature of presentation in this court has been gut-wrenching for anyone who would be exposed to such horrific
Objection and move to strike. It's not responsive to the question.
Right. Can I see counsel here?
I'll withdraw it.
All right, so that answer, please, Jill, that answer is stricken. Okay.
In Tewksbury Hospital, have you had to see her to evaluate her in addition to your testimony for a jury?
Yes.
Why?
Because the nature of mental health is something that's not a static or what we consider historical piece of information. Static information means a date of birth. That's never going to change. Dynamic issues are things that are subject to change, like the weather, like your health, like your mood. So to do an evaluation for a case that Ms. Clancy's involved in, which is a triple homicide case, requires an examiner to ensure that she's competent to stand trial and that her mental health is stable enough to be able to go forward with court proceedings.
Is there an additional component, and has there been an additional component of her suicidal ideation since she's been in custody at Brigham and Women's, and then of course transferred years ago to Tewksbury?
Objection. Approach.
Can I see counsel?
Yeah, I agree. I think he knows he's winning now. They're just they're having another one of their little meetings. I think the prosecution has an issue with Reddington trying to enter evidence about her current state of mind instead of her, her state of mind at the actual time of the crime. Yep, still nonstop objecting. Yeah, that's true. When you withdraw your own questions, you know you have done enough damage. But if you're having bad thoughts of killing your children, wouldn't you want them in a safe space while you heal? So why hide your true feelings? Yeah, I know. I get that question. I do understand it. And I think that's something that was asked earlier on, and now I'm just blanking on the name of the doctor that was on the stand. But he was asked pretty much that question, and he said, yes, that is what you would want, but it's not what doctors usually find happens. So I guess he's kind of just highlighting how complicated it is when you're dealing with somebody who's in and out of psychosis. Yeah, and Dan says, agreed that was selfish of her to hide because she didn't want to admit that her kids being taken was safer than staying with her. And I think that regardless of whether, people support Lindsay Clancy or not, you have to acknowledge that's true. That was, and I often say, like, they should have better counseling techniques for this so that they can detect that without her having to, like, straight up tell them, because had she been taken away from her kids, they would be alive. But at the same time, there's a lot to it. It's really just complicated, because listen to this psychologist on the stand and the amount of times that he's had to see her just to assess if she's competent to stand trial, while you've got other mental health professionals who are prescribing meds after 17 minutes or something like that. It's a completely different approach. Imagine if he were counseling her before this happened, somebody that meticulous and thorough.
So, Doctor, while you're evaluating her, whether it be in Tewksbury or you're visiting with her here, her present state of mind is always an interest to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in addition to all of the police reports, grand jury minutes, photographs, and things that you've described for us, sir, have you also had occasion to review all of the medical records without going through every one of them, dealing with Jennifer Tufts, Gelada, drugs that were prescribed to her, et cetera?
Yes.
Were you able to take a family history and a school history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you able to take a medical history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you concerned about her status as a woman who had recently had a child, Callan, in the spring of 2022?
Yes.
And what time frame was it that you were focusing on for purposes of your evaluation as to her mental state after having Callan, when she was postpartum?
The time frame started in roughly September 2022 through January 2023.
And during that period of time, you were aware that she had certain symptomology. Again, we could go through every single one of them, or we can just say, yes, she did express that she had symptomology. Jury's heard the evidence up to this point.
Yes, many times,
And
to
did she see
other
doctors?
people.
Did she see doctors?
Yes.
Dr. Tufts?
Yes.
Was that the first time that she was expressing anxiety and her concerns about insomnia, and that she went to see Dr. Tufts and she was prescribed the SSRI?
Yes.
Okay. July, June, August of 2022. What was her mood at that point?
Her mood was waxing and waning at times, but struggling as well in common sense ways. Having 3 children, ages 5 and under, not an easy task.
So in the fall of 2022, when she went to see Dr. Tufts, that's when she was prescribed the first SSRI.
Zoloft, yes.
And that would, and again, when she had the second baby, that would be Dawson.
Yes.
Did she have also indicia, symptomology of anxiety and the symptoms that she had described that she required, she had to be placed on some medication?
Yes, she did.
What was that medication?
I believe that was trazodone, if I'm not mistaken.
When she was in nursing school prior to that, was she placed on medication?
Yes, she was.
And that was because of public speaking nerves? What was the medication?
There were multiple medications. I believe it was propranolol and I believe it may have been trazodone and Wellbutrin, but I'm not totally positive of that.
Do you recall that she was prescribed an SSRI when she was in nursing school?
Yes.
What was that?
That was Zoloft.
When she saw Dr. Tufts and she took the Zoloft, it was 25 milligrams initially. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was it increased?
It was increased to 50 milligrams sometime later.
And how did she react to that?
She didn't take the medication initially. She waited a few weeks until she started on the lower dose.
So my question was, how did she react to the increase in the Zoloft?
Poorly.
What does that mean?
It was not a therapeutic uplift for her. She didn't do well. She didn't feel better. By all reports from Ms. Clancy, she did not get better.
How about sleeping? Did she have any complaints about sleeping?
Yes.
What was that?
Her insomnia got worse with the passage of time.
As September turned into October, it turns into November, around the time of Thanksgiving. Had she continued to seek help from medical health care providers?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Who did she seek to get help from?
Well, the initial person, I believe, was her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, and who was a labor and delivery nurse who knew people.
Who did she see as a result of Sue Clancy?
She saw, I believe it was Julie Paul initially.
And what group was she affiliated with?
South Shore Perinatal Health.
Did Ms. Paul, nurse practitioner Paul, prescribe medication for her?
Yes.
And did she continue to deal with South Shore Perinatal?
Yes.
At some point, did she stop dealing shortly, a short period of time, with nurse practitioner Paul?
Yes, Nurse Paul left.
And why was that?
She got a transferred position. It had nothing to do with her patient load or...
So she was transferred?
She was transferred,
okay.
Yes.
So as a short period of time, she was transferred. Who was the next person that she dealt with?
Rebecca Gelada.
Did Rebecca Gelada have a particular position? Was she a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
And how long did she deal with Rebecca Gelada?
3 appointments.
And during that period of time with Rebecca Gelada, was she prescribed medication?
Yes.
What was the medication?
I believe it was Seroquel.
How did she react to that?
Poorly.
And as time went by, going into the holiday season, Thanksgiving, do you recall what her symptomology and complaints were to the healthcare providers at that point, whether it be Tufts or Gelada, anybody?
Yes.
What were they?
She had many concerns about her health. She wasn't feeling well. She felt out of touch with herself. She felt numb. She experienced disassociation.
All right, stop right there. What is disassociation?
Disassociation is a psychological construct that means you feel removed from your body. You don't feel in touch with your body. You feel different than the way you normally do. You look back at your life and you say, something is wrong with me. I'm not feeling the way I normally do.
Did she express, for example, when the jurors looked at the medical records on November 27th of 2022 to nurse practitioner Gelada, that she felt that she was out of her body and that she had a disassociated state?
Yes, and that's sometimes known as a depersonalization. You feel removed from your body. You feel removed. You feel as if you are not in your full body.
Now, at that time, was she also complaining of other symptoms? And to cut to the chase, was she saying that she could not emote, she couldn't feel love, she couldn't feel happiness, she felt heavy,
Yeah.
she couldn't walk, she couldn't bathe, she had difficulty relating to people? Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. She couldn't get out of the bed. She had total flattened affect.
Did she then seek additional help?
Yes.
Where?
She went to the, I believe, the emergency room initially at South Shore to go to Mass General.
And did they prescribe additional medication for her?
I believe they did, yes.
Did she make any expressions to her treating physicians up to this point about what in her opinion, what the medications were doing to her?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she was in a brain fog. The medications were making things worse. They were not helping. They were not helping her.
Now, as that time went on into the period of Thanksgiving up to around Christmas, did she continue to reach out to people for help, such as suicide hotlines?
Yes, she reached out to...
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Why did she call a suicide hotline?
She was worried about killing herself.
And did she get any help from the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about the second time she called the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about when she went to the Women and Infants program in Rhode Island?
They told her she was not a good fit for the program.
Why?
Because she was overly medicated.
And did she continue to seek help from healthcare providers?
Yes.
And what was the next thing that happened as far as dealing with healthcare providers for Lindsay in her postpartum stage?
She went to the Mass General Emergency Room.
What happened there?
On 12:30, she said she needed to go to the hospital. She was at the emergency room. She was sent to McLean Hospital in Belmont. It's a Harvard-affiliated hospital.
Now that McLean Hospital, when you say was sent to, they're to say that even though they had to transport her, it was a voluntary commitment?
Yes.
And what was her state of mind that caused her to have a voluntary commitment to the locked wards of McLean Hospital?
She was worried about killing herself, and she uttered concerns about killing her children.
How about, did she relate any intrusive thoughts, dark thoughts, things of that nature during this period of time, October, November, December?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
She said she had, quote, horrible thoughts, unquote. She felt that people could actually hear her thoughts. The thoughts were so loud that strangers could hear them. Sometimes
she expressed at that point, for example, that she was concerned about school teachers with the Little Sprouts school with the kids, that they could read her thoughts and that she would lose custody.
Yes, it's called ideas of reference. You believe other people can hear what you're thinking, and that can have a very negative interpretation for the person believing that, feeling that, and thinking that the outcome is going to be a negative one, that their children may be relieved from their care.
Now, as it relates to the concept of a psychosis, can you tell me in 25 words or less what a psychosis is?
A psychosis is what's considered a major mental health disorder. It's when people have disorganized thinking, and the symptoms most typically are hallucinations. There are different types of hallucinations. 80% of people with psychoses hear voices. There are different types of voices that one can hear. Benign, get a glass of water. Benevolent, you're a good person, keep it up. Or malevolent, threatening them, telling them, ordering them to do something horrible, and you believe those voices.
Now, during that period of time, when she got out of the McLean Hospital, what medication was she titrating or getting off of?
I believe she's getting off the Seroquel.
Was she able to do that?
Yes.
Relating back to November 27th with the dissociative state, is that an indicia, is that an indication or a harbinger of psychosis?
Yes.
And is a psychosis, is that something that would be, somebody would be suffering from a psychosis for a month at a time, 2 months at a time, or is that short periods, or how does that work?
People with psychoses have intermittent symptoms. They can function fine one day, and the next day they can be hearing voices. They could be seeing things, feeling things, smelling things. To be clear, those additional types of hallucinations did not plague Ms. Clancy. She only had auditory hallucinations, but hallucinations are like the waves at the beach. They come and go.
They're called waxing and waning?
Yes.
And would you tell me, doctor, in your opinion, is an individual, and we refer to postpartum psychosis, is that a particular affliction that afflicts women that have had babies and they go through a period of postpartum depression and then ultimately postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
Can you tell us, is a person, even if they are in the throes of psychosis, are they able to make a phone call?
Yes, they can.
Are they able to drive a car?
Yes.
Are they able to say, hi, how are you? I'd like to have a hot dog?
Yes.
They don't have to look at the unicorn in the corner, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Rington, it's 4 o'clock. Is this a good time to?
Sure.
All right. So, members of the jury, we're going to recess until tomorrow morning. I would expect our schedule tomorrow will be similar to the schedule we had today, hopefully without the technology issues. And I'm just going to remind everybody the same instructions. Don't read anything about this case or similar cases. Don't talk about it. Don't listen to anything. And keep an open mind. Go home. Have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Okay?
All rise, please. Jurors exit.
All right, Doctor, if you want, you may step down.
Thank you.
Don't talk about it. Don't read about it.
All right.
Don't talk about it. Don't read about it.
He did also say have a good evening, which is the most important part.
I mean,
Yeah.
how are you supposed to have a good evening when this is all that's on your mind, plus the photos and all that other stuff? Don't talk about it. Don't read about it. Yeah, don't think about it.
You got that quite good.
You know what? It makes me wonder, you know how, you mentioned it before, how, what is it, the clerk, when she's saying the little,
Yeah, she has like a head routine.
yeah, it does this. I wonder if the judge does the same thing, when he's like, all right, like I told you before, don't talk about it, don't read about it, don't think about it. Like, does he do this?
Maybe.
This,
I don't
this?
know.
Makes me wonder.
There's a rhythm to it.
Is that how the court system goes in Massachusetts? It makes you wonder. Damn, I feel like the prosecution just lost right in front of us, right here, with this doctor right here, especially the last questions that he was asking. I was like, oh, those are the questions you need to hear. Those are the answers that you need to hear. And so I'm like, damn, we just watched the prosecution lose right there. That's just my opinion. This doctor, like I wrote in chat, he's just tapping those nails into the jury's minds. It's going to be insanity, is from my opinion. I kind of said that from the beginning, but as we've seen all these people testify, especially this guy, man, you saw the lack of that was happening with the other medical professionals. You see this guy, he really cares, really knowledgeable. It's like somebody typed in chat too. This guy knows everything, and that's just from looking at the notes. So, I really felt that way. And so, we're all potential jury members. And when I heard him speak and go through everything, I felt like he was very knowledgeable. I felt like I could understand when he was trying to explain things. To me, he seemed like a very credible witness as well. And so I have a lot of trust in what he was saying, and I believe him, which, makes me believe even more in the insanity defense. What do you think, Rosie?
Yeah, so I agree with you. And I know that some people were getting a little bit impatient with him early on in his testimony, and I get
Right.
that because he's not like the
Is he
most
writing a
animated-
book?
He's really not the most animated person, and I know he speaks a little slowly, but
Yeah.
I think that's also kind of a part of why he's valuable. I think that you can't really rush him when he's doing an assessment of somebody. I get that impression. and he's going to be thorough, and it's not going to be surface level stuff like the doctors that she initially saw. And you would expect a psychiatrist like Dr. Tufts or to be that methodical. And I found him very trustworthy. I think that he was. I know that there were people were like irritated with him, but I also
I
liked
liked
him a
him.
lot. Yeah,
I liked him.
I liked him, and I think that out of a lot of the the witnesses that we've had so far, I think that he is one of the most pivotal.
Yeah.
And that's why I've been saying this whole time, like, I don't think that this case is going to rest so much on forensics. I think it's going to rest on somebody like him who is telling you why this happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So great witness. I think the prosecution knew what was coming. That's why you got all the objections. It looked like the judge was getting a little frustrated there towards the end too, with all the objections and just let it. But it's like I said, when you have a defense attorney withdrawing his own questions, he already knows I did enough. I did enough.
Yeah.
What happened? Did they just shut her down?
They
They just shut it down.
They ended.
Well, I thought they were going to come back and say goodbye. I guess not. Huh?
They didn't say goodbye. No, they.
Hold on 1 second. Oh, okay. Say that again. Sorry.
No, they're not there. I think they already said goodbye. So he asked if they had anything they wanted to discuss, and I think they both said no. And you see, we missed them already.
Yeah. We didn't even get to say goodbye today.
Yeah.
Well, we get to say goodbye to you. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you very much. We'll be day 16 with day 15 recaps tomorrow. It seems like it's winding down pretty good now. I think the defense knows they hit one out of the park here right at the end of the game, and they're going to take that going into tomorrow. And who knows, maybe by the end of this week, early next week, we might be done.
Yeah, look, I do think that the prosecution is going to have a cross-examination tantrum tomorrow. But
that.
Aside from that,
geez, after a whole evening of bitter pie, they're going to be coming back in raunchy tomorrow.
Yeah, she's going to be
raunchy
petty and moody.
Oh, big time! You know it.
Yeah,
you know it. Oh yeah, so that'll be interesting tomorrow too. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, you guys. Thank you again, Rosie, and also if you joined after, we gotta again say a special happy birthday to Rosie. It's her birthday today. We love you so much. Thank you for everything you do over here at the network. No, thank you. And thank you all for being here with us today. We'll be back tomorrow. Notification will be out in about a half hour or so. But definitely come back and hang out. And in the meantime, check out the vertical. I'm going to drop the vertical, the horizontal version. So if you still want to hear CJ and Rosie, you can click on that. We did the Patrick Clancy's full testimony re-air breakdown. We did that on Friday. And so there's the vertical version. And if you want to check out the horizontal version, here is that as well. Or here is the playlist link. So if you want to check out any of the days that we covered the trial, you can start off with day one if you'd like, and continue to go on. So please hit the like, subscribe if you're not. Make sure you turn the notification bell to all so you get notified when we hop up live tomorrow. Hopefully you all have a peaceful and positive evening, and we will see you tomorrow for the trial. I think it's winding down soon, and I think we kind of know who won already.
I think so.
Yeah. I think it's almost in the bag. Love you guys. Please be safe. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye, everyone.